how they battled for 30 years without blinking, how they dealt with infiltrators like John Frundi, sellouts like Dr. Simon Munzo, how they treated colonial apologists like the Agbobalas, those who have promoted inadvertently the banality of evil that has taunted our people. Fellow Ambazonians, our people die every day. It is so difficult to sit and listen to anyone. All right, thank you very much. I would move to the solutioning. In the past 4 years, we have been able, through our tenacity, to undermine Cameroon's political legitimacy within Amazonia. We have been able to massively mobilize our people across the 13 states to respond to Cameroon's brutality in the defense of our country. I know it was a difficult decision when war was declared on us, when many argued it was impossible for us to face a well-trained army, well-oiled, and that has used extensive force to maintain its occupation. We went in knowing very well it was difficult, but we knew others who had been free had gone through the same journey. We sought initially to undermine Cameroon's power of economic exploitation, which it used to oil its military machinery. We challenged its political legitimacy by driving out the DOs, mayors, and SDOs. We made sure we rendered incapable their ability to control our suburbs. We made sure also that we changed the battlefield in terms of diplomacy, move the case for international negotiation away from the domestic control of Cameroon into the international space where we could have a chance. But we knew from the beginning, if we do not reinforce our defenses, strengthen our capabilities to defend our bloc and our neighborhood, international diplomacy will be useless. At this stage, when the international community is talking about negotiations, we know Cameroon is mobilizing its military to have an upper hand in terms of territorial control, so it can dictate the substantive and procedural aspect of negotiations. That is why we are mobilizing our people, on the other hand, to preserve the gains we have made, to make sure La Republique is not able to roll back our gains, and to make sure we can empower those who will bat for us internationally. I'm calling on every Ambazonian across the globe. Such a conference gives us an opportunity to be able to recalibrate, prioritize the defense of our country. I have put in place seasoned individuals with delegated powers to explore possibilities with the international community when the time for negotiation comes. I know there are resource individuals within the Coalition for Dialogue who are experts in international law on issues of border demarcation, post-conflict justice systems, and all the substantive issues that might arise during negotiations. We will tap from such a body to get those experts who can assist our seasoned expert negotiators to make sure that when the time comes, we are able to negotiate from a position of strength. But make no mistake, the solution to our independence is in the defense of our homeland. There is no second way. We must remind our people constantly that the only way to defeat Cameroon will be to strengthen our forces, give them the ability to defend themselves, our villages, and our communities. That while we prepare for the eventuality of negotiation, if we lose on the ground, there will be no negotiation. Thank you very much for having me here tonight. And I look forward with my team to working with you people going forward to building a stronger team for negotiation, and strengthening our ability to defend the 43,000 square miles of the territory of Amazonia. God bless you all.
Hello, good morning again, and welcome to everybody. So happy to have you back here this morning. Before we start, I'll just introduce myself. I'm Judy Nwana. I'm the co-chair, one of the co-chairs of the coalition, and we started early this morning. And like I said before, it's going to be a packed day. Thanks for joining us. I see some familiar faces online already. So thank you. And I can see you were not tired from yesterday. So without saying too much, I'm going to hand over to Kevin, Kevin Lampe, who is in charge of the team running things in the background for some logistics update. Kevin?
Yes, good morning, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us today. For panelists, please remember to respond to requests to unmute and to turn your camera on. If your panel is not beginning at this time, we ask that you leave your camera off and mute your microphone. And then the chat is open so people can be talking to each other throughout the course of this. If you have any problems, please let us know through the chat. We'll do the best to help you, and we hope that you enjoy your day.
Okay, thanks, Kevin. Thanks for that. So, guys, just make sure, even if you're not on mute, that your background noise is minimized as much as possible, so people can keep on following the conversations going on. Like I said, we are going to have a packed schedule. We are going to start this morning with floor speeches. And like I explained earlier, what we did as part of the conference, we reached out to everybody who registered and said, send us a 2-minute video of what you want to say, what you feel, what you think, what are your suggestions. We have some other keynote addresses from other organizations, Southern Cameroonian organizations around the world, whom we also invited to send in addresses as part of their organizations. So we will be playing those this morning. And after that, we will move into the first panel, which is looking at the state of the Southern Cameroon's conflict. I wouldn't want to say much because that is going to be a hot panel. And we hope people will get engaged. There will be a second session of the same panel after that. And this will bring in really, really a strong group of people with diverse views of where we are and where we should be going. We'll do all those introductions when we get to that. So we will start this morning with those floor speeches. Please listen. These are people who just sent in their videos. We are playing them as is, giving their views, so that everything that we come out with from this conference has taken into account what people think on the ground and around the world. So without much ado, I would say we'll start with we'll start with 4 videos in this slot. So we'll play them in slots. So I will introduce like 4 videos and then Kevin will play them. They will introduce another 3. So this morning we are going to start with Barrister Ashu, Joseph Anang, Mr. Atem, and Mr. Giles. So these are the videos we received. So please watch and listen to your fellow Southern Cameroonians about what they think. Over to you, Kevin.
Distinguished members of the UN General Assembly, the members of the UN Security Council, the Secretary General of the UN, international community, international human rights organizations, fellow Southern Cameroonians, fellow Cameroonians, ladies and gentlemen. Article 114 of the Bill on Family Code, presently pending before the Senate in Cameroon, states that to be a Cameroonian, a citizen must either originate from the Republic of Cameroon, which attained its independence on the 1st of January 1960, or originate from the Southern Cameroons, which obtained its independence on the 1st of October 1961. Since 1961, Southern Cameroons and the Republic of Cameroon have been living together in a union about which nobody has ever cared to produce the legal foundation. In 1984, the Republic of Cameroon transformed the Southern Cameroons, which had the status of a federated state, into two provinces, Northwest and Southwest, which today are termed regions. In 2016, a civil war erupted between restoration forces in Southern Cameroon, controlled and funded by an interim government of Southern Cameroon in the diaspora and powerful Southern Cameroonian warlords in the diaspora, and the Cameroon Regular Army, which claimed to be enforcing Cameroon's sovereignty, as Cameroon is one and indivisible. The restoration forces claim to be fighting to restore the statehood of Southern Cameroons. In the face of this civil war, a huge humanitarian calamity has ensured, with well over 500 villages burnt down, about 50,000 citizens either dead or missing, and well about 1 million Southern Cameroonians displaced as refugees scattered over Nigeria, in Southern Cameroonian bushes, in all countries in Africa, even in Europe, South America, and the United States, which just repatriated 81 of them. United Nations, the US, the European Union have time without number called on the government of Cameroon to address the root causes of this problem. But this government has maintained a deaf ear to those calls. Therefore, it's seeking a solution to this crisis to address the root causes of this crisis. Was there reunification in 1961 or annexation of Southern Cameroon by the Republic of Cameroon? After the 1961 11 February plebiscite, the United Nations General Assembly organized an independence vote for Southern Cameroons, wherein Article 2B recognized the independence of Southern Cameroons by joining the Republic of Cameroon. And Article 5 prescribed that the government of Southern Cameroons, the administering authority, Great Britain, and the Republic of Cameroon should come together as a matter of urgency before the 1st of October 1961 to agree as to how the parties were going to implement their agreed policies. The Republic of Cameroon, which never intended to sign any union treaty, instead invited the government of Southern Cameroon, led by Dr. John Foncha, to a constitutional conference in Fumban, where President Ahidjo asked Foncha to sign a draft federal constitution, which Foncha refused to sign and took it on consultation to the British, who called on Ahidjo to convene another meeting in Yaoundé. Thus, the Yaoundé Constitutional Conference, which ended in a deadlock, saw the British tell Amadou Ahidjo that the parties could not talk about a constitution when a union treaty had not been signed. While they were in Yaoundé, in the month of August, Ahidjo sent his draft constitution to his own parliament, the Parliament of the Republic of Cameroon, as a constitutional amendment, passed as the Federal Constitution of 1st September 1961, which Ahidjo promulgated into law on the 1st of September 1961, and on that same day marched his troops into Southern Cameroon. Thus, Southern Cameroon, which was the first African state to have a democratically elected government in history, found itself being sandwiched by a country that was required under Article 5 of Resolution 1608 to sign a union treaty as to how they were going to live together. Southern Cameroon found itself being downgraded by that country and put inside that country's constitution as a mere territory without a say, government, any institution. This is how Southern Cameroon found itself in the 1961 Federal Constitution, where Article 1 says that the Federal Republic of Cameroon shall be formed from the 1st of October 1961 by the Territorial Republic of Cameroon and the territory of Cameroon Meridional, formerly under British trusteeship. Cameroon Meridional simply means the southern part of Cameroon. You can see that this is a situation where one country, which was supposed to have an equal status with the other, decides to swallow up the other. The problem, therefore, is whether in 1961 there was reunification or annexation. At international law, this is a clear case of annexation. Nobody can talk about reunification because there is no document signed by Southern Cameroons to the effect that they agreed to enter the Federal Republic in a constitution solely drafted by the Republic of Cameroon. The international community has been surprisingly silent in front of this humanitarian calamity. So while the government of Cameroon and the restoration forces are trading responsibility, the situation on ground zero worsens daily. Last time it was Ngabu massacre claimed by the government. Today it is the Kumba massacre where 8 school children have been murdered in cold blood. This situation must end. We cannot continue to tolerate this. Now, consideration. The Republic of Cameroon recognizes the independence of Southern Cameroon, as just said. The second is that as a member state of the African Union, the Republic of Cameroon is bound by the Constitutive Act of the African Union, which states in Article 4B that all member countries recognize that their borders are those obtained upon independence. Again, as a member state of the UN, the Republic of Cameroon knows that its boundary is that which was obtained in 1960 when it got independence. So it is senseless and baseless for that war to continue when it is clear that the Republic of Cameroon has no right to sovereignty over Southern Cameroon, which has never given them such a right. Now, what is the way forward? In the present situation, the Republic of Cameroon and the representation of Southern Cameroon be brought before internationally supervised negotiation table to sign the Union Treaty, which they ought to have signed in 1961. Failing which, the UN should organize a referendum in Southern Cameroon for the people to determine their future.
I'm called Anangjo. Most distinguished guests, we heartily thank you all for showing interest in our plight, but more especially for honoring our invitation to get a better understanding of the root causes of the ongoing genocide in the southern Cameroons. Do not be tempted by the fallacy of false equivalence as others do. 5-month-old baby Martha, shot 5 times in her sleep, was not carrying a gun for self-defense. Neither were the victims of the Ngabu massacre on the 14th of February 2020. Sam Sawyer, slaughtered on camera in 2018, was not carrying any weapon. Neither were the victims of the Kumba students massacre earlier this week. We can go on and on. Some politicians may be uncomfortable when reference is made to our history. No one can deny us our history. Martin Luther King said, "We are not makers of history, we are made by history. Therefore, a people is their history, and once they are deprived of that history, their very existence becomes under threat." Our history is an inconvenient subject we must be willing to talk about if we sincerely seek a sustainable solution to the calamity happening in the southern Cameroons today. Because the incomplete decolonization of the southern Cameroons is part of our history and a root cause of what is plaguing us as a people. Great Britain and the United Nations literally handed the southern Cameroons to La République du Cameroon for continuous colonization by intentionally ignoring the requirements of UN Resolution 1608. And so La République treats us as their colony. That's why the colonial governor of the Southwest region could outrightly tell angry protesters back in 2008 that we are your new colonial masters. La République du Cameroon has never been committed to the federal structure of government, the basis upon which our forefathers chose them over Nigeria. The Yaoundé regime capitalized on the negligence of the United Nations and Britain to embark on a systematic assimilation. In a public interview last November, Mr. Biya said, "The problem in the Cameroons today is because all along they have been trying to integrate the minority Anglophones into the majority Francophones, but it didn't work because of differences in culture." One would have expected, after making such a confession, Mr. Biya and his regime would be committed to sincere dialogue to address the root causes of the problem. Instead, he chooses to divert the attention of the international community to a fake Swiss talk initiative, but later hurriedly organized a sham national dialogue with preconceived outcomes, a clear indication that they are determined to maintain the status quo of controlling us as a colony. Today, over 1,000 homes have been burnt down. Entire villages have been ruined and deserted. We have about 1 million IDPs and over 75,000 refugees. In addition, over 1,000 prisoners of conscience are in their custody, including the leader of our liberation movement, Sisiko Ayok Tabe, and 9 others abducted to Nigeria and bundled into the dungeons of La République du Cameroon. An estimated 20,000 people have been killed. Official counts have been frozen to 3,000 as at 2018. Whether it is 3,000 or 20,000, no single person should be murdered for seeking freedom in the third millennium. And as UN Secretary Antonio Guterres said, there should be no prisoners of conscience in the 21st century. It is despicable that many of our so-called Francophone brothers openly celebrate the atrocities being meted on us, and the majority are simply silent, going on about their business as usual. For about 4 years since the war started, not a single Francophone has been hurt, let alone killed by a stray bullet, although many of them are living within our communities. The killings are targeted. In early 2019, 2 boys were picked up by the military in the neighborhood of Boya, in the southwest region. One was freed because he spoke French, but the other murdered because he couldn't. This fight is not about a bad regime. It's not about resources. It is about 2 distinct entities who could not coexist due to their enormous differences in culture and principles. This fight is about upholding certain core values which we cherish as a people. This fight is also about the fact that the Francophones naturally hate us and despise us because of who we are. That's why they call us fools, dogs, Biafrans, 2 cubes of sugar, enemies in the house. They even tell us, go back to where you come from. That's why when we demonstrate, the military murder us without remorse. but when their people demonstrate, the military is assigned to supervise them. Most Southern Cameroonians have lost a sense of belonging to a country they once considered home and would want nothing to do with anything called One Cameroon. The conclusion is based on empirical facts. The people have also demonstrated this over and over. If in doubt, why not try a referendum? We would both be better off, good for regional and global stability. The people do not stop fighting because they are killed. They stop fighting because they are listened to. We know you have the power to stop the ongoing genocide. We know you have the power to send an international independent fact-finding mission on the ground. We know you can invoke the principle of the responsibility to protect. We want our children to get quality education in safe environments. We know you can create such an environment. We know you can force La République to the negotiation table. We know we have always been open to any genuine third-party mediated negotiations. We know you can make all this happen if you are willing. The question is, do you still have the moral authority to choose humanity over politics? Thank you very much.
My greetings to the audience. My name is Atem King Peter, and I am an educationist and civil society advocate resident in Boya. My main achievement has been that from early 2015, I was able to bring together the main teachers syndicates in Cameroon. That is TAC, the one which won the GC board for Anglophones, TATU, the one which was headed by Mr. Tassan Wilfred, who is now in prison, and the CNS. Together, we worked with some seasoned educationists whom I managed to convene so that we came together and analyzed the evolution of the Anglophone education system so as to bring out its problems, its discrepancies, its dysfunctions, and also proposed some solutions which we made into a strongly worded memorandum and forwarded to the government of this country. We made sure the memorandum arrived at its destination. That was in February 2016. But as always, the memorandum was comprehensively ignored by the government. My other achievement has been that I have written an article which I think is the best solution, is the best way to look at the Anglophone, is the best way to articulate the Southern Cameroon question and use it to seek the appropriate solutions. I've written that article, which was published in one journal, and I think I am ready to share that with the audience.
as mediator to end the conflict, making sure the root causes is at the basis of discussion. I also want to call on the international organization, the UN, AU, EU, and other bodies to make sure the solution they proffer take into the best interest of the sovereign people of Southern Cameroon and Bazonia at heart. The result of the survey by the CDN will be a guide to help in determining the will of the people of Southern Cameroon and Bazonia. Any solution short of the will of the people of Southern Cameroon will be tantamount to kicking the can down the road. So for a world free of war, let's do the right thing now by granting the wish of the people of Southern Cameroon and Bazonia through self-determination, which is outright independence for the people of Southern Cameroon. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kevin, for playing the first 4 videos. I'm welcoming everybody again. If you're just joining us, this is day 2 of the conference. My name is Judy Nwana, one of the co-chairs. What we are doing is playing videos from around the world, from Southern Cameroonians, telling us what they think, what they feel, and how this should play out for them and for everybody. So please just take time, listen to what your brothers and sisters are saying. We received the 2-minute videos, we are playing them as is, and hopefully it conveys a message of what people feel. So, and if we still have slots open, if you want to send in your own 2-minute video, please do so. Send to info@coalitionfdn.org. That's info@coalitionfdn.org. I'll also pin a phone number that you can use as well to send via WhatsApp. So we have the next set of 3 speakers. We are starting with our dear brother Eric Chinje, who is going to give us his views. Most of you will remember Eric Chinje, who led his team at CRTV. He's here with us in the US. He's been giving us his own viewpoints, and we are happy for him to present it to everybody today. He will kick off this next set of speakers, followed by Professor Fanso, our esteemed historian, who will also tell us where he thinks we should be going. And that will then be followed by Mr. Charles, who they will do their intros. So thank you so much. Sit back, listen to these 3 speeches, and I'll come back again to introduce the next. Over to you, Kevin.
Hello, greetings from Atlanta. I am delighted to be a part of this, and I want to express my gratitude to the coalition for pulling us together to talk about this very critical subject, the crisis in Cameroon. To prepare for this, I decided to go back and look at what's been happening on the ground. And of course, the emphasis and the focus has been on the victims of the war that's going on. And that's normal. It's good to look at what's, to empathize and sympathize with the victims. But I thought for once that we should shift that emphasis and look at the perpetrators. Because until we can look at the perpetrators and to discuss what they are doing, I don't think we can come to a reasonable solution and a quick solution to the crisis. Now, who are the perpetrators? Essentially, I think there are two. There is the government, and there are the independence seekers, the Ambazonians. I am of the view that the perpetrators, the government, started a war without a plan. And they've executed this war with absolute incompetence. The Ambazonians got into a war without a plan, and they too have executed it from their perspective with total incompetence. So this is what we are faced with. Two sides to a crisis that have engaged in it without a clear plan, without a strategy. And what we are left with is death and destruction. And it will remain that until we can take a step back and say, where are we going? Until the leaders can be forced to address the issues. The government that started this war should be able to take a step back and say, what do we want to achieve? And how do we achieve it? If it is inclusion, if it is keeping the country one, the question has to be asked, is that how you do it? Is that how you do it? Do you send in the army to take on your own citizens, if you want to consider them citizens? Does this army over 4 years continue burning villages, destroying, killing, and so on? Something's got to be done about that. That's what the government should be. That's the posture in which the government should be at this time. And with regard to the Ambazonians, they want independence. Is that how you go about it? Is that how you go about it? I think these questions have to be asked so that there can be a reappraisal, a rethink of what it is, people should be doing going forward. I hope that this coalition can then engage the leaders with these fundamental questions. Otherwise, we're not going to make much progress. If we can force them, if we can get the national community and the international community to demand answers to these fundamental questions, I think we will be making progress. One important element in all of this is that we are in a civil war that nobody calls a civil war. That nobody wants to call a civil war. And yet it is. And you can't resolve it if you don't know what it is and find the appropriate solutions for resolving it. So I think we should, again, inform. We need to inform and educate the national community. Cameroonians do not know. For the most part, the Francophones, 80% of our population do not know they're in a civil war in their own country. They need to be educated and informed. They should be given the reasons for what's going on. And the international community is confused about what's going on. We need to strategize about that. We need a structured manner of reaching out to the international community and to bring them in and to know where we're going. And until we do that, I think we're going to be left with this desolate land of, where there'll be rivers of blood if we do not, find a solution sometimes in the near future. So I really hope that this coalition, after the discussions we're having now, can really begin to ask the questions that should be asked to those who should provide the answers and expose those who want war for the sake of war. Thank you.
Thank you, coalition members of the steering committee, for inviting me to this crucial virtual conference on the conflict in southern Cameroon, and for asking me to make a few remarks about it. As an historian, I am fully well informed about some of the major causes of the conflict, and as a direct victim,
Hi guys, sorry about those technical hitches.
thank you, coalition members of the steering committee, for inviting me to this crucial virtual conference on the conflict in southern Cameroon, and for asking me to make a few remarks about it. As an historian, I am fully well informed about some of the major causes of the conflict, and as a direct victim, family head who has lost home and property, and know neighbors who have lost loved ones. I know the pain which is causing southern Cameroonians. But let me begin and list a few points from the time of decolonization, beginning first with the British betrayal of trust accorded to her by the United Nations over southern Cameroon when it came to decolonizing it and granting it independence, when she came up with the idea of independence by joining, which was imposed on the inhabitants of the territory. Second, the inability of the United Nations to live up to its own charter on matters of decolonizing colonies and transition territories when it came to the independence of southern Cameroon, even after they had overwhelmingly voted for it. Thirdly, the deceitful declarations of the leaders of French, later Republic of Cameroon, before the global community at the United Nations, and the pre-plebiscite assurances to the people of southern Cameroon that if they voted for unification, it would be achieved on a two-state federal basis, the bigger territory and population not making any effort to annex or assimilate the smaller. Fast forward to 2016, when southern Cameroon's lawyers marched peacefully against the marginalization of the common law, they were publicly attacked by the security forces, and many of them molested, some wounded, and others lost their hoods. The same attitude was meted to students, and then generally to the civil society when everyone marched with peace plans, calling for dialogue and not marginalization, annexation, and assimilation. Everyone was attacked here and there, and casualties were registered. Then in 2017, when the government of Cameroon decided to declare war on the peoples of southern Cameroon, turning what were peaceful demonstrations and little skirmishes here and there into an all-out war, which has resulted into so many casualties, massacres, the latest being in Cuba recently. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe very strongly that the only way out of this conflict is a credible dialogue before the international community, brokered by well-trusted facilitators and negotiators, and in front of the representatives of the United Nations and the United Kingdom, and the African Union as well as friendly countries, including the United States, Canada, Switzerland, Germany, and any that might still be included. Of course, this dialogue should be preceded by a ceasefire and the release of all southern Cameroonians detained anywhere because of the conflict, so that some of them can participate in the dialogue. Dialogue does not kill. dialogue, no matter how long, but war kills, and it is quickly killing even up to date. It is because of this, my conviction, ladies and gentlemen, that I wholeheartedly supported the initiative to organize this conference and accepted to take part in it. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Good day to all. I'm Charles Agbo. I live in England. I'm from the Manu, Southern Cameroon, now Ambazonia. I want to state as follows. We are asking the international community to give back our sovereignty, the right to govern ourselves. Now, colonization has always constructed the identities of several nations, including Britain and France. With the case of Britain, it was the Romans, then the Vikings, then the Anglo-Saxons, and the Normans. Now, they shaped the identities of the people of this island. With the case of France, the French language is not native to geographic France. It comes from a little tribe near Rome. Now, we inherited a liberal education system which is based on liberty of thought, while French Cameroon inherited something else. You can see the outcome of the education system through the lens of their politicians and their military personnel. These are people who think that you can only resolve problems through killings, burnings, maiming, rape, torture, imprisonment. My village was burned, and it's among the more than 300 villages burned down. My cousins were killed, one right inside my mother's house, which was burned down eventually. Now, we cannot resolve problems that way. We cannot start to reason with people who are not rational, people who don't have the capacity to reason. And their capacity to reason has been hampered by the education system. Now, how to resolve this problem? It's easy. French Cameroon must exist on their own, and we must exist on our own based on the values that we inherited. These two entities cannot function together. So the best outcome is to negotiate a separation. I thank you.
Thank you so much for those videos. Welcome again to everybody who is joining us this morning, Saturday morning, day 2 of our Southern Cameroons conference. We have been playing videos from around the world, from Southern Cameroonians who are giving their viewpoints and making sure that their voices are heard on this platform. We are welcoming all the dignitaries. We know we have a lot of international observers online, our partners, the diplomatic corps, members of Congress from different countries are actually online watching. So thank you. Southern Cameroonians are happy for your partnership, happy for your support. And we're here to tell you we are a determined people. We want peace. We want lasting peace, and we want it now. There's a lot of anguish and killings, massacres going on. We want a negotiated settlement for lasting peace as soon as possible. We need a ceasefire as well. So the international community watching us, get involved. Don't stand by. We don't want another Rwanda. Help make this stop. And we Southern Cameroonians, we promise to do our bit, play our part to make this a possibility. So I'm going to introduce the next set of videos. We will start with our friends from the UK, Mr. Richard Four. He will introduce himself, but he's representing the West Cameroon Association. They joined us and they are happy to be taking part in this conference. So we will hear from Richard, we'll hear from Olivia Leke, and Achiri Atanga, as well as Sami. So I'm just giving their names as they gave them. These are videos, like I said earlier, that people just sent in to us, 2-minute videos, some 3 minutes, others longer, and also keynote addresses from our other politicians and frontline leaders. So we'll be playing those during the day. So let's listen to the next 4 and enjoy the day. Thank you. Over to you, Kevin.
Hello, my name is Richard Four, and I've been invited to make these remarks by Coalition for Dialogue and Negotiations on behalf of the West Cameroon Association, WCA. The West Cameroon Association is a think tank and a collective of English-speaking Cameroonians back at home and abroad. Before I proceed, I would like to take this opportunity to thank immensely the Coalition for Dialogue and Negotiations for putting together this conference, especially the survey, which I believe is going to be the first time that we've collected qualitative data that has given all the Cameroonians of English-speaking descent an opportunity to have their say. So I'm going to structure these remarks as follows. First, the views that I give here are not necessarily my own personal views. They are a panoramic representation of the views of the members of the West Cameroon Association. So I will begin by stating what we believe is the root cause of the problem, and then follow that through with what we believe is currently problematic, and then finally propose what we believe could be a possible viable solution to the crisis. So to begin with, after several debates and doing plenty of research, WC has come to the firm view that the root cause of the problem that is currently triggered the brutal and senseless war that is currently taking place in the English-speaking parts of Cameroon stems from the fact that when the then British Trust territory that was referred to as Southern Cameroons attained independence in a vote that was conducted at the United Nations, the people of that trust territory were given an opportunity to decide how they were going to gain their independence. It was either to join the Federated State of Nigeria or the already independent La République du Cameroun, which gained its independence on the 1st of January in 1960. So the people of that trust territory decided to vote in a plebiscite to become independent by joining the already independent state of La République du Cameroun. And as part of the actualization of that independence, the administrating authority, which was Great Britain, La République du Cameroun and Southern Cameroons had to sit down and agree the terms of how that independence was going to be actualized. And unfortunately, what remains outstanding to this day is that those terms have never actually been agreed. There have been several failed attempts, beginning with a conference that took place in Fuman in Cameroon in 1961, and all other subsequent botches that have come along, but there have never been any agreement as to how that independence was going to be actualized. That being so, there still was some kind of agreement that enabled Southern Cameroon to actualize this independence as the Federated State of West Cameroon. Unfortunately, since then, there were provisions in the Constitution that allowed for the possibility of getting rid of this federation via a referendum, which was kind of contrary to one of the other clauses in that Constitution, which was supposed to safeguard the federated nature of the two states. But that's all history. The fact of the matter is that what lies at the root of this current conflict is there is never been agreed terms as to how that independence that was voted on in the United Nations enforceable resolution to grant the people of the then trust territory of British Southern Cameroons their independence. So what we see today on the ground as a brutal armed conflict between the state actor, that is the government of Cameroon, and the non-state actors, who are those who have decided to pick up arms to fight to restore this independence that they believe has been lost, is quite problematic. The West Cameroon Association believes that the method that the government of Cameroon has chosen to resolve this matter, which is through violence, has had devastating and catastrophic humanitarian consequences on the ground. In the history of all such conflicts, there is never a victor. And there is no way of saying to the government of Cameroon to bring them to realize that. Doesn't matter how long they try this, violence will not solve this. The armed separatists will not defeat the government of Cameroon in this conflict. The consequence of this violence is a humanitarian catastrophe of significant proportions. And if this is left unchecked, the situation is likely to get worse. And the last thing I believe that the international community needs at this point is the breakup of the state of Cameroon and a destabilization of the Gulf of Guinea. This is something that has to be avoided at every possible cost. At this point, the West Cameroon Association believes that any solution that is being proposed, which is not consensual and which does not take the views of the English-speaking Cameroonians, is not likely to be successful. There is this tendency for the government of Cameroon to gift things. This is one of those situations where gifting a solution will not work. This has to be by consensual agreement with the English-speaking Cameroonians. WCA believes that only some form of meaningful autonomy that allows English-speaking Cameroonians to decide without interference from the executive who their leaders are and how they are governed and where the rule of law is supreme, stands the best chance of giving us a lasting, durable, and just settlement to this crisis, which is long overdue. And I just conclude by expressing on behalf of the West Cameroon Association our deep condolences to all those young children who lost their lives on Saturday, the 24th of October at the secondary school in Fiango in Kumba, which is situated in one of those English-speaking regions. We've seen many of these happen before. There was a situation of Ngarbo, and now this. We believe that if this situation is not arrested and arrested quickly, many more of these will follow. And as this happens, hearts will become hardened, people will become radicalized, and violence will just increase to a point where it might become intractable. So with that, I'd like once more to thank the Coalition for Dialogue and Negotiations and to hope that they can carry on with the work that they're doing. We will support all initiatives that can lead to a speedy resolution that seeks a durable and lasting settlement to this crisis that finally puts down the terms of how the people of the former British Trust Territory of Southern Cameroon, which was once the Federated State of West Cameroon, had to become independent by joining La République du Cameroon. And here is something also for La République du Cameroon. If they truly want that this should become one territory, they are signatories to the Cairo Treaty. And for these borders to be modified so that Southern Cameroons become part of one country, it is in their interest that they sit down and hammer out an agreement with the English-speaking people of Cameroon. I know negotiations cannot always be successful. In the event that a durable settlement, an agreement cannot be reached between the two parties, then the options of considering complete separation should be discussed. Our hope is that it doesn't come to that. That if that becomes what is going to bring lasting peace, then it's something that definitely should be explored. Thank you very much.
My name is Olivia Leke, and I'm from Libialem. Southern Cameroons and French Cameroon came together on the basis of a two-state federation, a form of state that was never to be changed. You cannot violate the constitution and then turn around and say that the form of the state is non-negotiable. It is not a negotiation. It is a reinstatement of the original. The logic is so simple, it is painful to see how many people have died and how many livelihoods have been destroyed over this. The bishops of Bamenda in their September 25, 2019 letter said, return to the two-state federal system and the 1961 agreement, which was the basis on which the two came together. Newspaper headlines from the 1990s show a cry for a return to the original two-state federation as the key for moving forward. Not 10 states, not 4 states, not decentralization, not special status. Those in government today, that older generation which we were taught are the wiser ones, you should be able to get it right after more than 30 years of being told this. We are waiting and hoping that wisdom and love will prevail and lead us down the path of peace. Our generation and the future generations who had nothing to do with the root causes of this crisis deserve peace, not more experimenting with ideologies that have failed for the past several decades. To the government who is against the return to a two-state federation, I ask this question: what are you afraid of? What are you afraid of that a two-state federation will do? What is it about the period from 1961 to 1972 when we existed as a two-state federation? What is it about that period that is not desirable to the average Cameroonian on the street today? People are dying. People are suffering. I believe going back to the original status quo should be the starting point for a resolution to this crisis. Thank you.
Fellow Southern Cameroonians, I greet you all. My name is Belmondo Atanga. I am an activist. I am the Secretary General of the Southern Cameroonian Ambazonia Activist Front. I speak to you today on the CDN, which is a very important conference seeking for peace and a return to normalcy in the Southern Cameroons. I want to use this opportunity to thank them for giving us this opportunity to talk to you people. We want to thank them for all their effort that they've been doing to bring peace to the Southern Cameroonian people. That said, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to tell you that the Southern Cameroonian Activist Front, like any other movement in the revolution and in the quest for the restoration of the independence of Southern Cameroon, stands with the people. It is our wish to tell you also that we also seek peace. The question remains, what type of peace do we seek? Do we seek a cosmetic peace, or do we seek for permanent peace? We seek for permanent peace. A peace that will stand for justice. A peace that will restore the dignity of the people of Southern Cameroon. And for that to happen, one thing is supposed to be done. La République du Cameroon must commit itself. La République du Cameroon, which is the occupying power, the colonizing power of the people of British Southern Cameroon, must commit itself. They must commit themselves to this peace process. And for that to happen, we all must sit on the table and discuss the root causes of this conflict. 4 years ago, my dear people, our people did not go out on the street with guns. Our people went out with peace plans. And the war saw what Mr. Paul Biya and his military did to our people, massacring them, killing them. It has come to the level where our kids have been killed. I remember Ngabo, I remember Pinyin, and presently Kumba is in our mind. Which area is going to be the next? Nobody knows. Nobody can answer that question, but only time will tell. As we seek to avoid another reoccurrence of Ngabo and Kumba, all of us must commit ourselves to bring peace to our people. The independence of British Southern Cameroon is something that this generation has decided to restore. You all know the history of this conflict. It didn't start today, it didn't start yesterday. It started when the French colonial power in Yaoundé, inspired by France, dealt a big blow to the agreement that our forebears agreed with them in Fumba. We consider them, our forebears considered them our brothers. They went to Fumba calling them our brothers. But today we are calling them as our colonizers. Dear people, British Southern Cameroon, as we go into this CDN, we plead that the resolutions of the CDN should not only resonate among British Southern Cameroonians, but that the international community should bear us witness that we are ready for dialogue, that we are ready for peace, that we are ready for our people to live as free people under the sun, but that the people who are blocking this dialogue, the people who are blocking this peace to take place is the Republic. One, because they have refused to commit themselves to all initiatives. International organizations, war powers have called for Cameroon to discuss and dialogue with the people of British Southern Cameroon. Alas, they have refused to come to the table. They have refused because they know what they're gaining. They don't want to leave the juicy Southern Cameroon. But this generation, like I said, we are going to stop this. We are going to commit ourselves, not only talking to the South, to you people in ground zero, we're also talking to every diaspora, that it is time for us to call on our leaders to unite themselves as one people, fighting for a common cause, a cause of existence, a cause which is legitimate, both in law and in history, a cause that has foundation, and a cause that we all must put our bits and pieces to make it work. Thank you so much.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute my own fair share to resolving the Anglophone crisis, call it the Southern Cameroon War, whatever. My name is Lemfon Sami from Bui Division, specifically Kumbu Town. This war is as a result of the ineffective decolonization process of the southern Cameroons in the 1960s. Growing back up in Kumbo as a youth back in the 2000s, I could feel the effect of every 1st October. Each and every time we had 1st October coming up, we'll have a good number of troops deployed around town, and you feel the tensed environment. There have been occasions where people have been shot. Now, what we have to do here is, it is simple. The United Nations can solve this. Since the warring parties have completely failed in executing a ceasefire, we're calling upon the United Nations to take charge of this and implement a ceasefire in that zone. If that ceasefire is implemented, we would successfully look forward to the United Nations delegating peace-loving countries to have the process set up for dialogue and negotiation. And when this comes to pass, the next thing will definitely be calling up of a referendum, which we believe very much will let the people decide what they want. Because we don't find any leaders coming to decide on behalf of the people. There are diverse ideas. There are those who think of federalism. There are those who think of a complete independent state. There are those who think of the special status given by the government working. But then we must let the people decide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that. We are now moving into another set of videos, and I hope you are following and taking note of what people are saying around the world about what's going on. Those are fellow Southern Cameroonians, and we are trying to gather as much views as possible. For those who are joining, this is day 2 of the Southern Cameroons Conference, virtual conference. Thank you for joining us. It's a long day. It's going to be a long day today. It was a long day yesterday. Today, same thing, because people want to be heard and heard and action taken. And as I said at the beginning, hopefully our partners, the international community, you're watching, you're listening, and you know that we are ready for negotiations, for dialogue, for ceasefire, and to make sure that life goes back to normality in Southern Cameroon. So we are going to kick off the next set of videos with none other than Agbobala, the human rights activist, promoter, one of the people who led this cry for marginalization from the get-go. He was imprisoned, released, and now he's campaigning for human rights and for the international community to take heed and listen to us. That will be followed by Bernard Galim, Yamagi Kilo, who needs no introduction. And then hopefully we will then have time for a break before we kick off the panel discussions. So thank you and see you after those speeches. Over to you, Kevin.
Good morning to the organizers of this conference. Dear participants, fellow viewers, good morning. It's an honor for me to be invited to be part of this wonderful initiative. An initiative that is set to try to see how we can discuss as Southern Cameroonians and how we can chart a course for peace, how we can find a long-lasting solution to the conflict. It is very important for each and every stakeholder to be open-minded so that we can make contributions. Some people have been described as restorationists, some as those who are federalists, and some as advocates of decentralization. One common trend is that all of us are Southern Cameroonians. We are from the former West Cameroon, so we all owe a duty to ensure that peace reigns in our region. We all owe a duty to ensure that we go back to normalcy and that justice is equally done to our people. My statement today is just to appreciate what the organizers are doing, that we should have a frank and honest discussion, and we should be able to say it the way it is, without trying to pamper anybody's ego. We should be honest with ourselves so that at the end of these discussions, we can chart a course that can be followed up so that we come out from this current logjam that we are facing. The whole concept of the stakeholder meeting is laudable.
It's 12 o'clock.
And I personally am in supportive of it. I think that in the long run we should go beyond the top and try to put effective measures in place to see how we can find a solution to what we are going through. I don't think any individual or organization has the magic wand. I think that if we put our heads together, coming up with the Ubuntu principle philosophy, I am because we are, we can collectively find a solution. And as Southern Cameroonians also, we should rise above our differences, above our various positions, above our lust for power, our ego, our pettiness, to put the interest of our people at heart. And if putting the interest of our people at heart means that we should make decisions that we might not necessarily be comfortable with, but we have to accept it because it's for the greater good. I believe that if we look at what the people are going through, the suffering, enormous suffering in the West Cameroon, in both regions, for those who are actually living in the country, you would realize that we have to protect our people, we have to put them first. It is incumbent on the various leaders and various stakeholders also to try to talk to each other, not talk across each other, to try to see how they can bury their differences for the interests of the population. We need to talk to each other. The insults, the blame game, the hate speech, the incitement of violence against each other is not helpful. We can disagree without being disagreeable. You know, you might not like somebody's opinion, but respect the person, give the person the right to say what he or she wants to say. We as Southern Cameroonians and West Cameroonians, we have a culture of democracy, of parliamentary democracy. We have a culture where people could disagree without being disagreeable, where freedom of expression was the order of the day. But we cannot be in a situation where if someone disagrees with you, you know, you want to incite violence against the person. I think that the leaders also should try to tone down their rhetoric. Their surrogates and their followers also should show respect to the various leaders of the various groupings in the Southern Cameroon. And that could be the beginning of a thaw in the tension that is existing between the various factions, so that we can move from the infighting stage to a stage where we can probably sit on a table in an intra-Anglophone conference and chart a way forward and chart a course that we can present to the international community. Thank you.
Thank you for having me today, and it's a pleasure to talk about how Southern Cameroonians should view civil society organizations, especially human rights organizations and humanitarian organizations, within the context of the current conflict between the government of Cameroon and of the Southern Cameroonian movement. First of all, it is important to make this distinction that human rights organizations and humanitarian organizations, unlike the warring parties who are looking for political power, political domination, these organizations are looking to protect the interests of the warring parties. And as Southern Cameroonian organizations have declared in the past, the interest is the protection of the masses, is the protection of Southern Cameroonians. So it's fundamental, it's necessary, it is mandatory that Southern Cameroonian organizations should work with civil society organizations to better protect the interests of these masses. So the question then arises are civil society organizations, that is human rights organizations and humanitarian organizations, enemies or allies? Fundamentally, they are enemies to human rights violators and to all those who are causing humanitarian situation on the ground. But they are partners and allies to those who are suffering on the ground. So the role of civil society should be looked in this context as a key player that seeks to provide basic necessities, food, medication, clothing, shelter, that seeks to collect necessary information, that seeks to analyze data and publish in order to influence public opinion, especially in decision-making areas, that seeks to present themselves as possible negotiators when time comes. And these different roles and others fall within the objective or the mission of the particular civil society organization. Every civil society organization has its mission, and sometimes they do not cross themselves. When you look at the fact that the situation of the conflict in the southern Cameroon has not been primarily reported by main media organizations, it's a call for concern. And this concern has some kind of indicators already. In the recent past, it's been identified that Cameroon has hired lobby firms in DC, in New York, maybe in Paris, in Ottawa, in Beijing, in London. And these lobby firms serve as conduits between the government of Cameroon and politicians in these capitals. And these politicians kind of play a role in protecting Cameroon's interest. Despite having diplomats in all of these capitals, Cameroon still hires lobby firms. That is not for nothing. It is because lobby firms play a role and influence communication. And because Cameroon is party to the conflict, Cameroon's diplomats would not necessarily be given the kind of reception or the kind of trust that lobby firms may bring. So, on the other hand, what is the power or what is that role that that Southern Cameroonians can play in order to counter what the lobby firms are doing? Should Southern Cameroonians hire lobby firms too in these capitals? Would they have the money to do that? I don't think so. So it's important that that Southern Cameroonian movements work together with civil society organizations who serve as public relations officers. We have seen them on the press. We have seen them play lobby roles in diplomatic headquarters, in diplomatic offices. Yes, they have been doing that. So it is important that Southern Cameroonians identify and accept this role as a fundamental one, and then collaborate with these civil society organizations. But then how should this collaboration take place? There are fundamental principles of collaborating with civil society organizations. The first thing is Southern Cameroonians should share available, verifiable, and credible information with these civil society organizations, such that this information is analyzed, processed, and published. And as such, the voices of the Southern Cameroonians appear in these reports. Also, it is important that Southern Cameroonians critique the reports published by civil society organizations. By critique, I mean Southern Cameroonians should look at the reports, analyze the reports vis-a-vis the data and the statistics they have, and if there is a shortcoming in the report, they should put the data, the statistics side by side, that of the organization that has published the report, and share these statistics with the organization that has published the report. This gives some credibility instead of going online and attacking these organizations. I have read a series of attacks against civil society organizations, and to me, it doesn't actually represent the image that the Southern Cameroonians are actually putting out there. So it's important that Southern Cameroonians see civil society organizations as partners, but be informed that partners and allies would not always agree with Southern Cameroonians, especially when Southern Cameroonians do what is not within the mission of the civil society organizations of these NGOs. It's fundamental at this point that Southern Cameroonians should pay critical attention to how they communicate with civil society organizations, because civil society organizations can serve as the best public relations tools that Southern Cameroonians need. We have seen civil society organizations speak in the media, speak to diplomats, speak to other civil society organizations about what is happening to Southern Cameroonians. Thank you very much for having me. It's been a pleasure.
My name is Ya Magikilo.
Sorry about that, guys. Looks like we're having some technical issues with the video that's meant to be playing. We are hoping Kevin is resolving that in the background. In the meantime, I'm just saying welcome again to everybody. After the videos, we will move into panel discussions. You wouldn't want to miss those. For very informative sessions. We'll try to get Iyamagi's video back online. I don't know if Kevin is ready. But rest assured that we are now also receiving more videos. I've put the WhatsApp number and the email address on the chat forum. So if you want to send videos, please do so. We will be playing them throughout the day, making sure that everybody's voice is heard. Okay, there you go. Thank you. Okay.
My name is Ya Magikilo. I grew up in West Cameroon in the 1960s. It was a small country where people had tremendous respect for one another. Government was decentralized and delivered quality basic services to the people. Health, education, agriculture extension, road maintenance, justice, effectively. Revenue was collected and utilized in a transparent manner. The private sector thrived because corruption was non-existent. People were honest and did not have to pay bribes. Rather, everyone contributed their talent, worked hard, and enjoyed the fruits of their efforts, knowing they got what they merited. The country's institutions thrived, and prospects for the future were incredibly positive. Arriving in Yaoundé in the 1980s, I was shocked at just how different the country was from the one I had left to study abroad. I immediately noticed the disdain that Francophones had for my people and all things Anglophone. Our language was ton Anglela. Our diplomas were cheapened as fake because too many Anglos were highly educated. We were considered fools, stupid, argumentative, because we talked about rights. Whenever there was one Francophone among 10 Anglophones, everyone made the effort to speak in French, but Anglos were never accommodated in the same manner. French was spoken everywhere and always given preference over English. Even today, their money still has no English words on it. But what got to me was the crushing bribery and corruption. The powerful cheated and bribed their way through every hurdle, shutting off opportunity to the poor and the talented. And professionals such as doctors, teachers, magistrates, administrators, and scientists were being trained into this corrupt culture. Sickening. In 2016, peaceful demonstrations by Anglophone teachers and lawyers were met with live bullets, and we all saw the mutilated dead bodies on our streets. I was horrified by the fact that not a single Francophone denounced the brutal, inhumane action of their government. Instead, as more and more heavily armed military were unleashed on our people, life continued in the rest of their country unperturbed. Southern Cameroonians were insulted by every name in the book, as armed soldiers openly set fire to entire villages, tortured students, raped women and girls, burnt old mamas in their homes, and whole communities were forced to flee into the bushes. The disdain with which Francophones saw us was now palpable. Those ambazozos will be neutralized in 3 months. These terrorists will get what they deserve. They will be wiped out in no time. These Anglo-fous, cockroaches, Anglo-con, rats, dogs. Our long-suffering people have deserved a chance to rebuild their homeland into the paradise it once was. It is no fault of ours that English is our language and our formal cultural root. Francophones have revealed to us that there is no place for Southern Cameroonians in the Republic, nor even in the Central African region. Their efforts at assimilating our people have failed and will never succeed. Despite the debilitating pain of this war, we have a unique opportunity to give hope to the next generation of Southern Cameroonians. By restoring an egalitarian meritocratic society, one where opportunity is available to every citizen prepared to make the effort, where there is promise of transparency and accountability, where all those beautiful, uniquely Southern Cameroonian values that we once enjoyed in the 60s are once again given a chance to thrive. Thank you.
Right, thank you so much for closing that section, Yamagi. So what we will do now is take a break and get ourselves ready, because we have to get the panelists ready, give them the right login credentials so that they can run the next panel discussion. I'll leave the work for that for the moderator of the panel to do all the introductions, but we are going to start with the first panel, looking at where we are, the state of the conflict and the crisis. So what we'll do is we'll take a break and start back at 11. So in just 9 minutes, in under 9 minutes. In the meantime, Kevin will play some music and then get all the panelists settled in and given the right access. So please just stay tuned, enjoy some music, and we'll be back at exactly 11 o'clock to start the panel discussion. So thank you once again for joining us today. And I hope you have a cup of coffee or something ready, because we are going to keep you entertained for quite a few hours. So see you later.
Yeah, this Rice at Home tour.
Sorry about that. I know Kevin is trying to get the video on, so just be patient with us while he tries to get the video back onto play. Thanks, Kevin. Okay, while we wait for Kevin, just to update you about the program later for the day, we have a panel starting now. There's going to be another panel at 1:30 and another panel at 3:30. And then the highlight for the end of the day will be the release of the survey results with the presentation. So please, you don't want to miss all of this. It's a lot going on, and we will still play some more speeches from the floor. So keep sending your speeches. I've put the information on here, and we are expecting to hear from more people. So we will make time and we'll make space to play those floor speeches. But keep watching. Kevin, are you ready?
Con ese Dios es perfecta, se pone fina para la leila. Trae los tacones altos para bailar. Se ve candidata de nuestra belleza latina, latina. Oh, mi universo, ella es el centro. Oh, lo dejan quieto con su movimiento. Ella ganó, ese tratamiento no tiene precio. Dale más, goza, tú sabes que aquí no es normal.
Mami, anga, no give me body causing catastrophe. Love your dancing, your hands on me. When your waist and your balance. Mami, anga, you soft and sweet. You didn't make me feel so complete. DJ turning the music up. Pretty party never stop. asking me, you're causing too much calamity. People dying, they asking me, where'd he go down for my country? La Republic no kill me, you're causing too much travesty. People dying, they want to know, when they killing gonna stop.
Gafon awanga zakre ye momo oumni anonago engongo tendine inyirike mwanginye katemetere kwakutro ayakati wa
Cameroon, 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 woman be momo, Cameroon, 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 woman be momo, Cameroon, Cameroon, be momo, Cameroon, Cameroon, woman be momo, Cameroon, Cameroon, woman be momo, Cameroon, Cameroon.
Hello, thank you and welcome back. We are going to kick off the panel sessions now. Actor Muchia, who is the moderator of the Southern Cameroon's International Town Hall platform, will be the moderator for this session. I'm just going to do some logistics and make sure that everybody is on or wired up and ready to go. Ato, are you on as a panelist?
Yes, yes, I am.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We hear you loud and clear. Is anybody here from AGOVC? Are you on? You can raise your hand or let us know you are either an attendee or on the panel. I see somebody from AGOVC State Department. Do you want to be moved into the panel room? And I know Yerima, I think you've been moved into the panel room already.
Yes.
Yes, good. So you're in the panel room. Mr. John Akuro, are you on? No, I don't think I see you, but you have our contact information. You can get to us or use the chat function. I'm checking if Ms. Vivian is on. Ms. Vivian, I don't see you, but you can send us a chat if you're online already. I'm still waiting confirmation from the person from AGOVC State Department if we should move you into the panel section. In the meantime, Ato, I will hand over to you if you want to start doing some intros and a chat with Yerima, who is already on board. But as everybody can hear, we are expecting John Akuro, Vivian Bangui, and any of the frontline leaders who have logged on. So thank you, and I'm handing over to Ato.
Thank you, Judith, for that introduction. My name again is Ato Muchia. I am the moderator of the Southern Cameroon's International Town Hall. And I will be moderating this 2-hour session of panel 1 discussion of day 2. So good morning to all of you viewers out there and our guests from the international community. Good afternoon to those on ground zero and other parts of the world. Before I give the panelists an opportunity to introduce themselves, a 1-minute round of introduction, I would like to ask all of us to observe a minute of silence in honor of our 7 children who were gunned down in Fiango, Kumba last Saturday, Black Saturday, October 24th, 2020. So a minute of silence in their honor, please. Eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon them. May they rest in peace. May their souls and the souls of all the faithful departed through the mercy of God rest in peace. Amen. So we will be together for the next 2 hours. We have plenty of time. Our topic is the state of the conflict in the southern Cameroons, as we are all aware. I would like to call on the panelists. I would go down as per my screen. The order may be different on different screens, but I will go down on my screen and ask our guest 1 minute. I didn't reach out to any of the panelists today, though I was advised by the organizers of this conference to give out a framework, we would be going by today. I didn't do that for the simple reason that I want our panelists to come and speak from their heart. I didn't want any preparation or scripting or any mindset, any bias or unbiased mindset coming in. I just wanted us to come in and have a discussion, not speeches, just a discussion. I would ask on the panelists that we respect time depending on what we are talking about. I would give each panelist equal amount of time, so each of us could have an opportunity to share this stage and talk about what we have in store today. I would also remind the panelists and our viewers and listeners that our focus today would be more on what we agree on than what we disagree on. For the simple reason that the Paul Biya Ngongo Ferdinand Giatanga regime in Yaoundé, as somebody said earlier in one of the speeches, has already done a lot of work in terms of paying lobbyists to do the disinformation and portray us as a bunch of disorganized, disunited dissidents and renegades out there, just causing confusion in the country. So that part of the work has already been done for us. We have that cut out for us. What we need to do now is to tell the world and tell our people who are looking up to what the diaspora can bring to this discourse, what we agree on and what we can work together on and how we can move this struggle forward. With that said, I would give each of the panelists today 1 minute. If you can come on camera, that would help in our discussions and so that our viewers have a better optic while watching us. As per my screen, I would start with the Vice President of the Interim Government, Mr. Dabney Yerima. 1 minute, please, to introduce yourself.
Well, thank you, Ato, and fellow Amazonians, and especially the people in Kumba. While we continue to mourn our kids, and I just want to say we are courageous people. Let us be courageous because we have a lot of work to do ahead of us, even as we mourn. Let us not give up. I'm Daphne Yerima, and I'm the Vice President of the Interim Government. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yerima. Sorry you were in and out, but we did get your name. We didn't get the organization you represent.
So I'm the Vice President of the Interim Government.
Sorry, we didn't hear you again, so you might have to work on your audio. While you do that, I'll come back to you. I'll go to, I see AGovC State Department. Is our panelist.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon, good day, good evening, whatever the time may be from your end. This is Dr. Larry Ayamba. I'm the Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs at the Ambazonia Governing Council. First of all, let me send our heartfelt condolences to our brothers and sisters that were killed recently in Kumba. Our condolences to all the families that have lost loved ones recently and since the beginning of this revolution. As far as negotiations and dialogue are concerned for looking for a resoluted settlement, some of us have been at the forefront and doing so much to come up with a platform that will be so inclusive and bringing all the different Amazonian constituent groups together. And for the first time, we did, and we got the European Institute of Peace that was sponsored by the European Union. I work for the European Commission, and we got that, and they sponsored this capacity building for negotiated settlement seminars. But because of unscrupulousness, selfishness, our egos, a group of us decided to kill that initiative and push the Swiss project ahead. We have known from the word go that the Swiss initiative was a scam. And I will say it here unapologetically.
Dr. Yamba,
yes,
sorry to interrupt you there. We just want introduction for now.
Okay.
And once we start the debate, we would get into the meat and the nitty-gritty of these conversations.
Okay,
thank you for that.
My apologies.
Next we
Sorry,
have,
I think it's because I joined late. Thank you.
Did I call it correct? Kevin? Kevin, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yes,
okay.
I am here.
Yes, please, 1 minute. We just want our panelists to introduce themselves and tell us what organization they represent.
I apologize. I'm the producer for the panel, so I'm working in the background.
Oh, sorry. Okay. All right. Thank you.
I thank you for including me.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Dennis Foretia, are you also working in the background, or are you part of the panel?
Thank you, Mr. Mucha. No, I am I'm working from the background, and
okay.
I'm looking forward to a great conversation.
I see consortium. I would take that as Mr. John Baakuro.
Yes, I think the other, Ato, just to let you know, the other two panelists we're expecting are John Baakuro and Vivian Bangui. So those are the two who are left. Okay, I was assuming that consortium means John Baakuro, but we'll wait.
Yes, he unmuted and then he muted. So I don't know if, anyway, we'll come back to them. And I see Dr. Rebecca Tinsley. Dr. Tinsley, are you there?
Oh, hello. Yes, I'm actually on your panel tomorrow.
Yes. Ato, like I said, the only two outstanding panelists are John Baakuro and Vivian Bangui.
Oh,
those are the only other two that are left.
All right. All right. So we would go ahead then and begin our discussion. So we have Dr. Larry and we have Mr. Yerima with us. So I would start with Mr. Damni. Either of you would have about 5 minutes to brief the people of Southern Cameroon on what you see positive about our struggle so far. What is it that you feel encouraged by 4 years along in our struggle? Because we want to focus on what brings us together, where we find common ground, where we can push forward. No doubt we would come back to what some of the setbacks have been. But for now, if we can start this conversation with where our positive energy lies. Mr. Dabney Yerima, you have the floor, 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Thomas.
Eric, it's Kevin Lampy with the conference.
Come in. Hello?
Yes.
Yes.
Kevin, can you mute? Kevin, can you mute, please? Kevin?
Well, the good thing about that question is I've been in the revolution for quite a long time. And as a young man growing up, I was being taught by my granddad about our revolution. So he told me that one thing he used to tell me was, you know, the history you learn in school is not the truth. And he spent time trying to tell me the truth of who really we are. And I started learning from there. But I thought the enemy used that as a means to brainwash us, not to really understand who we are. And one of the biggest thing we've achieved in this revolution is understanding who we are. And I think we've instilled this into the hearts and minds of every Ambazonian, even though it has cost us so much. But I think that is one of the biggest achievements that we've achieved in this revolution. That even a child now in Ambazonia can sing, "Hail, hail, this land of freedom." That is a big achievement. Another thing was when this uprising started, how we engaged it. I think when our people were aware, they engaged themselves. Even though in our diversity, we were able to still come together, from Skakuv, I think all of us know about that. We were able to come together and agreed that we were going to pursue this revolution as a people. And I think that is the feeling which is still in us. It's in me, it's in you, and I believe everybody who is present in this conference or those who are watching from home. All of us want a free homeland. We want to live like a people of dignity, and I think all the cases that have been put during this conference testify to the fact that we need dignity, we need respect, we need our freedoms, we need our rights to live in our own land. And I think that is the biggest achievement that we have achieved, that we are willing to free ourselves from the bondage of La République du Cameroon.
Thank you. Are you done? Sorry, I didn't know if you were out or if you were done.
Yes. No, yes.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. I would put the same question to you, Dr. Larry Ayamba. So far, 4 years along, what are you encouraged by? What does the AGOVC sit back when it tallies its yearly report 4 years into this struggle? What is it that encourages you about the struggle?
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Yes, we hear you.
Okay. I will talk only on the diplomatic aspect of it and with what I would call gunboat diplomacy. I'm so proud that the world is now listening to Ambazonians. Ambazonians have successfully put the Ambazonian question to the international scene. The international community and the UN system, including other international partners, so far plus Senate's parliamentary sittings, the EU, the African Union, the Commonwealth, they now talk about Ambazonia. But before, we will knock their doors and nobody listen to us. We got the European Union, the European Parliament to issue a resolution. The US Senate issued a resolution, and you can see it for yourself. The only lame dog, which I'm not surprised because they are made up of the same bunch of people, the African Union, they are not saying anything. I went there, I worked there for 2 years, and I know who they are. The other aspect of it is Ambazonians have put the boots on the ground, and that's what I call the gunboat diplomacy. The more we increase our firepower on ground zero, the world listens. I was in a meeting that was facilitated by one country, hosted by another country, with the Swiss Federal Department of Foreign Affairs. And I told them, the way it stands when we say shoot, you squad. And if, for example, the International Red Cross want a safe passage to deliver humanitarian aid to our IDPs and the refugees, I will make 1, 2 phone, 3 phone calls max, and the guns will go there for them to go in and deliver their humanitarian services to the people. So now they come to us. They ask, we control territory on ground zero, and they come to us, they listen to us, they ask for permission of Ambazonians because they know La Republique military cannot protect them. And they ask us permission, and we grant them permission to go and give our people the humanitarian aid that they need. So, to an extent, we have succeeded, and I'm proud that today I can see people seeing me, my colleagues at the Commission, at the European Commission, European Union. Oh, we heard this is happening in Cameroon. Oh, we heard this is happening in Ambazonia. What is the difference between Southern Cameroon, Ambazonia, and La République de Cameroon? So it's getting a lot of traction, and I'm glad that so far we've gotten to that stage. I hear.
Thank you very much. Mr. John Bakuro, if you're there, just signal us, turn on your camera, and we'll get you involved in our debate. While we wait for Mr. John Bakuro of the consortium, I want to tie in what Mr.
I am right here.
Okay, can you turn on your camera, please?
You turned it off, so I can't turn it on. So I can't turn it on.
Oh, okay, that's the control room. Okay, there you go. They have you back on. Before you came in, we gave each of our panelists a minute to introduce themselves and what organization they work or they belong to, so that our viewers and followers, especially those of the international community, would have a reference. So we would give you that 1 minute, and I would ask you the same question before going to the next question and tying in what Dr. Larry Ayamba and Mr. Yerima have just said. So Mr. John Bakuro, you have the floor. Just 1 minute to introduce yourself and your organization.
Thank you very much. As you already pointed out, my name is John Bakuro. I am the president of the consortium. That's what most know as the Cameroon Anglophone Civil Society Consortium, which was renamed the Southern Cameroon Civil Society Consortium. That was after October 1, 2017, when we declared our independence restored. And so we felt that we shouldn't continue carrying the name Anglophone in our appellation. I'm a journalist by profession, a trained diplomat. I am also a member of several civil society organizations at the international level. I'm a member of the International Bureau of the Commonwealth Journalists Association International, the Secretary General of the Commonwealth Journalists Association Cameroon. I actually have been a in the trenches for the Southern Cameroon's cause for so many years, for really so many years. Of course, you are aware that once you are born in Southern Cameroons and you are a Southern Cameroonians, even from from birth in that triangle, your struggles begin. And so I have been in the struggle for a very long time, and I've witnessed the kind of demeaning and dehumanizing treatment dished out to our people firsthand for serving with the Cameroon Radio Television, the CRTV, for 19 years, and for also serving at the prime of my debut with the public service as the pioneer divisional delegate for communication in Kupeng Wanenguba. That was in 1999. And so I think that's the much I can say about myself. Well, perhaps I add that I'm, that I've a multiple award winner at international level for my investigative journalism work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Akuro. Before I go on to the next question, I would also give you 5 minutes. What I asked our other guests before you came on was just give us in a capsule what it is. We are trying to focus on the positive. La République is doing a good job out there trying to paint us in the negative light. In the positive, what is it 4 years along that you are really encouraged by as you look at this revolution? Just give us in a nutshell what it is that encourages you.
Thank you. The first and most important thing you should note is that La République du Cameroon itself, while battling so hard to paint us negative, to tell the world that we're terrorists and all of those things, by their very acts and by the hard work that we have put in, showing those acts to the world, exposing all of those things to the world. That is why until today, the world has refused to accept that tag on us that we are terrorists. We have seen numerous things that they have done to try and fool the world that we were authors of those things. And I'm very delighted and proud that with little means and a little exposure, we, the Southern Cameroonians, have been able to impulse a serious campaign, be it on social media, on other forms of media, since we've not been able to have a lot of access to very powerful international media, but we've used all the avenues that we could have to be able to make the world know that these things are done by the enemy and planted on us. And I like to say this. Success, I think we have been very successful, especially at the consortium, in bringing the world to understand that the voices of people like us from the civil society that kept saying we don't need to make recourse to arms, that kept saying we don't have to pick up any arms. I know that you all recall the massive campaign in 2017, for the most part of 2017, even gliding right into 2018, that we told protesters when you go out to protest, don't carry stones, don't carry even rubber guns, not even the giant catapult that we saw at one point. We say, shelve it. We say the only thing you should hold in your hands should be peace plans. And you saw that massive mobilization on September 22, 2017. We did a lot of networking, used all the civil society organizations that are affiliated to the consortium and that are operating on the ground. Of course, I know you are aware that the consortium is a platform, a collaborative platform of locally based civil society organizations and trade unions operating in the Southern Cameroons. With that networking, you saw we're able to bring out, millions of Southern Cameroonians onto the streets, all carrying only peace plans. That translated a clear message to the world that there is that strong voice still urging that we don't need to make recourse to arms. Right up to that point, no one ever picked arms. But our voices, unfortunately, have been drowned by the numerous atrocities perpetrated by La République du Cameroon on our people. You see for yourself that October 22, that September 22, our people came out just with peace plans, but they were killed with helicopter gunships from above. On the 1st of October, we repeated the same call. Don't carry any arms. Don't carry even sticks. Carry nothing, not even stones. And if you see soldiers, police, and all whatnot, sit on the ground or put your hands on your head. So they know that you are simply exercising your internationally recognized right to demonstrate, to express disappointment, to express the desire for self-determination. But again, what did they do on the 1st of October? They unleashed the entire military might until it got to a point where the people were choking. And so the people got into their bedrooms, carried their den guns, because we also made the world to understand that in the southern Cameroons, people keep den guns mostly for, for funeral rites and all of those things.
Yes.
People were forced to make recourse to them to go out there and defend themselves. I think networking has been really, really wonderful. The consortium has tried a lot to also try and bring the various movements, groups, and organizations together so that we could be able to speak with one voice and make the world understand us better. From the Washington Collaborative Conference that we impulsed, which unfortunately got botched, again, right through the AGC, that the ASCPC, which we lended our voice to and, pushed so seriously until it led to the creation of the LCLC, which unfortunately got dinged by when the Swiss initiative was ushered in, and all of those things. I think that today, more than ever before, we have succeeded in carrying out a kind of silent diplomatic push that we continue until today to, expound. The consortium is consulted widely by a lot of international bodies to get our opinion. So I think that today the state of our revolution is good.
Okay, thank you, John. Let us respect our time limits and try to make our answers more concise so that people don't lose us along the way. I want to tie into what all three of you have said. Mr. Yerima opened by saying he was encouraged, the interim government was encouraged by our youths back home who have recognized and sing the anthem and have this patriotic spirit building in them. Dr. Larry is encouraged by what they have done on the diplomatic front. And Mr. John Baakuro is encouraged by the unity which the consortium has brought and the systematic way in which our people have conducted themselves, beginning with the peace plans until when they were pushed to the war by La République gunships and killing, that they had to resort to self-defense, which is a legitimate internationally recognized right. Now, I want to come back to all that. 4 years along, where in this does the voice of the ordinary Southern Cameroonian, the mammy in the village, the papa who is a palm wine tapper, the Bensikin man, the farmer, the carpenter, the tailor, the whatever they do, the ordinary person we saw when BBC gave his coffin speech, those people who came out in the streets in Bamenda on that fateful day, where in your calculus are those voices today? Because there is a sense that the frontline leaders have taken this thing and are running with it, and the voices of the people are not in the equation. I always like to go back to what Professor Lumumba said at one of the town halls when he gave Southern Cameroonians 10 points on which to guide our struggle. And one of them was, we should always ask ourselves, are the people with you? Those are one of the most critical questions to answer in a revolution. I want to go back to you, Mr. Yerima. 4 years along, where in the equation of the IG are the voices of the people? Could you give us like empirical hard facts of where the voices of the people are when you make decisions in leading the struggle forward?
I think the people is what drives us to do the work we do for them. Without the people, then we will not exist. So it's the people's revolution. But the thing is, we have that challenge to lead the revolution. And our people have sacrificed enormously. Those ones you call the Bayam Selams, the Ben Sikiner, as they call themselves, even the teachers, the lawyers, they've suffered a lot. All of us have suffered in one way or the other as a result of this revolution. And those of us who are in the diaspora, we are connected, our people, on ground zero. And I believe that the IG, every decision that we take into consideration the people. Because of the people that we are leading this revolution. We are at war. And the people on ground zero suffers enormously. We have about 1 million people who are IDPs. We have those who are refugees in Nigeria, Ghana, and it's our responsibility to take care of these people. And that is what we do. We have our prisoners in jail. We take care of them in jail. So while we also continue with our advocacy and diplomacy. So the voices of our people, even though they are ground zero, they're being heard internationally.
Let me get my question again. We want specific hard facts on, for example, channels, representation. We know that yes, you act on behalf of the people. Mm-hmm. But do you have channels where the people, where decisions you make are actually contributions coming from the people, as opposed to you acting on behalf of the people, probably without consultation with the people? I guess that's the question for this round.
That I act without consultation of the people?
No, that is, are there actual hard channels where the people contribute in the decision making of what the interim government does? That's correct.
We are open. We have people on ground zero who gives us information. That one I cannot expose here.
Obviously.
We have also we have representatives around the world who also give us their impression. Sometimes we have meetings with them and they tell us about the things which are not going well in the revolution. And then we can see how we can adapt. If you don't have these people, then it's like you're doing a one-month show. And that is not, that's not the fact. So we have country representatives all over the world. They contribute. We have the Transitional Restoration Council, which is like the parliament. So they call me to order. I cannot just take a decision, without consulting them. Or even if we want to bring in somebody into sensitive responsibilities in the interim government, we must make sure that that person is vetted, and we make sure that that person is really fighting for the revolution. Because we know that there are lots of enablers who are in our revolution right now. So we need to be very careful. So there are all these different channels that we work with. Even in the refugee camps, we have representatives there who feed us with information about the situation there. And it causes us to act, take action. So there are all these channels that we work with in order to make sure that there is a smooth running of the interim government, and the people are put first. So it's more about the people.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Yerima. Dr. Larry Ayamba, I'll come back to you because in your opening remarks, you emphasized what the AGOVC was doing on the diplomatic front. And the diplomatic front deals with foreign entities. I know you said you guys also control passages on the ground. Where do the people, the ordinary civilians who are neither here nor there, because they have to struggle with their daily lives to survive in the middle of this chaos, the mothers have to go to the farm. Their primary responsibility is to feed their children. It's not that they don't have an opinion, it's not that they don't have a stake, but they also have this urgent responsibility of putting food on the table in the families, the men who have to go out. Where in the AGOVC do these people fit in the calculus of between what you sell to the international diplomacy on the side of diplomacy and the passages you control? Where do these people come in? Are they consulted? Do they have a channel? What amount of support do they lend to what you do? Unmute yourself, please.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, once more. The egg of C remains one of the most organized revolutionary movement in this struggle. And we have our roots. Our roots are very deep on ground zero. From Dadi, when everything started, we have galvanized the grassroots support from day one. And when I say we control territory, yes, we control territory. And controlling territory means we, the egg of C and its sister forces and the ADF have a lot of responsibility. And those responsibility are, I'll talk with some reservations, because I know that we are trying to look for a solution, but you don't expose yourself outside.
Absolutely.
It's a public forum. We have galvanized a lot of support from our different communities. We have community schools set up. We have community hospitals going on in ground zero in the areas that we control. We pay the teachers, we pay the nurses, we buy the medications. We produce, for example, COVID-19 is there. We have supplied them with PPEs to protect themselves. If you don't have a good network on the ground, you can't do all those things. When the constituent groups and especially egg of C calls for boycotts, stay at home orders, it is implemented 100%. If there are blockage, it is implemented 100%. The different blocks and neighborhoods take care of themselves, and we provide them supplies, the necessary supplies, and the humanitarian assistance, including medical assistance. I just talked about community support and medical support. There is also, we depend on them when it comes to intelligence gathering. Our people in ground zero and the communities and the different blocks in ground zero, we gather a lot of intelligence from them that is passed to the different, to the ADF and its sister forces. We are a lot on the ground. For example, we lost our soldiers. There's a lot to do. We lost our soldiers. We have to go pay condolence visit to the families of the bereaved, to those who have lost their loved ones. We have to organize funerals. We have to buy coffins. We have to at least make sure that we sympathize with the families. There's a lot of stuff we do and which we gain because our principle is based on block by block, neighborhood by neighborhood. And we have solidified that on ground zero, and we work finger and nail with ground zero, and they keep providing us the information whenever we need the information. We are also, before I land, excuse me.
Yep.
The egg of C and the ADF have been involved in a lot of community mobilization and conflict resolutions. There has been a lot of conflicts that have been instituted by other groups because they see the ADF or they see the egg of C as their enemy rather than La République or the Bees, they have been infighting. And the AGOFC has a community mobilization team that goes in, have meetings with chiefs, have meetings with different community leaders, elders, and to resolve those conflicts. A lot of those conflicts have been solved, whereas it would have resulted to Ambazonians killing Ambazonians. But we are glad that because we have all those network on ground zero, a lot of bloodshed has been averted. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ayamba. What I'm trying to do here is to give every organization an opportunity to introduce themselves and say what they are doing with the people. And the second hour, we would now pivot to where you guys who are frontline leaders are now working together as a common people. And when we get there, we would now try to tie in all these different facets of what you guys are doing. Mrs. Vivian Mbanwe has joined us. She's one of the panelists in this discussion. Ms. Vivian, I would ask you to take a minute and introduce yourself, the organization you represent, and what you do, and tell us in a nutshell what you take in as positive so far in this revolution. We want to bring you up to speed. I don't know if you've been listening to us before joining us. You have the floor. Then, John, I'll come back to you. Can you unmute yourself? Thank you.
Okay, good morning. Good morning, all the comrades on the panel and the observers. I can tell there are some people observing, and good morning, Mr. Moderator. My name is Vivian Mbangui. I'm the chairperson of the BSCRF, that's the British Southern Cameroon's Resistance Forces. We are a defense force on the ground, I guess the biggest defense force in Amazonia. And so I represent that group in the diaspora, and the group, the defense force, is led on the ground by General Aroke. I guess most of us, we know him. So I'm out here in America representing the group. What I can say about the BSCRF is that we have one principle and we have one goal: to defend the flag of Ambazonia and to defend the land of Ambazonia and to defend the people of Ambazonia. Leadership will follow when Ambazonia is free. For now, it is all about the defense and protecting our people and making sure that all the soldiers are safe and that whatever they do in prosecuting this war that Paul Biya declared on the Ambazonian people on the 30th of November of 2017, that they fight and defend that homeland following the code of conduct of war. And so our soldiers are well disciplined. The general, as we all know, is very educated, so he can properly implement the code of conduct and teach them and make sure that all the rules are being followed, because we know that after the war, people will be held responsible for acts that they commit during this period. And so we try to stay in sync. We stay in sync with our local population, because the reason we are in war is because we have to protect these people, our civilians, and we are fighting to defend our civilians, the local population, the people of Ambazonia. So the diaspora and ground zero, they work hand in hand. We don't impose on the soldiers. We discuss and we agree on what we have to do, things that we cannot talk about on here. And I'm just trying to show you how we operate. And we make sure that there are no conflicts on the ground. We all know that the community schools, the BSCRF actually is a group that initiated community schools on ground zero, because we thought that it was necessary that our children have some kind of education. Schooling is not necessarily education, So we had to figure out real quick, because we know that the war is going to take a little bit of time. We are in for 4 years already. We might be in for another 2-3 years. We're hoping that it goes faster than this, that all the people who were present yesterday, the international communities and the listeners, everybody, that they will come together and make sure that this war comes to a reasonable conclusion as fast as possible. But if it doesn't, our goal was we cannot keep these children uneducated. Otherwise, we'll end up with a population that might become a problem to the people of Ambazonia when the war is over. So we took that initiative to start up community schools that are being run and managed by the locals, PTA teachers, the ground zero, as we call them. They also contribute to the war. To facilitate stuff. It's not just a diaspora. So they provide what is needed. They volunteer to do certain things that, of course, I don't want to say it in here, but they do a lot on the ground. And so, the soldiers, they work with the community to make sure that there is a smooth running, there is safety. They know, it's guerrilla warfare. I can say today we are talking about guerrilla in the Android generation, but actually what the BSCRF does, we try to implement the guerrilla tactics in persecuting this war. So in that light, our community are very, very in sync with our soldiers. They know what we are doing. They know when the signals that we give when we want them to be out of the way, so that if something is going on. So we do that, and we work with local, we kind of run little, I'll call them dispensaries, as we call them back home, because the main hospitals now is like a death trap. If you go there, you're going there to die. Even the civilians, when they go there, they're going there to die. So we kind of set up mobile clinics where we can help treat our soldiers or treat the civilians if need be. And what else can I say that we do?
Well, we'll come back to you, Ms. Vivian. Thank you for that. I would take from this that all of you who are frontline leaders in one way or the other are in communication and have the ear of the people on ground zero. You all do various activities that involve the people and involve feedback from the people, whether it's defending them, whether it's organizing them, whether it's supporting them, including the displaced people, the refugees, the internally displaced, or whether it's if it's taking the message of what's going on to the international community, which is good. We will pivot now to how all of you frontline leaders bring your efforts together, which is what I think is the crux of this panel discussion today. Collaboration. We have all heard the general positions of your groups, and we can all agree as Southern Cameroonians on certain basic human principles. We all want an end to the violence. We all want peace to return. We all want self-determination, however that is going to be defined. We all want our children to go to school. We all want to be recognized as people who are at war in self-defense and not at war through aggression. Paul Biya declared this war on November 30th, 2017. So we have made the world understand that, and the world has refused to tag us as terrorists, despite all the efforts of La République and their lobbyists. A lot of money spent on lobbyists at every level, to the United Nations, to leaders, major leaders of major countries in the world. All that has failed. This part, now that we all know your general premise, is how do you guys bring all that together? The people of Southern Cameroon have heard a lot of theory. We are collaborating, we talk about, we consult, we make phone calls. What we want in this panel today are empirical, hard facts, where you can point to what you have actually done and the people have a reference. We don't just want rhetoric. We want empirical evidence of what you do to collaborate. We will give each speaker 5 minutes to tell us what they and their organizations are doing. What is the consortium doing with the British Southern Cameroon's resistance forces, or with the AGOVC, or with the interim government, or with any other organization, that you can point milestones over the past 4 years up to today, or any future plans you have, specific milestones. I would start with you, Mr. John Bakuru of the consortium. Please, 5 minutes.
Yes,
Tell
I
us
think,
your collaborative efforts.
Yeah, I think before I respond to this, there's a question you had asked us, and you were getting to the consortium to respond with respect to, you know, how much attention we are paying to the people on the ground. And I think it's fundamental for me to address that, because that is a very important aspect, you know, as far as the consortium is concerned. I like to say that, first of all, the consortium is basically a grassroots organization. It's a grassroots platform. When I even call it an organization, is by error. It's a movement. It's a grassroots movement. All our affiliated structures are on ground zero, are on the ground. The trade unions, the civil society organizations, they all operate on ground zero. And so in terms of participation, yes, we have a very strong channel by which we make sure that the people on the ground are along with us as far as this movement is concerned. You will recall that the consortium birthed this phase of the struggle in 2016. Before that was done, we had to do massive mobilization. We sent representatives of all our groups, organizations, trade unions, to all the nooks and crannies of the Southern Cameroons to sensitize the people. That is why you noticed that before we really got to the point where we were telling the government, we would take this decision if you don't do this, we were assured that we had the people with us. That's why you noticed that without troops, without forces, without arms and everything, on the 9th of January, 2017, the consortium all by itself was able to tell Southern Cameroonians, stay at home, lock your houses, shut down your businesses, and that was done. We were able to tell the people, close down the courts, close down the schools in protest because we want this or that thing to be done. Without force, without anything, the people obeyed. That is because the whole thing, we developed a bottom-top approach, a system where we listen to the people and then we do exactly what the people want. That specific system is still in place until today. And one other thing that we've been doing so far, and with a lot of success, is networking on the ground, especially to guarantee the safety of the civilian population, because that is our number one role. As a group that is not involved with arms and all of those things, our concern is how those that carry arms treat the local population. And so we have relay organizations and we have teams of people who move from community to community all the time, trying to see how to get those that carry arms, create safe passage for our people who want to cultivate crops, to go to the farms without being afraid of any form of harassment or anything, and also having the assurance that if at all the enemy were invading, the boys will do everything at least to notify them so they can find, you know, avenues to kind of seek safety. And so we have been able to create all those kind of corridors, because at one point it was virtually clear that La République du Cameroon was doing everything to create artificial famine in southern Cameroon, so that the people would turn against their own movement. With all of this networking, with teams going from locality to locality, community to community, sensitizing those carrying arms on the importance of ensuring that we continue to have farmers cultivate crops and all of those things, we have been able to solve that very serious teething problem. Another thing that we are also doing is we also work in collaboration with most of those carrying arms, basically advocating before them most of the time, like you heard Mr. Ayamba say, like you heard Vivian point out, to make sure that we transmit the messages from the various relief organizations to the various armed groups to say people have to pass around with supplies to deliver to IDPs who are in the forests, to get those medics, because we also have arrangements with a lot of hospitals and with a lot of nurses who do freelance services with our IDPs in the forests, in the places where they are, helping women with midwife services as they deliver their children in the various bushes. These are activities that we do in tandem with the people. And so a lot of the times, you also heard from Comrade Yerima, most of the other organizations like the IG, the AGOVC, the SCNC, and all others do get in touch with us to be the liaison structure, linking every other person together to see how, in collaboration and in tandem, we are able to take decisions taking into consideration the wishes and aspirations of the people on the ground. We carry out a massive consultations and provide this information handily. And again, with COVID, what we did was, in collaboration with all the other movements, we had the possibility to send teams from village to village, community to community, to train the local population on how to produce their own masks. So that, because knowing that they will not have access to the urban centers where they will get masks imported from abroad to protect themselves against COVID, or getting hand sanitizers, we also got teams that taught them on the spot how to produce local hand sanitizers that they used to protect themselves. So what we also did is we've put in place a good information network that makes it possible for one community to notify the other that there is an invasion force and they are likely to burn houses. So if you have very important things to take from your house, do. So these people operate this network like seriously to help people. And then in the refugee communities, like in Nigeria, we have most of our leaders who are also in exile in Nigeria, living inside the refugee communities. So a good lot of them do coordination work, do relay and all whatnot to distribute the relief supplies that we are able to get from left to right. So this was to answer the previous question. I think.
Well, in that, I think you've told us
to the other aspect after.
I think you've also included collaborative work you do, which is what this round of questions is about. I would also ask Mr. Yerima the same questions. We really want to know milestones. I think if the people are able to get milestone collaboration work to say, okay, this is what we did together, this is what we did together, it builds the confidence and it solidifies and crystallizes a lot of the words of collaboration, though some are now trying to make it a dirty word. We know it's what we need in this struggle. So, Mr. Yerima, could you point to hard milestone collaborative work the interim government has done with the other organizations out there in terms of moving our struggle forward?
Well, yes, we've done a lot of collaborative work because when I was called to this responsibility, I took time to consult our people to know how to proceed with my responsibility. And one thing which came out very clear was that you needed to collaborate with other leaders. And what was paramount was make sure you try to collaborate with AGOVC. And I took that responsibility and I reached out to AGOVC. We reached out to Consortium. And I believe that during the COVID pandemic, so we came out. We came out as leaders together, and we also made sure that we educated our people, especially on ground zero, in the refugee camps, and also even in the prisons, on how to handle themselves with regards to this pandemic. The vision we have in the interim government is we represent the people of Ambazonia, and we are open to working with every Ambazonian of good standing and who has the right mindset for a revolution. There are other collaborative work we've done on ground zero, especially with other groups that we had to maybe supply certain materials to them, which I cannot really specify here. We've done a lot of that because we look at Amazonia as Amazonia. So we don't look at ourselves in terms of groups. And that is why it was very necessary for us to reach out to other leaders. We are working, especially with consortium. We do a lot of consultations as to certain decisions we have to make on ground zero, and even reach out to other groups that maybe they may be against our collaboration, because we believe that it is very important and vital for us to always, speak one voice, because there are many, many areas that we can collaborate in. We are collaborating in defense. We are collaborating in humanitarian work. We are collaborating in diplomacy and advocacy. There are meetings, high-level meetings that we've attended with AGOVC and consortium. So, but these meetings are discreet. So we cannot come out and say, okay, we are attending this kind of meetings. We don't do that, or give details about those meetings. But we do these things together. And it is because we understand that when we do things together, we are more powerful. Look like the case of October 1st, when we accepted to work in collaboration with DAG and other groups in the revolution to do the celebration on ground zero. That was very successful, and everybody was happy about it. And we have that intention to broaden our level of collaboration with people who really have a heart for this revolution, who really wants to be free. People who have given their lives like us for this revolution, because anything can happen to all of us anywhere. Now, I've had threats here. They send me, pictures of how they were going to come kill me. I know it can happen to me anytime. But one thing I will not do is betray this revolution. And the right thing to do is to open up to all Amazonians to come together and let's work together. Nobody can do this alone. No, not one. All of us, when we come together, will do it responsibly and be accountable to our people.
Thank you. Thank you. I would ask the same question to Dr. Larry Ayamba, but with a little twist. If you're still there. Dr. Larry, are you there?
I'm right here.
Yes, I would ask you the same question about collaboration, but I'm also seeing stuff popping up in the chat. And one of the twists in the same question to you, but a variance of it, is the AGOVC has this reputation of having pulled out of certain, just like Mr. Yerima said, like the 1st of October celebrations where over 20 CSO and NGOs came together, a number of political organizations like the IGK, the interim government, the consortium came in. Our boys on the ground were part of it, but at the last minute, the AGOVC pulled out of the community planning, at least, and held their own celebration. This is something which is popping up in the chats. So that's why I said your question has a variance until I read somebody's concern. So how is the AGOVC working in tandem with other organizations? What is the collaborative spirit, and why this pull out on a couple of organizations, on a couple of occasions in the past, when all the other groups almost, as I said, have come together to do one thing? If you could answer us in 5 minutes. Because what we are trying to do here is show the international community that BIA has tried to give this false narrative that we cannot come together, we are dysfunctional, we are disunited. So if you could answer in that context.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Collaboration varies. What are you collaborating in? There were some disparity with October 1. And in order not to disorganize the entire preparation, there were certain disagreements. It was not on the organization because the organizations were very perfect and we all saw it on ground zero. The disagreements that transpired and which forced the AGOC to pull out without jeopardizing the collaboration was little or nothing. It was preferable for AGOC. It's just like you are at home with your brother. You guys can disagree to agree, and you pull out quietly, let the work continue with those who are eager to take it from there. The foundation was laid down from scratch, and at the 11th hour, something happened, and people decided to pull back. That was no problem. We all saw October 1 was even more successful, and I want to thank the different constituent groups, the different defense organizations. Iron Lady Mama V, thanks a lot. Let me use this opportunity to salute your generals in the British Southern Cameroon forces for a job well done, and just as the other forces for a job well done during October 1. So you see, there were those agreements. You have to pull out without affecting the others. Okay, that's one of the things. I know the other thing you want to come to say is the next one will be the Swiss. We pulled out of the Swiss. Yes, I did. We did. We pulled out of the Swiss. It was bullshit. It was, we were going to sell Ambazonians' quest for unconditional restoration of independence and statehood of our people. Quote me and let me say it here today. Anybody who is listening, the international community is listening, and international observers are listening. The Swiss had never been given any mandate to mediate or to look for a resoluted settlement in this conflict. Not from the United Nations, not from anybody. And even if we had gone into the negotiations and come out with resolutions, arrived at a negotiated settlement, it would never have been implemented. We asked them tough questions. Countries tried and broker facilitated meetings with us. We have to fly from one country and another country, accepted to host, and we attended, and we put concerns on the ground. These are our concerns. The Swiss Federal Department of Foreign Affairs, we were not talking with HD. HD was out of the question. The first thing HD came to us, please, Ambazonian, listen to me. The first thing HD came to us and told us was that they have been mandated by La République to come and talk about decentralization. Quote me, I said it. That was the first thing, and we told them, what the heck are you talking about? Get the hell out of here. And we are not talking to you, HD. We never spoke to them. The Swiss Federal Department of Foreign Affairs got involved. I wrote to the Minister of Foreign Affairs long before the HD issue even came up. And this guy vehemently and hypocritically did not address any of the issues I raised in as my concerns. We will not go and sit with the Swiss without them answering our concerns. 12 concerns. None of them were answered. When the senior mediator, Bachelet, was appointed, I wrote congratulating him. We raised three many important concerns. These guys are taking us for fools. They didn't answer us. And they want us to go and sit with them and discuss what? Negotiation? Negotiate what? With who? The Swiss are protecting their interests. And those our brothers and sisters who have been running to Switzerland, I have told them, the time is coming when all of us will be called to give an account of our stewardship to the Amazonian people, and some of us will pay dearly. That's the truth. Just as others have said, nobody can toss me around. Listen, it's my life or Amazonia. People should take that and have it in their mind. So the train has left the station. We will collaborate with other groups, with other constituent groups, just like we did when we organized the capacity building and capacity building for a negotiated settlement, which was sponsored by 100% by the European Institute of Peace. We invited 15 different constituent groups, and they attended in Brussels. And for the first time, there was a press statement that is still sitting at the desk of the UN Secretary General. And that document is what we have been using until today to tell the international community, the international partners, that Amazonia is ready for a negotiated settlement. But we are not going to mortgage. We are not going to mortgage what we have gone through. The pains in Amazonia, it's so too much that we will mortgage it for anything. If people are not ready, get out of the way, and we will sit down and form a coalition of the willing to go in the moving train. If you like to join, join. If not, you get lost in the forest. I hear.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ayamba. I think on the issue of the Swiss, there is collaboration there. I think Southern Cameroonians from the four corners of the world passed a resolution last September at the town hall. It was issued. It was carried in medias back home. I think the majority of Southern Cameroonians have repudiated the HD and the Swiss talk. So I think there we can tell the world that we are working together, but for a few who, for whatever reason, continue.
You are working together on what?
I said that Southern Cameroonians have repudiated the Swiss talks, except for a few who are still hanging on to it for whatever reason, but that is not our concern. So when it comes to the Swiss, yes, there is collaboration by the majority, and we don't recognize that as anything going on. I will come to you, Ms. Vivian, since you are the chair of one of the main forces on the ground, and I will talk about collaboration. A lot of people have been concerned as to why there isn't this deep, and I know it's happening, I know it's building, but what is making it so hard for our boys to come together as a single force? A lot of them I know are being controlled and manipulated by individuals in the diaspora, but you as a chair lady, when you speak to the other diasporan leaders or supporters of these movements, what are some of the roadblocks you run into in terms of bringing our guys under one umbrella as Southern Cameroonians fighting for the flag and the land?
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm sorry, I have a cough, but I haven't been well, but I have to be on this show anyways. Well, Ground Zero, the defense forces, they are, I think at this point, they're doing the best they can to keep safe. The main issue that I can say that has been going on is a question of their safety and trust. There have been a lot of betrayal, especially from the diaspora, influence from the diaspora that has led to the death of a lot of soldiers. Most of which, we know that our revolution has been infiltrated by, I'll call it, the enemy. And so there's a lot of betrayal going on. And so there is that there is that concern about with the soldiers mingling and doing the kind of collaboration that you guys are talking about. But I would say that as somebody who is involved in defense, the collaboration in terms of defense doesn't have to be the hawk me, hawk you. We're dealing with people who are under tremendous stress, who are carrying weapons, and who don't know who is who, you know. And so collaboration to us is about sharing intelligence, sharing material, collaborating in fundraising, and stuff like that, which we have been doing kind of. But I will not sit here and twist my tongue to say it has been all rosary. It hasn't, and it shouldn't be, because we are at war. There's a lot of things that come into consideration, and I really, really have to trust you to deal with you, especially if I know the boys are carrying weapons. There has to be some kind of trust between these groups. And you do everything to protect the soldiers, because one soldier that falls is one too many. And for me, the main issue has been the diaspora. The leadership in the diaspora, they need to sit down our high horses. Not sitting down our high horses doesn't mean that you slack down on what you have to do. You still have to have a grip on what you are doing. You still have to be determined to protect the soldiers and make sure that they fight for what is rightfully ours. But we have to know that the leadership in the diaspora, if you don't work with the leadership on ground zero, we are going to be fighting a war in the diaspora, and the ground is going to lax out. And if ground zero doesn't hold it together, we'll be talking to ourselves in the diaspora. So we really need to get this collaboration thing together, be truthful to ourselves, and look at the bigger picture, okay? That's how I see it. So I really don't want to sit here and say, oh, we're doing everything. We've done a little. And step by step, I guess, if we all come to this panel, we come to the table in all honesty, knowing that it's not about us. I'm not interested. I don't have to be the leader of Ambazonia. I don't have to be the one. The BSCRF doesn't have to be the one to liberate Ambazonia, but they have to work in collaboration with the other groups to make sure that Ambazonia is liberated. So it is not about a brand. It's about the soldiers defending Ambazonia. We are not interested in creating a brand called the BSCRF. We are interested in defending and liberating Ambazonia. So I say it, and we say it all the time. When I say I am speaking on behalf of the BSCRF, we are willing and ready to work with honest people. If you are dishonest, it's not going to work, because life doesn't have a duplicate. Those boys carrying the weapon, if anything happened, those are people, if they die, they're gone. They're not like computers that can get broken and we fix it. Once they are dead, they are gone. So we are willing to collaborate where any group is willing and honest to collaborate. If we realize that you're a dishonest person, it's not going to work out, we'll do the little that we can, and we keep pushing. So the problem to me about the leadership and collaboration is that let's be honest to ourselves, okay? Let us be honest to ourselves. If we have to collaborate, you figure out at what point, at what corner, what angle do you want to collaborate? What exactly do you want to do? Those soldiers on the ground are very willing and ready to collaborate, but it is our responsibility to protect them. It is our responsibility to give them the honest advice. I can't tell General Aruke, do this or do that. I have to discuss with him, because he is the one on the ground that's facing the bullet, and he understands the terrain and what exactly needs to be done. So we work like a team. We don't work like a leader. You don't lead from the diaspora. I say it all the time. If you want to be the leader, you take yourself to ground zero and be the leader. So we collaborate with them and make sure that they do what they have to do. My job, I see myself like, what do I have? What exactly is my responsibility to speak to the international community on their behalf, which is something that we've been doing thoroughly. On their behalf, whatever they need from us, we give it to them. What else do we need to do? Raise funds for them to do what they have to do. So it is about the collaboration between the diaspora and ground zero. It's not about the leadership. Leadership cannot sit comfortably in the diaspora and just dictate what has to be done. We have to collaborate. If we don't collaborate with ground zero, we'll be talking to ourselves over and over in the diaspora. And to talk successfully, if we want to talk successfully in the diaspora, we have to speak amongst ourselves. We cannot sit here and pretend to, I'm collaborating, I'm not collaborating, I'm collaborating in little things or not little things. No, speak. If you have to lead, you have to communicate even with the people that you don't like. There are a lot of people in the revolution that under normal circumstances, I don't know you, maybe I wouldn't be speaking to you, but because of Ambazonia, I am forced to talk to you. The things that I will have to do, I can disagree with my brother John Barker. I disagree with him a lot of the time. I disagree with him a lot of the time, but most of the time I have to go to him to ask for advice. You know, I would disagree. I would disagree with a lot of people, but when it comes to Ambazonia, I have made up my mind to speak the truth. A lot of people think that this woman, her mouth, I don't like to hear from her because she would just say it. Yes, I will speak the truth and save one life because one soldier that falls is one too many, in my opinion. So to that question, I will be honest, this is war. It is hard to bring people together. People who are angry, because all of us, we are angry. Okay, so it is hard because I might sit here and think that Comrade Ayamba is thinking, I'm the best, I know how to do this. Comrade Yerima is sitting there and saying, oh no, I'm the one, I'm the interim government, I know how to do this. And Comrade John is sitting there and saying, oh, I understand ground zero, it's me. And that's why I'm sitting here and saying, look, I have the best foot soldiers on the ground, so you guys, you all have to listen to me. What does that end up doing? Everybody is sitting on a very high horse and thinking they're the best so ever. Listen to me and not you. But if we put a flag in front of us, if we sincerely look at our suffering people, people have died. More than 20,000 people have died. We have our brothers in jails, in dungeons, in torture chambers in La République du Cameroon. We have young girls, mothers, children languishing in bushes, almost 1 million, about 900,000 of them. We have the others in the refugee camps all over Africa. So if we think about the numbers, put faces on those numbers, more than 400 villages have been razed to ashes. And we just think I can't talk because I'm the biggest group, I'm the most organized group. It's me or no way. We have to get it together, come together, collaborate truthfully where we can collaborate. And if we cannot, there is no need running to the social media to announce that, oh, I can't collaborate anymore. You can disagree in the house that, okay, I can't do this and let it go.
Ms. Vivian, let me take it from what you've said because you've been very, very passionate about what you've said. And if there is anything I think the Coalition for Dialogue and Negotiations wants to take out of this panel and out of this conference, it is for us to show ourselves and our people looking up to us and the international community that we can work together. I always quote President Kennedy, who says, the unity of freedom does not require uniformity of opinion. We can have varying opinions, but we can agree to fight for our freedom. So I'm going to put each of you in a spot and make this a yes or no commitment. Let the international community see us and take this on record. And let the people of Southern Cameroonians say this on record. After this conference, and I will go back around the circle as we started, beginning with Mr. Yerima. We just want a yes or no. When of this, Ms. Vivian, what you said just inspired this question I'm going to ask all of you and put you all in a spot. Mr. Yerima.
Yes, sir.
Is the interim government, I just want a yes or no from each of you. Is the interim government, are you as the vice president of the interim government willing to sit in the room with all the other frontline leaders, irrespective of personal animus, to iron out a plan moving forward for Southern Cameroon? Are you willing to sit in that conference with all the other frontline leaders, irrespective of who they are or what personal differences you may have with them, to iron this out? It's a yes or no, and then we can move on to other things.
I've done that, yes.
Yes. Ms. Dr. Ayamba, it's a yes or no. Is the leadership of the AGOPC willing to sit with other Southern Cameroonian frontline leaders in a room to iron out this thing, as Ms. Vivian said, in the interest of the people, irrespective of personal differences and animus? Yes or no? We will come back to other answers. We just want, are you willing to sit?
The answer is a yes. And because for the first time, we spearheaded the AGOPC in particular, working with EIP, spearheaded and organized 100% sponsored capacity building towards a negotiated settlement where all 15 constituent groups were present. And if you remember, there's a press statement that came out of there, and we said, yes, we are ready to sit down and ready for negotiation. Yes, we'll sit with, listen, this is not for me and you, it's for Ambassador. And the answer is a yes.
Thank you. Mr. John Bakuro.
Yes, I'm here. I want to say this very clearly and take it from me. The consortium is a collaborative platform. So by our name, you can understand that we are open to collaboration, and we have been at the vanguard of all attempts at any time of bringing people together. We don't care whatever incompatibilities exist whatsoever. The flag is always atop our priorities.
Thank you. Ms. Vivian, I also want you to go on record in front of the international community. Are you willing to sit in a room with all frontline leaders, irrespective of personal differences and animus?
It's an absolute yes from us.
Okay. I'm happy that those of you who agreed to be on this panel have given the international community your word to sit together. And again, this question was inspired by you, Ms. Vivian, what you said. I have had the experience as the moderator of the International Town Hall in the past, where we have called leaders to sit together. And I will go on record as saying that part of some of the problems we ran in the background negotiations was people saying that because XYZ was going to be part of the meeting, they didn't want to come. So there was a lot of me, he, we, he, she, her, us, them, which was why we know in the past, we know as fact that that has been the issue. But we cannot continue saying we are frontline leaders and we have constituencies, and we don't want to bring our constituents together because we don't like or we don't agree or because XYZ said this and that about me in the past. So I think it's going to be a giant step, and I think the Coalition for Dialogue and Negotiations can be happy at the end of this conference that we have at least those of you who are here today, the interim government, the AGOPC, the consortium, and the British Southern Cameroon's resistance forces as, yes, willing to sit at the table and put aside our personal differences. Now, in the chat, because we are running out of time,
Mr. Moderator, if I can just point out something.
Yeah, if you can make it quick.
Yes, let me make it fast. I think you should know that I'm sitting here in the capacity representing the AGOPC and the ADF. I just wanted to make that point clear.
Okay, thank you. And since you are representing them...
Mr. Moderator, I want you to have it on record that the SCNC, although you don't have any of them speaking here, they made it abundantly clear during the ecumenical service we had yesterday. Of course, you moderated it. You heard the statement from the acting national chairman of the SCNC that the time for everybody to work together is now, and they are ready to sit down with anyone at any time.
Okay, so that on record. Thank you, John. We're going to add the SCNC to that list. And I'm happy that Dr. Larry has said he's speaking on behalf of the AGOPC and the ADF. So we are going to add those two groups to the yes, and let the international community know that we
I knew I would have worn my ADF t-shirt.
Good. We are Southern Cameroonians.
I wear my ADF t-shirt.
Okay.
With my military
you're not muted. So so that when La République says that they don't know who to speak to or who to negotiate with, they now know that Southern Cameroonian frontline leaders have agreed to sit in a room and talk amongst themselves. I think that is a very big takeaway. Somebody asked in the chat, what are your regrets and what would you do differently if you had to do it all over? So let's say today, October 31st, was the day Paul Biya declared war on us. I would give each of you 2 minutes, please, just 2 minutes, because we're running out of time and I think we have a lot of other interesting things to do. We don't have enough time. I will start with you, Mr. Dabni Yerima. What would be your regret and what would you do differently if you had to start today? 2 minutes, please.
Well, I came in about a year ago, 1.5 years ago, as the vice president, and I was coming to bring sanity, accountability, and responsibility back into the interim government. And that so far I've done, and I will continue to do. I also initiated this issue of collaborating with my brothers and my sisters. I know I called Viviane once, even though she has not called me back, that we're supposed to talk about issue of collaboration. So I just have to continue, doing this. What I regret, I don't think, for the things I've been doing, there's nothing that I think I regret right now. I just wish, the thing that bothers me is the division within us, that I believe that if we can come together, and I've always been there telling our people from the first day that I got in that there is a necessity for us to come together, work together. And that is what we have been implementing since I took this responsibility. Yeah, there are some things which, what really? I don't really have anything.
Well, it's a good thing. It's a good thing if you give yourself 20/20 in your efforts and what you've done.
I'm too strict in trying to see that sanity comes back to our revolution. Some people may not like me for that, but that is the right thing to do, and I'll do that.
Absolutely agree. Mr. Dr. Ayamba, Mr. Dr. Larry Ayamba, you have been in the AGOVC for a while. I would ask you the same question if you can narrow it down in 2 minutes. What would you say are the regrets and what would you do differently if this had to start all over today? Are you there?
I'm right here, sir.
Okay.
Listen, gunboat diplomacy bring all the defense forces under a command force. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the things people should know is that people are doing fighting on the ground and some people are just noisemakers and running their mouths out here. You want to make noise? Put boots on the ground. Put the boots on the ground. No amount of noise. We are talking here today because of the boots on the ground. Those who are making noise, if there were no boots on the ground, this noise we are talking to them would have been dead.
So what will the AGOVC do differently?
What AGOVC would have done differently and will do differently is we have sister forces, which we are working with and will continue working with in bringing the different forces to work together and share intelligence. And that will continue to happen. And I think we will get there. That is the first thing. The second aspect of it is when it comes to the diplomatic front, we are putting up a team from all Ambazonians that will vet for us when time for negotiation comes. So those are the type of things we don't want to group. We are not the group of people who say, oh, this group of people will say, oh, because you disagree with us, we don't want you here. When we had a meeting, everybody was there. We made sure that everybody was represented. We will continue to do that. And you can hold AGOVC responsible as the leading organization in the Ambazonian War of Independence, and we will continue to take that lead. I hear.
Thank you. Mr. John Bakuro, you've been with the consortium since this trouble started with the in 2016 with the request for redress. Maybe there have been some pitfalls, maybe there have been setbacks. Any regrets or anything you would do differently?
The first thing I'll say is that, in effect, the consortium has really always been the initiator and the organization with the movement with the largest open arms, willing at any time to collaborate with whosoever. Regrets, yes, there is at least a regret. If in 2017, we didn't open our arms so stupidly, I say this with a lot of pains, so stupidly to the point that we felt that everyone else that was coming, that we should come together to form collaborative platforms, that they were all putting the flag ahead. If we really thought at some point they weren't doing that, we would have done things differently in terms of creating a completely different atmosphere before bringing people together to ensure that at least everyone had the same feeling of ensuring that our people get freedom. Because we opened our arms, simply you recall that when the consortium was running this entire show all by itself, right up to about April 2017, there was a lot of coordination. There was a lot of collaboration. There was a lot of harmony. Everybody threw their punches on La République du Cameroon. But as soon as we opened up to receive other movements in and all whatnot, it became a fight. You notice that even until today, some are even trying to tell you that the consortium had long ceased to exist. Some tell you that the defunct consortium, because they believe that the only way they can really exist is making sure others are extinct. But if we had taken our time perhaps and not gone away with the euphoria that yes, everybody is coming in, they all have the same motive, I'm convinced we could have set a much greater foundation for the kind of unity that would have taken us this journey a bit faster than the pace at which we are going now. When you hear this kind of talks, get boots on the ground, because if you don't have boots on the ground, there will be no talking. But I want to remind us here that without the cooperation, collaboration, and commitment of the civil community, those boots are going to result to nonsense, absolute nonsense. Because look at what had happened prior to 2016. When the civil population was not moving, all the efforts that were put in here and there resulted to nothing. Today, you must agree with me very clearly that what we are seeing on the ground, those women you saw standing in front of Atanga Ponji, like that woman, telling him objection. Those women you saw marching to the governor's office in Boya, and even having themselves infiltrated by a few who thought they could manipulate them. You heard them tell the governor in the presence of all his soldiers and the guns, no, we cannot just swallow whatever you are telling us. You saw the ones in Bamenda.
Thank you. Thank you, John.
Please, you are cutting me.
We just wanted 2 minutes. Let us respect
I know,
the
but
time.
let me be done. If the objective of this is at least to get some information from me, let me be done. I have at least 30 seconds more. I was looking at my time. So what I'm trying to say here is the one thing that we should note at every given point is if we lack mutual respect for one another, just mutual respect, this whole talk about collaboration wouldn't go. We must learn to understand that no matter how much you are scratched, no matter how much you are insulted for the people, not for yourself. If we don't put all of these things and take them into considerations, we will not go. Whether a movement has boots on the ground or not, you can't tell the extent to which they are really trying to take us forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Ms. Vivian, I would ask you, the question was just about regrets. I know John went up on beyond what the question was. The question was, if there are any regrets and what would you do differently? And it was just 2 minutes. I think that was the question.
Okay. If I have any regrets, I don't want to call it regret, but if I have something to say, I will speak directly to the women in this revolution. The women have been the pillars so far in the revolution, but they have not stood up to face the challenges of the revolution. They have, I don't know if they have been insulted to take the back seat, because I have gone through a lot. and I just developed some thick skin because, you know, but I will tell the women to stand up and take their rightful places in the revolution. I will tell them to stand up like my Mama Mary did in back home and look at the demon in the face and tell them who they are. I would tell the women to stand up and lead because we go through the labor pain. We bring forth these children. We bring you all, the men, into the world. And there is no way that a mother will stand to speak and the men will not listen. The boys, you know, sometimes when children grow up, they tend to not listen to their parent, but you stand your ground as a mother. And when women speak, what we have to understand is that when women speak, the world listens. And because they speak from a place of honesty, truth, because they know the pain of what they are going through. So that's the only, I think that's the main regret that I have, that the women have decided to do the little things in the back. Some are even afraid to call the guns. I call it, put the weapon on the ground because we are at war. Paul Biya declared war on us. So we have a reason to fight. There's no reason to be afraid of calling a gun. I need money to buy guns to give the boys, to give the foot soldiers to defend themselves. The world must know, and they already know that we are at war, that Paul Biya, I say it, and that is why I consistently repeat the date, 30th of November 2017, Paul Biya declared war on us. So we are not afraid to say that we need guns to defend ourselves because they are using guns to kill our children, kill our parents, burn down our houses and all of that. So I will appeal and I will call on women to stand up. We are doing a lot. The Takumbans are there, they're doing what they have to do, but women can rise and do more. Where men want to quarrel, the women know how to move in and get the boat sailing. And then I would just say to the leadership in the diaspora that this thing is bigger than groups affiliation. Okay, I have been in this revolution from, you know, when I've gone through the groups, I'm still a member of most of these groups, and there is nothing to it. It is not about being a member of a group or holding a position in the group. I still hold a position in Maurice. I still hold a position in the Southern Cameroon's women movement. And I hold a position, I'm now holding a position in the BSCRF. I don't do it because I want to be the leader. I do it because I want to push and work for Ambazonia. So if we can again shed this skin about branding ourselves in the revolution and putting Ambazonia first, we will move faster. I just regret the fact that we are so much into the group business that we've forgotten to look at the bigger picture. Let's feel for our people. Let us know, let us come back to reasoning. See the Julius Akum laying on the ground. He didn't go to die because of a group. General Ivo didn't die because of a group. He was fighting for Ambazonia. Affiliated to a group, but he was not fighting for the group. He was fighting for Ambazonia. All the foot soldiers that have bought the land with their blood, they were not fighting for groups. They were fighting for Ambazonia. But yes, we need all these groups to be able to coordinate our efforts, coordinate resources, and put things together to liberate Ambazonia. So if we can just put Ambazonia first, step down a little bit from that high horse. When we get to Boya, we'll all put mountains and stand and say we did it. As of now, let us just be Ambazonians. Let us hold to the principles why we got here in the first place and just fight. And come together like a people and defend our homeland.
Thank you. Well said, Vivian. We have about 8 minutes left. We have to hand over to the next panel. I would go around and give each of you 2 minutes. Please, let us just respect 2 minutes in our closing remarks to our viewers, to our guests of the international community, to those our compatriots, wherever they are, ground zero, ground one, wherever they are. Please, 2 minutes. I will start with you, Mr. Yorima. 2 minutes for your closing remarks. Please let us respect time. Thank you.
Well, I want to thank Coalition for Dialogue and Negotiations for creating this platform that we as leaders can come talk to our people on issues that concerns them. I've always stood for the flag, or stood by the flag, and stood for Ambazonia first. And that is what has defined the work that I've been able to do for our people. And the interim government is open and willing to work with our brothers and sisters. We don't look at any person as groups. I want to make it very clear that Ambazonia or Southern Cameroons will not negotiate with La République du Cameroon as groups. I said that before, and I'm going to say it again. We will not negotiate with La République du Cameroon as groups. We are going to negotiate as Southern Cameroons and Southern Cameroonians and Amazonians. That is how we're going to negotiate. But we have a responsibility as a people to come together with our expertise, with our financial resources, and finish the work. A lot of work has been done by these different groupings that we belong to. But I believe that it's time that we come together with this work that we've done. For instance, I know AGOVC has come up with something like a school curriculum for Ambazonia. We have also come with that. And I think it's time that we come with all this work that we have done in our different groups. We bring them together and define a real roadmap for Ambazonia so that we will not be like South Sudan. So that when we are free, we will happily as a people be in our land and there will be no warlords. I think it is very important that we come together as Ambazonians, collaborate, provide the resources that is necessary for us to win this war. We've won, but there's just a little bit of work to do, a little bit of lifting. And I believe that we can do it. And we are a people who know how to do that. But yes, our revolution has been infiltrated and has set us apart. But there's one thing that unites us, is Ambazonia, that family. And I wish that after this day, we will come together as a people, make decisions for our future and the future of our children, and decisions for a prosperous nation, Ambazonia. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yerima. I prematurely asked you to give your closing remarks because I think the coalition, the people are asking that they want to hear a little bit more. And I think the coalition has ceded, which is very democratic, and asked us to do another round. So Mr. Yerima, I would ask you to, you would have to come back. They've given us a little bit more time because that's what the people want. The people want to hear from you. And I don't want to, I don't want to be on the receiving end of the people's brunt. I think this should tell us that Southern Cameroonians are excited and are listening to you. And there are questions that have popped up on my screen. I'm supposed to be the moderator, but basically the vehicle of people's concerns. There are so many of them, and I do apologize because the coalition has listened and has given us 15 more minutes because people have questions. There are so many of them. I would just take one of them. 15 minutes, we can't do a lot. I would just take one of them. And one of the concerns of the Southern Cameroonians, which I would ask all of you, please, just 2 minutes. What is it that is holding the political organizations from just dropping these walls of the different names? Because actually, each group or each organization is bringing a certain number of Southern Cameroonians. But at the end, like Mr. Yerima just said, we are all Southern Cameroonians. What is it that is stopping the groups from just coming together and dropping this issue of government or group, and just, for example, creating a revolutionary council so that, unlike in Central Africa, where we had 13 or so, we now have about 14 different groups, as was the case in many other African countries. What is stopping The interim government or the consortium or the AGovC or the other organizations out there, they are not here, so I don't want to call any names. What is stopping you guys from just saying, okay, let's just be Southern Cameroonians, let's have a revolutionary council, including the forces on the ground, and work together? It's happening in Tunisia. It's happening in Sudan. There are 6 civilians and 5 military people in Sudan, a real country. Same in Tunisia. They have a prime minister, but it's a council of the 6 factions ruling Tunisia, and they're doing very well. What is it that is stopping us from just dropping this thing about government or group leaders and just being a revolutionary council? I'll start with you, Mr. Yorima. 2 minutes, please, so that this is, I apologize, but this is the one very important question that popped up on my screen. I'll start with you.
Thank you. Well, the people came together and they decided on a government, and that is why I'm sitting here. But I believe that in my interaction with other leaders with respect to collaboration, the issue has been the issue of distrust amongst ourselves. And it's something that we need to work on. And it starts by respecting ourselves and respecting the people that we serve. And then we can be able to collaborate. And in that form of collaboration, then we can build trust that we can get any kind of institution that can define us as a people. So my experience has been the issue of distrust, but I believe that this is the people's revolution. The people has rights. They have rights to their revolution, and they have to determine how their revolution has to be run. We are open to any form of revolutionary council. We've been thinking about it and how to go about it. But the issue has been this issue of distrust, because you have these different groups and they've been pursuing this revolution differently. Moreover, there are some people who are benefiting in the revolution. So to them, everything just has to work their way. And one thing I have to make Amazonians understand is that we really need to get the people who have a heart for the revolution. Not all of us will liberate ourselves. It's going to be a handful of us who have the right mindset to liberating our people. So if we are looking for a day that we are going to see all Southern Cameroonians come together and say we're going to liberate ourselves, that day will never come. But it is important that what I feel and what I want to do for my people is just the same thing that Vivian feels, John feels the same. That's how Dr. Larry feels. And I believe that if we come together, we can define a real path, a true path to Boya.
Thank you, Mr. Yorima. I'm happy, and I want to remind all of you panelists, and I want to remind all our people, I'm seeing a lot of comments, that you have all committed, you have all said yes before the international community that you're willing to sit in a room without judging other attendees. So I think we would go away, and I hope the coalition will go away with this, and we would immediately start working to reach out, or the coalition or whoever would start working to reach out to the different leaders of when we can come together as Southern Cameroonians and fix this thing. I will go to you, Dr. Larry. You've been second all along. Ms. Vivian said it, Mr. Yorima has echoed the same sentiment of distrust being the main barrier of why we cannot drop these walls of governments or groups or associations and just have a liberation council. What do you have to tell the people who are asking, why can't we just dissolve all these things and have one organization leading this thing? Distrust seems to be a common denominator. What else do you have to say?
Mr. Moderator, I will agree. You know, everybody is talking about unity, collaboration, and I don't think we are at war here. And if I want to ask you to watch my back, I need to trust you. I will not ask somebody to watch my back who will be the same person who will drill a bullet in my back the next second I turn around. And in a revolution, forget about unity. Forget about 100% unity. Let me put it this way. Some people think that we have just had the first interim government in exile. No way. We have had 3 of them, and I've been the Secretary of State in 2 of them. It failed. It failed. And we know why it failed. We knew why it failed, and we were against the formation of another one. And that's why where we find ourselves today. But that said, the errors have been committed. We are there. We will collaborate where we can and move on. And if in a revolution like ours, if you have 60% of unity, like the collaboration that is going on between the AGOC, the IG Care, the consortium, take it and run away with it. It is huge. It is huge. If we're waiting for 100% unity, no way. Get it from me, it's not going to happen. We will fix what we can fix, get those who can collaborate, those who can work together. We form a coalition of the willing. If you want to catch the train after the train has left the station, you can join us somewhere. So that's one of the aspects I want to round up. The other thing is boots on the ground. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Ambazonians, boots on the ground. The firepower on the ground will tell La Republic shit and they squat. What La Republic is trying to do now, they think that they are going to win and they will determine our ultimate surrender. No, it's not going to work. There are a lot of projects that are on the ground, and we should support those projects to put more boots on the ground. We are also working towards forming a formidable negotiation team. A negotiation team is not the IGK negotiation team. It's not the BCF negotiation team. It's not the AGOC negotiation team. It is the Ambazonian negotiation team. There are some of the people who are out there, oh, if it's not us, nobody will. Listen, Mr. Moderator and all panelists and Ambazonians, listen to me. I do a lot of work for the Ambazonian Governing Council, but I don't see myself ripe enough to sit in the negotiation team. It is not my field of work. Ambazonia has good experts, good brains, minds out there that can bat for us. So we are doing all this work. We are laying the groundwork for Ambazonians to come together and put a formidable team that will negotiate for us. Ladies and gentlemen and fellow Ambazonians, that said, we will do everything it takes to make sure that Ambazonia, we vet for Ambazonia and we stand for unconditional restoration of the statehood and independence of our people, and we will not take anything less than what we stood for. We cannot lose all these people, millions, our brothers, our sisters, our mothers have been raped, our sisters have been raped, people burned in their houses, livelihood destroyed. For what? To come back and sit quiet and say, okay, we surrender. There is no retreat, no surrender. And we will fight until the last man standing.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Larry. Mr. John Bakuro, we've heard this theme of mistrust. Now, if we have mistrust amongst ourselves to the point that we cannot just come together and be united, even into 2 groups, let alone 6, 7, 8 as we have out there, it's no wonder La Republique is having a day with us in terms of infiltration and all of this stuff. What is it you see as the obstacle to just dropping all these different affiliation names and associations and just work as a people? Because there must be unity of freedom. As Kennedy said, we don't require unity of opinion, but we can have unity of freedom.
Yeah, thank you. You see, the first dictum that you will know, and that will make you understand where I'm coming from, and that is where about all of us, as you say, all of us at the consortium come from, is that you give us freedom or you give us death. And that should let you therefore understand the extent to which we will be ready to go to make sure that we get that freedom. So first, we have sacrificed, all of us in the consortium, because we were on the ground. We ignited this thing on the ground in 2016. And so all of us lost our entire livelihoods. Because I'm just saying this, someone just posted a question here that I saw and said, how do you, GMA, evaluate your commitment to the struggle? And I say, first, I've abandoned a career that was 19 years old. This tells you that, by the time I left, I was getting to the last grades in ASEA TV. In terms of pay, I was very comfortable. I had businesses and I had, a very thriving business empire. But you see, I had to give this up because it makes more sense to have the entire community doing better, teaming well, than you having all the wealth and having to build huge fences like the one that I built around my house in Yaoundé, because you are not running away from anything, you are running away from the poverty of your neighbors. Let me say this. We should not be asking ourselves why we are so divided. We should have been conscious of this from the point go. At the consortium, we knew this and we made sure that consensus was our only way and has continued until today in the consortium to be our only way of approach. Because we know the enemy we are facing is one that lives and thrives on divide and rule. So they will do everything to make sure we are never together. That is why they have planted in our midst people who will make sure that no matter what efforts we put in place, we don't succeed to easily working together. We have made several attempts and failed, but that doesn't mean we should stop. What are the corollaries? They thrive on our greed. If we're able to kill the greed that is in us, we will be able to bar them the way of reaching us with the germs of division. Distrust comes as a result of greed. And this distrust is planted by the enemy. They make us, by the time you start opening your ears to listen to things that this other group is planning, that one is planning that, and you don't have the courtesy of reaching out directly. That's how brothers and sisters operate. Reach out directly and say, but I've heard this thing, I'm not comfortable with it. When you do that frank talk, you will discover that there is an enemy trying to get in between you, and you will snuff him or her out. But we don't do that. And then, of course, don't forget there's the war economy. There are people today whose jobs are the struggle. So how do you bring them together? Because they think that coming together, that the solution of their movements into a council where perhaps they no longer have direct control of money and all of those things will mean that their livelihood is gone, because they are living, thriving only on this struggle right now. They will do everything and kill everyone to make sure that they keep it. I will say this. If we want to arrive very fast, we must understand that we have to bond together. A council is a very commendable thing. That is why we first of all pushed and initiated the creation of the SCLC. But unfortunately for us, and I want the international community to know this, unfortunately for us, the Swiss came in and did everything to divide us, because the Swiss didn't come in with the intention of helping us to move to the negotiation table. The Swiss came in to push the agenda of La République du Cameroun down our throats. That is why when they noticed that there are some of us who had questions to ask, simply, Swiss, can we see the mandate you say you have from La République du Cameroun? We need to know this. The Swiss did just what they did in Central African Republic, that Mr. Moderator, you have just pointed out. By the time the Swiss got to Central African Republic, there were 3 groups. Today, there are more than 14. You were just calling 14. There are more than 14. That's why you notice that the Swiss took 3 or 4 of our organization, 3 or so of them in Switzerland, and turned them into about 14 or 16. Simply cut some to cut themselves, transform, brought even groups that we don't know, and all of those things. And all that simply to see how to break us. The consortium has done a lot of work to be able to see how to get the Swiss to really explain to us exactly what they are doing. And the Swiss are on record to have told some international experts who have replicated back to us that they are going to work only with, the act, those people of the act, because it is it is one of the groups in the act that approach them. So what am I trying to say here is, we as Southern Cameroonians must be conscious of the fact that the enemy of division is extremely strong. And so if we must come together, let us note one thing. we check our grid, we check our power quest, and take the message that comes from the ground. Our people on the ground are doing everything to unite even the boots. And they tell us the elephant is still in the forest. We have not caught it yet.
John, I'm running out of time.
Let us come together and make sure that we catch this elephant and we can divide it. So what am I saying?
John, thank you. I'm running out of time.
And then work within the
I have to run out of time. Vivian, although I'm running out of time, I would not short circuit you or cut you short. I'll give you your 2 minutes to say, to tell us. I know you mentioned distrust, but I also want you to say how you think we can overcome this. Dr. Ayamba said if we have 60%, I think Reagan had put it at 80%. We understand that everybody would not come, but what would you recommend? And just give us in your closing remarks. If you can merge that with your closing remarks, and then we will call it a day. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Vivian.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. This is what I'll have to say. First, I'll thank all my other comrades for their input. And thank you, Mr. Moderator. I want to thank the CDN for organizing this conference and bringing us together to talk as comrades. And as somebody leading the largest and the most organized defense force on the ground, and I will say it here in the words of General Aruke, Ambazonians have defeated fear. Fear is no longer an option. That's what he said. So we are not afraid. If we are not afraid of La Republique, then we cannot be afraid of our own. What I mean to say, if I'm not afraid of La Republique, I cannot be afraid of the consortium. I cannot be afraid of the ACOFC. I cannot be afraid of the IG. I will have to look at them as brothers and sisters and speak truth to power. And again, in my capacity, I would like us to understand that no group amongst us has the capacity or have the power to negotiate the independence of Ambazonia by itself. All these groups, or most of them, the groups that matter, will have to come together, put a negotiating team together, that will sit on that table and speak for Ambazonia. In our little corners, in our little groups, we can start picking and choosing who we think is fit, look at the experts from Ambazonia and put them together, but we do not, and I will repeat, no group, none of us will put a team by ourselves to go and sit and negotiate the independence of Cameroon. So let us step down from this high horse and start acting like reasonable people who know what they are fighting for. Like Ayamba said, some of us, I know I don't have that intelligence. I'm not fit. It is not my domain to go and sit on a table to negotiate the independence of Southern Cameroon. That's not even what I want to do. I just want to make sure that the soldiers are safe and they fight so that they will empower the experts to go and sit on that table and defend Ambazonia. Let us be humbled. That is what I will say. The diaspora must be humbled. All the leaders of these groups must be humbled because one person cannot do it. True, the willing will do. But let's remember that as we speak and as we posture in the diaspora, let us remember that we have boys on the grounds that we empower with guns and that their voices do matter. Before we create a situation that will go off hands, we must be willing to listen to them. They are not fools. They are not, they are educated boys who are carrying these weapons and fighting. And so they have a voice and they have a stake in this revolution. And we must be very careful that we do not go out of line and speak just because we have a platform to speak and because they are running into trenches and they don't have access to sit on the panel and speak with us. Let's be careful. And as we speak, I want to say one thing here, and I will speak directly to the women again in this revolution, especially the Takumbans. I'm calling them to step up and take charge and protect what belongs to them. It is not just about the name of Takumban. They have shown leadership. They have shown responsibility. They have shown beyond every reasonable doubt that they can fight, they are willing to fight and die for their children and fight and liberate Ambazonia. It is time for them to step up and start doing what women have to do. Bring these men together. And if somebody doesn't want to sit or collaborate with any group, that is fine. Ambazonians must come to the point where they understand that collaboration cannot be forced, and that collaboration is not conformity. Let us be very, very careful, okay? Let us be very careful. That's what I would tell all the leaders sitting here. Let us be careful and let's come to that point to understand that we have soldiers on the ground carrying guns and that their voices do matter. And that nobody will sit or organize itself from the diaspora to go and speak on their behalf without their authority. It's high time we get it together.
Thank you, Ms. Vivian.
Yeah.
Thank you for those closing remarks. Who will I go to next? I know I broke up by having Mr. Yerima going. Mr. John Bakuro, do you want to give us your closing remarks? We are over time, but let's keep it to 2 minutes. We are beyond our allotted time. 2 minutes for your closing remarks, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I think in closing, I just have one key message for the people of the Southern Cameroon. That message is that the people on ground zero, the civilian population, are working currently very hard and trying to mobilize the boys on the ground who have arms to understand the need to work together. So if we fail in the diaspora to see the need to sink our differences, to put egos away, to come down from all the high horses and bunch together and put together a council that will make the world understand that we are not a Southern Sudan in the making. On the ground, we will be cut off, completely cut off, because the people are sick and tired of what is happening among us. The people are sick and tired of burying their children, their vulnerable people, having their wives and sisters raped at random. And I think there's a lot of hope in this direction. If I want to go by what the acting national chairman of the SCNC, who broke up from the rest of ACT to join us in the communication service and to signal the desire of that movement to join, the coalition of the willing in putting together a structure that will give hope and rekindle the light, the flame in the struggle. If I go by that statement, the very last line, that will be my conclusion. And he said to end, that was his speech of yesterday, let me use this unique opportunity to call on all Southern Cameroonians to understand that the message from Kumba, the carnage in Kumba, is rather a call. It is a call to total collaboration among all groups, movements, and organizations without preconditions. And he says, the time has come for us to understand that we either bury our petty differences and work together, or we shall all perish. I am urging Southern Cameroonians to identify and vomit all individuals and groups that continue to fight against collaboration or any form of unity. They are not acting in our interest. That is from Mr. Agbo Prizo. And I'm simply reading it because I endorse it. The consortium did endorse this by, voting for this speech to be presented as such. And I'm pointing out here loud and clear, at the consortium, we are working with the communities on the ground to ensure that the infighting that has been characteristic of our activities for some time and costing civilian lives for nothing must end. The long break is over. Thank you, Southern Cameroonians.
Thank you, Mr. John Bakuro. Dr. Larry Ayamba, your closing remarks.
Thank you, everyone, and thank you, Ambazonians, and thank you for your kind attention. Once more, our condolences to everyone, to those who have lost people. Let me plead with every Ambazonian of goodwill that we are where we are because of Ground Zero. I agree with all the previous speakers. Defense is what is sustaining us. And we have the possibility to upgrade our arsenal, and we are doing that. Don't blink. Arm the boys, put the boots on the ground, and the boys are going to deliver. There's a lot going on. I'm not a defense person, but I strongly believe in gunboat diplomacy. And before I go, I am sounding a very serious warning. Infiltrators, enablers, blacklegs, watch your back. You cannot kill my brothers and sisters, destroy my villages, and you turn around again and sell our people, and you think that I'll watch you tomorrow, I'll see you, and I tell you, good morning, brother. I will drill a bullet in your head. Each and every one of us who have gone through what people have gone through. Just listen. Listen. The story of victory. That little boy that was killed in Kumba. If you are a human being enough, if you are human enough, I don't see how you sell your own people. You betray the cause that so much pains have been enacted on us. Be careful. We are coming for all the enablers, all the infiltrators, all the blacklegs. But together, we implement what we've said. It is difficult, we know it, to have a 100% unity. We'll collaborate in those aspects we can, diplomacy, defense, humanitarian, and what have you. And we forge forward. Ambazonia has always been ready for a negotiated party under the auspices of a third party or the United Nations. We are ready, and we are ready to form a coalition of the willing to deliver Ambazonia and restore the statehood and independence of our homeland. Thank you so much, and God bless Ambazonia.
Thank you, Dr. Larry Ayamba, for your closing remarks. Mr. Dabney Yerima, since I had put you in a spot, I'll give you another opportunity for your closing remarks.
Well, I thank you so much, Ato, and also I want to thank Coalition for Dialogue for the wonderful work that they're doing for our people. We need each other, really we do. We need each other now. Our expertise, our financial resources for this last push to Buea. We are already busy collaborating with other groups to come up with experts who will negotiate for Ambazonia. Not frontline leaders who negotiate, experts represent us in our negotiation. And I want to encourage all Southern Cameroonians, don't give up hope. We are winning big. We are doing very well diplomatically. We are doing very well in taking care of our refugees. I just want to encourage you, and even those of you out there on ground zero, that we give you support, like the IDPs who are there. Don't give up hope. I know it's difficult. It's a difficult moment for all of us, but we are doing the best we can to see that we can find a solution to this crisis. And like we've come together today as leaders, and we've agreed that we are going to sit and put you, Ambazonia, first. That is the right thing to do, and that is the thing we will do. So I want to thank my brothers and sisters, Vivian. I want to thank John and Dr. Larry for being here and talking to our people. And I hope that as we leave from here, we'll start talking on how we can pave a way forward to make sure that Buea becomes a reality soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And as I said earlier, I hope one thing that can come from here, which the coalition, I think, can facilitate, would be a leadership retreat by all the leaders to discuss substantive issues. I'm glad that you all have said yes before your fellow compatriots and before the international community. You have committed to attend such a leadership retreat. So we are looking forward for the logistics of that to be worked out. On behalf of all the people of Southern Cameroons and on behalf of the Coalition for Dialogue and Negotiations, I would like to thank all the panelists, and I would like to thank our friends and partners of the international community who have taken the time to be with us. I would like to end with quoting President John F. Kennedy, who said, "If we cannot now end our differences, at least we can help make the world safe for diversity." If we cannot now end our differences, at least we can help make Southern Cameroons safe for diversity. With that, I say goodbye.
Right. Ato, thank you so much. And thanks to the panelists for really an insightful and very empowering discussion. And I hope Southern Cameroonians have listened. You still have today, tomorrow to send your questions, to make suggestions, and the coalition will take all of that on board, because we will be coming out with a set of resolutions and a report from the whole of this conference that will be put to the international community to show and to tell the story of what the conference has managed to put together from Southern Cameroonians. So please make sure you're getting your voices heard. Send your 2-minute videos, send your comments. We are putting all of that together, and that will come out as part of the report and part of the resolutions that will be tabled tomorrow for discussion. So once more, thank you to the panelists, thank you to everybody, and we hope to carry on the discussions that were done today for further implementation. So thank you again. So what we are going to do, we'll have a break, just a few minutes while music is playing, and Kevin will put on the new panelists. I know we're about a minute or so late, but the next panel, I will actually not say anything, so you will be able to get the surprise when we come back for the people who are on the next panel. So just take a break, have something to drink, and then we'll come back in a few minutes as we try to get all the panelists set up in the background. Thank you, and keep watching.
When injustice becomes law, resistance becomes a duty. Weber.
One day, God go hear our prayer, daddy. One day, God go hear our prayer. I say one day, God go hear our prayer, daddy. One day, God go hear our prayer. Una dey for bush, una no get chopo, daddy. Una just pray, God go hear our prayer. Begin the need to go school. The day is a busho that you make you just pray. God go hear our prayer, sing with me.
One day, God go hear our prayer, that you. One day, God go hear our prayer.
I say one day,
God go hear our prayer, that you. One day, God go hear our prayer.
See how a woman dead deep on that is a busho, daddy. daddy be go school again, mama. Who will it cry? I go cry again, oh daddy. One day, God go hear one prayer, daddy. One day, oh, God go hear one prayer. I say one day, God go hear one prayer, daddy. One day, oh, God go hear one prayer. I say, so painful for see one brother they kill another brother. Papa God, now you want to know this story. Now you want to know this story. My papa, what did happen for this place now? Hey, begin a day for push, oh. They not get water, oh, that yo. Then this go, God go hear what prayer. We not get the house them. They don't burn our house them. That you make we just pray, oh. God go hear what prayer. Sing with me. One day, God go hear what prayer. That you one day, oh. God go hear what prayer. I say one day, God go hear what prayer. That you one day, oh. God go hear what prayer. See how they don't burn once, they burn somewhere, so mommy. School, mommy the day for push up, papa the day the work again. No, who go feed our picking there? One day, God go hear one prayer, daddy. One day, God go hear one prayer. I say one day, God go hear one prayer, daddy. One day, God go hear one prayer. Picking daddy die yo. Mommy then did that yo, brother, oh, United Nations, just to lock him up, politician them, oh, daddy send his soldier, oh, daddy, for Kija, brother, who go hear this story, one day, go hear one prayer, oh, daddy, one day, oh, go hear one prayer, I say one day, go hear one prayer, daddy, one day, oh, merci Yves Kemayo, El Manager. Tu as cru à moi. L'Éternel est mon berger, je ne manquerai de rien. Gloire à Dieu, Maximo, champion. I say one day, Janju Foundation. Espoir des enfants démunis, caravane Père Noël. One day, God go hear my prayer, daddy. One day, God go hear my prayer. One day, God go hear my prayer, daddy. One day, God go hear my prayer. One day.
Hello. Yes, hello, and welcome everybody. We are back now for the next panel. We are waiting for two more panelists. I'm just trying to make sure they are on. Dr. Munzu and Dr. Ako Asana, please can you indicate if you are on? You might be still in the attendee room. Dr. Asana and Dr. Munzu. Okay, so while we are waiting for them, moderator, Kevin, if you can take down the video screen. While we are waiting for the rest of the team to join, I just want to welcome you all again back to the next panel. This panel is going to be moderated by Dr. Julius Agbo, who is one of the members of this committee, the steering committee of CDN. He's going to moderate this panel, and this panel has a diverse view of opinions of where we are and where we should be going in the Southern Cameroon's self-determination conflict. So without further ado, I will hand over to Dr. Agbo, who will introduce the panel and moderate the session. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Judith, and thank you, the Southern Cameroonian people and our friends from the international community who are watching and viewing us through social media and directly from this platform. Yesterday and going into this morning, we are witnesses of the fact that the Southern Cameroonian society has a diversity of opinions and perspectives, you know. But in spite of this diversity and divergent viewpoints, this expert panel session that is going on right now aims to drive some amount of consensus wherever possible on three broad themes. So I'm going to see how much time we have and how much we can cover. A lot on our plate. Okay, so we're going to try to go around the topic of, you know, an understanding of the fundamental root cause of this conflict, of the present conflict that we are in the fourth year. The second broad theme would be to try to drive consensus around a pathway to a sustainable resolution of the conflict. We will focus on the process, not on the outcome. Then the last part of this panel conversation will try to drive consensus around some key aspirations of the Southern Cameroonian people, regardless of which political dispensation they find themselves. So, ladies and gentlemen, to have that conversation today, I have a special panel put together, some very distinguished Southern Cameroonians who are representatives of many different viewpoints as to where we are and where we are supposed to be going to. Without much ado, I want to introduce the first panelist, and I plead with all the panelists to turn on their cameras, please, please. I believe you should be seeing a button on your screen that allows you to do that. Turn on your cameras, please. I want to start off by introducing the only lady that we have on this panel. Okay, let me give her that privilege. Madame Edith Kawala. She's a political leader, entrepreneur, activist, and one of the strongest voices per her definition in this Anglophone crisis. And she's living in Cameroon, one of the strongest voices in Cameroon. She is the current president of the Cameroon People's Party, which she joined in 2010, and has become, for now, on the records, as the first woman to ever run for the office of president in the Republic of Cameroon. She's also founder and CEO of Strategies, an important corporation. I want to just ask Madame Edith, just say hello, that people know that it's you that I'm talking to. Just say hello to the audience, please.
Hello, good evening. Definitely very happy to be able to join this panel today.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much. Actually, I wanted to tell her 30 seconds, but she did it less than 30 seconds. So for the purpose of this conversation, Madame Edith Kawala would be coming in as a federalist of some kind, and she would explain to us what that means sometime in this conversation. The second panelist in our discussion today is Dr. Fontem Niba, who doesn't need any introduction anymore, as my Francophone friends would say, qui ne présente plus. So Mr. Dr. Fontem was one of those who was arrested, actually, on January 17th, alongside Barrister Agbobala, whom I believe was supposed to be part of this panel. They were the key leaders, and to the records for specification, Dr. Fontem was the Secretary General of the consortium at that time, and he was among those who were arrested on January 17th. They spent 8 months of incarceration, facing life sentence, charged for terrorism. So for the purpose of this conversation today, Dr. Fontem is an unapologetic believer in the restoration of the independence of the former British Southern Cameroons. Is this characterization accurate, Dr. Fontaine? 30 seconds. You are muted, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. I greet my fellow Southern Cameroonians and those watching us from around the international community. I think that my experience has taught me that the only way Southern Cameroons can be free is for Southern Cameroons to regain her independence. Thank you. All right, thank you so much. You see, my panel is very disciplined. I'm so proud. I just pray that we continue in this line. All right, my third panelist this morning or afternoon, wherever you are watching, is Dr. Ako Asana. He's a constitutional historian, PhD in national human rights history. And he calls himself a foot soldier. You saw him yesterday. He moderated the introductory or the opening ceremony of yesterday. So he doesn't need a lot of introduction. But for the purpose of this conversation today, Dr. Ako also presents himself as an unapologetic restorationist of the Southern Cameroon's independence. Dr. Ako, am I right in describing you this way? You have to unmute yourself, please. Kevin 00, Kevin 00 for all the panels, please.
Can you hear me? Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Agbo. Hello to my fellow panelists. It's a pleasure being here again. And yes, I joined the voices of the generations of Southern Cameroonians since we left Nigeria, and now we're fighting to leave Cameroon. So yes, I am an Ambazonia, and I make no apologies for it.
All right, nice. Okay, our fourth panelist today, who also probably doesn't need a lot of introduction. He spoke yesterday at the opening ceremony. Is Dr. Simon Monzo. Monzo is a PhD in law from Cambridge, one of the best universities in the world. He has a very brilliant professional career, rising up to the rank of Assistant Deputy Secretary General, Assistant Secretary General, and Deputy Special Representative of the Secretary General for the Côte d'Ivoire, and a high-level UN position. You know, he has been an academic in Cameroon. For the perspective of this panel discussion, Dr. Monzo stands out as a co-convener of the first and second All Anglophone conferences, AAC 1, AAC 2, and he was actually the pioneer spokesperson of the SANC and a tireless advocate of federalism as a viable pathway to resolving the Anglophone problem, which he called Anglophone problem. I'm reading how they describe themselves. So Dr. Monzo, is this an accurate description of who you are on this panel today?
Oh, perfectly correct, Dr. Agbo. I am indeed a convinced and unapologetic federalist.
Awesome. That's great. I have another panelist here by the name Dr. Nick Ngwanya. For those who watch Cameroonian media, he doesn't need a lot of introduction as well. He's a medical doctor and a surgeon, urologist, and the president of St. Louis University Institute of Health, Engineering and Technology with centers in Bamenda, Douala, and Yaoundé. He's a social entrepreneur and politician. For the purpose of this conversation today, Dr. Nick is a self-proclaimed confederalist. Am I right in that characterization, Dr. Nick?
Yes, I am. I mean, you are really, and I'm a confederalist. Can you hear me or some? Is my sound okay?
You're fine.
All right. Okay. Yes, after having gone through all the difficulties we've had, I meditated a lot, and I came to the position that if we go for the confederal form of state, we'll get out of these problems. I'm sure when we get to discussing it, we would understand why I choose that position.
Awesome. That's cool. I'm not too sure whether we have Barrister Gobala on Barrister Bonkongo as a panelist. Yeah, he told me he was on, but I can't see him on the screen. No, okay. I hear that he's not yet here.
Yeah.
Okay.
He needs to, if he comes on, he needs to confirm and we'll upgrade it.
That's cool. All right. For full disclosure, I want it to be on the record that as a moderator, I worked tirelessly to convince some people who are full decentralizationists and special statutists, whatever that means, to be part of this panel. In particular, I spoke with Professor Elvis Ngolengole, Barrister Achu Julius, who have been prominently advocating for decentralization and special status as a solution for the problem that is the conflict that is going on, but they declined this invitation. So let it be on the records that we didn't sideline any particular viewpoint. We want to expose all the viewpoints and see what we can make, whether we can make sense of it today. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us dive into the theme of our first conversation today. The first theme has to do with an understanding of the fundamental root cause of the present conflict. You all agree with me that without a proper diagnosis of a problem, its solution will remain elusive. Worse still, focusing on the symptoms or associated grievances rather than the root causes leads to misdiagnosis and wrong prescriptions, which might only delay and further complicate the solution. And I want to spend time saying this because before I give you the opportunity to speak, I want you to speak clearly. So for instance, the root cause of hernias could be a combination of pressure and some weakness of muscles. And one of the notable symptoms of hernias are abdominal discomfort. I'm not a medical person, but I'm trying my best. I hope the medical people here will correct me. So a physician who would focus on the abdominal discomfort will prescribe aspirin maybe, or some simple therapy like try to drink less soda, instead of prescribing the surgery that is needed to correct the hernia. What am I saying? I'm going to Dr. Monzo first. Dr. Monzo, you're going to tell Southern Cameroonians and the world that is listening to us right now, what is your perspective as to the fundamental root cause of the present conflict? Be careful to distinguish the root cause from its associated symptoms. You have 2 minutes to do that, and I'm timing you. I'll ask the microphone to be taken from you if you exceed that time. So I want you to go straight, Dr. Monzo. You have your 2 minutes. Take it.
Thank you, moderator. From the federalist perspective, the root cause of the conflict is very simple. And it is that the foundation on which the Federal Republic of Cameroon was based in 1961, when Southern Cameroons and Republic of Cameroon came together, has been eroded. The understanding was that the 2 territories were coming together to form a union, but a union that would operate as a federation of 2 separate federated states of equal status. In 1972, that agreement was breached, the foundation was removed, and so we got into this. And therefore, what we need to do.
Okay, Dr. Monzo, no solutions yet. No solutions yet. I just want we stay focused on the questions. You know that I have a detailed program, so I just want us to diagnose. We are only on the diagnosis. No solutions yet. So if you want to clarify your thoughts in what you just said, please do that in a sentence or 2.
Yes, I'll clarify that by saying that the root cause is the breach of the foundation, the erosion of the foundation on which the federation was built.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Dr. Nick Ngwanyam, you have 2 minutes. Tell us, possibly stating it, not describing it. State means you just give a sentence or 2. What do you think is the fundamental root cause of the present conflict?
I would want to borrow the words of His Excellency President Paul Biya to say exactly what the problem is. Because, you know, like I keep saying on television, there's one very important date in our history, in the history of Cameroon, is when President Paul Biya was answering to questions in a panel in front of Mo Ibrahim in Paris. That was just about a year ago, less than that. And on that day, he told us exactly what the problem of West Cameroon, East Cameroon is. He said that for all these years, the idea has been to, you know, turn over Anglophones to become Francophones, so to speak. And they have been trying to do that, and that experiment has never worked. And he thought that it was time to let Anglophones be who they are. That is the problem, marginalization.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Nick. Marginalization and possibly assimilation, you add the two together, am I correct?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Ako, you are next. What is the fundamental root cause of the present conflict? 2 minutes. And I like, you see my panelists, they are very well behaved. They know what they will have to say. You have the 10. Unmute yourself, please. Kevin, 0-0.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. So in my estimation, the cause of the current conflict, and it's not just current, it's been going on for a while, is the failure to decolonize or to complete the decolonization of Southern Cameroons. So what La République is doing is merely a continuation of what the French did to them, what the British did to us, what Nigeria did to us, what the Germans did to us. So finally, we are saying that it's enough. So we are basically looking at a failure to decolonize a people who have been fighting to be free. And in my estimation, therefore, I will tell you this, and hopefully get the opportunity to expand more on it, that the problem that we have in Southern Cameroon with La République is one country that has colonized the other and has absolutely no right to do so. And that failure to decolonize Southern Cameroon is represented in the poor constitutional framework that they entered into in Fumban. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Dr. Fontaine, you are next.
Yeah, thank you very much, moderator, and my greetings to the other panelists. The cause of rooted in history, a fundamental cultural difference, the result of a historical development which prevents the people of Southern Cameroon across the Mongo from coming to the same political, social, and cultural or economic reality. So from the very inception, the supposed federal union between British Southern Cameroon and French Cameroon was steeped in ruse, lies, and trickery, using violence as an instrument to keep Southern Cameroon, which was more open, there was bound to be a tipping point. Why continue to force incompatible temperaments when we have seen that it is not workable? The union was bound to explode. We are dealing here with two sets of people, one who see the state as a community of shared interests, and another which is definitely a cold monster. A scholar has described it as the theatralization of command and the legitimization of violence to maintain control. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Let's go to our queen lady on the panel. Madam Kawala, what is, in your opinion, is the fundamental root cause of the present conflict?
So I agree with a number of the root causes that have been already expressed in that the foundation that created the country Cameroon from Southern Cameroon and La République at the time was unclear. It was steeped in ruse, as Dr. Fontaine has mentioned. It was also lacked elements of precision in terms of having a clear process through which these two entities would actually become one country. That shaky foundation has been compounded by 60 years of dictatorship and bad governance. So the bad governance and dictatorship have failed to build a Cameroonian identity. I am a Pan-Africanist. I do not believe in colonial identities. I definitely don't believe in going back in history to redefine myself by the person who colonized me. But the reason we find ourselves here today is because there has been a failure to build an African identity. There has been acute failure in questions of economic and social development. There has been acute failure in questions of justice. So we are a country which is unjust, which does not provide economic and social opportunity to its citizens. And for those who were coming from Southern Cameroon, this is compounded by the marginalization of their culture. So we have multiple examples of language difficulties. We have multiple examples of the inability to integrate cultures and so on. So in my opinion, that is why we find ourselves in the situation we are in today.
Thank you so much. That is very well articulated. And I believe that all these panelists have told you, the viewers, what they see as fundamental root cause of this present conflict. I saw a kind of consensus around the different points that were raised. Dr. Nick didn't push it that far as to the union itself, the supposed union, the basis for the federation. Dr. Nick, I want to come to you because from listening to everyone else, they seem to go further than just looking at what the symptoms that you mentioned of marginalization and assimilation. Are you willing to revise your position, or you're standing on it, Dr. Nick?
No, it's not about revising a position. If you realize, I mean, the five others, they have stated the root cause, so to speak. And what I did was to hang on President Paul Biya's words to say this is what exactly they have been doing. So if I had to say it, I would say exactly what they said. But I was just kind of like bringing a feather to the thing to add weight to it, to say that President Paul Biya himself recognizes that.
Absolutely. Thank you guys so much. So I believe this first question has been properly answered, and I sense some kind of consensus around the table on this question. I want to push a little bit further. One of the greatest frustrations of Southern Cameroonians seem to be the attitude of their Francophone counterparts, the French-speaking Cameroonians, who for the most part do not seem to get it why Southern Cameroonians are fighting and dying. You know, I know that Professor Maurice Kamto and his MRC party have been trying to do a lot to show sympathy for the suffering Southern Cameroonian masses. And in fact, he is currently under house arrest for trying to organize a protest on the Anglophone cause. However, what is distasteful to the average Southern Cameroonian is the majority view of several Francophone compatriots who continue to tag them as terrorists, who must be decimated at all costs by all means. Only this week, Cabral Lebi, a leading Francophone political figure, went on the air, he's on the record as saying that they need to reinstate a state of emergency in the Anglophone regions and repress all the media that has been sympathetic to the Anglophone or to the restorationist movement. So it seems to me like an objective observer that what divides the French-speaking and English-speaking Cameroonians is increasingly stronger and stronger than what unites them. So my next question to each one of you for a minute, is it a fair assessment that what divides French-speaking and and English-speaking Cameroonians is increasingly stronger than what unites them. Dr. Ako, you go first on that. It's 1 minute. Actually, it's a yes or no question. Take a minute.
Well, for French-speaking Cameroonians, I think they have their worldview, and English-speaking Cameroonians, we have our worldview. But I like to say that French-speaking Cameroonians or English-speaking or Portuguese-speaking, to us, it really does not matter. What matters is whether when you look at your fellow African brother, what do you see? Do you see yourself as being better, as being superior? And do you believe that you have a right to lord it over another person? That is fundamentally the way many of us who consider ourselves Amazonians, that's the way we see it. So it is much more than just a language issue. For many of these people, when they see us the same way that colonialists who, by an accident of humanity, happen to be white, saw Black people when they came to Africa. French-speaking Cameroonians or our brothers across the Mongo look at us and look down upon us as people that they control, people who do not deserve any rights. And it is, I don't know, preposterous for us to even cite examples. It's so obvious when you look at the fact that people in Yaoundé, in Douala, and many parts of Cameroon can go on the streets to protest. When the police go out there, the police handle them softly and gently. But what happens on the other side, where we are from, or where I'm from, because I don't know about everybody else, but where I'm from, where my people in Boya take to the streets, when the people took to the streets in Bamenda for basic rights, the government responded by telling them that you are not entitled to those rights. So for us, I don't know, they can speak for themselves, but what I'm going to tell you is that this inequality, this belief that you are superior and that you can rule over another person is a mindset that Southern Cameroonians have dealt with for a long time. We have been victims of this when we were part of Nigeria.
You have to
yes,
just answer my question at this time, and we'll take over. We'll continue that conversation that you're having.
Okay, thank you.
Can you answer? Is it fair, yes or no, to the question that I have?
Well, we have a lot of differences.
Yes or no?
Yes, we have a lot of differences. Okay. I mean, we're different people.
Awesome, thank you. I want to introduce Barrister Gobala at this time, who has Agbonkongo, who has joined us. He's a human rights advocate, a Southern Cameroonian, an opinion leader, who has dedicated more than a quarter of a century of his life fighting for the right to self-determination of Southern Cameroonians. He is the president and founder of the Center for Human Rights and Democracy in Africa, and the first chairperson of the Southern Cameroon's European Coordinating Committee, and president of the consortium, the notorious consortium in quotes. And he was one of those who was actually arrested and jailed for 8 months in Yaoundé. Barrister Gobala, can you just greet the people? I'm not asking you to make a speech. I just want you to say whether I have characterized you correctly or not. Please unmute yourself. Barrister Bonkongo.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Thank you to the organizers, fellow panelists, fellow Southern Cameroonians. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So you join us when we have already covered some ground already, and we're not going to go back.
Did you hear me?
I heard you, but I don't know whether your bandwidth is strong. Did you have anything else to say, please? Okay, Barrister Agbo, can you go ahead and answer
the question? I've been following the discussion.
All right. What's your take on the question that is currently on the screen, Barrister Agbonkongo? Is it a fair assessment?
I've been following the discussions for the last 5 minutes. Yeah, to an extent, it's a fair assessment that there's a lot that divides us with the Francophones. And like the previous speaker was saying, for those of us who went to the University of Yaoundé, there was this attitude that Anglophones it was derogatory to say somebody is an Anglo. You know, it was derogatory to say somebody is from the English-speaking part of the country. But let's also call a spade a spade. I think the younger generation of Francophones, I used to teach in a university with a huge number of Francophone population. I think the younger generation of Francophones are not very involved in the divide. And also a lot of members of the opposition parties and civil society, they are not really talking about this divide. You know, it's more members of the ruling party and some politicians who are apologists of the regime in place. So there is gradually, I think the mindset is changing. I think Francophones also are realizing that we have to live together. And if you look at the lawyers also, everybody who has been detained from Siseko to everyone will tell you that the Francophone lawyers also have been very supportive. So I don't want us to lump everybody in the same box, because if we also look at it from our own perspective, we would also say certain things that might not be very, very okay. So I agree with the fact that, yes, you know, it's a fair assessment to talk about the divide. But things also, mindset is changing. The people are gradually coming to the realization that, you know what, they need the Anglophones. We are a very important person. And I think since the conflict started, a lot has changed in terms of, they've given us more respect than they used to give us.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Dr. Agbo, I think I'd like to disagree with
okay, I'll come to you, Dr. Akpo.
Okay.
I'm moderating. I've taken note of your intention to speak. I want to give everyone a fair chance. So I want to go to Dr. Monzo right now. Dr. Monzo, the question on the table right now is on the screen, and I know you can read. I don't want to read it for you again, but I want you to answer it in 1 minute. But I'll give you 1 more minute to conclude what you wanted to say in your introductory remarks. So you have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you again, moderator. The key word in the question I see before me is increasingly. You know, we're saying that the divide is increasingly stronger than what unites us. I don't think that there's any objective basis on which to say that the division is increasingly stronger. If anything, this conflict has shown us that Anglophones and Francophones have both been victims of understanding of who we are. And when the conflict initially started, yes, Francophones took the attitude that they took, but the facts are that in the last 4 years, Francophones have come to understand more clearly what our grievances are, what the problem is, and many have indeed, as Barrister Nkumu has said, shown their sympathy and understanding and a sense that we are together. So I wouldn't overstress this allegation that the divide is becoming increasingly stronger. No, there is no objective basis on which to come to that conclusion.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Monzo. I want to give chance to those who are actually on the ground living in Cameroon to give us their assessment of this. I'm going to move to Dr. Nick Wanyam and ask you, what is your take on the question that we have on the floor right now? You have a minute.
Thank you very much. It's not a yes or no answer. We have to put the Francophones in different groups. There is what we call the Francophone lambda. That is the ordinary Anglophone and the ordinary Francophone have no problem. The problem is more of the elite in the political class who are gunning for something, fighting for spoils. They are the ones who know the truth, but but push their own agenda, because when they keep pushing their agenda, it makes their case for decentralization, it makes their case for I don't know what. But the bottom line is that when they take that position, it helps them to fight, let's say, an outright federation or a confederation, because that's what they want. So they will be pushing the agenda of it and what have you. But if you come down to the street and you are talking to the ordinary Francophone and the ordinary Anglophone, they have no problems. I want to make that very clear.
Okay, thank you so much. Fair enough. Madam Kawala, in a minute, what's your take?
My take is an uncategorical no. Absolutely not. The Cameroonian society is divided, and we are divided on the Anglophone issue. But it is not between French-speaking Cameroonians and English-speaking Cameroonians. It is between people who are in the regime and support the regime. I want to point out that at the forefront of the current killing, which is going on in the Northwest and Southwest regions, are Anglophones. I just came back from Kumba. I was in Kumba the entire day of yesterday. Who was sent to Kumba to tell the people that they should not cry, despite the fact that children had been killed? Who was sent to Kumba, who opened their mouths and said that the war is over and that Paul Biya has won the war? It was not Francophones. It was Anglophones. And there are hundreds of Anglophones sitting in Yaoundé who are the main source of information for the Biya regime and who feed that regime with information that there is no Anglophone problem, that nothing is going on, there's nothing to be seen going on in the Northwest and Southwest regions, and that they are winning the war. Let's be clear about that. On the other hand,
Madam, I've already expired my minute with you, please. Thank you so much. You've stated your point already. You're categorically no on the question, so it doesn't really need a lot of expansion.
Record my minute, because I see you recording minutes for people who have to complete.
All right, thank you. I'll make a note of that. Yeah, I'll give you more time on another question. Let's have two other views on this particular question before we move forward. Dr. Ako, you're already spoken. Do you want Dr. Fontaine to go first before you, or I think Dr. Fontaine should speak? Then I might give you a minute, Dr. Ako, since you are interested in that conversation. Dr. Fontaine, what's your take?
Yes, I think I grew up in Yaoundé, and I have, and for 22 years, we used to have neighborhood fights because of these Francophone, Anglophone differences, and to the extent that parents will come and they will have to settle, wide quarrels. There is a pervading disregard for Francophones, but especially among the ones who have not traveled out of their enclave. I want to precise it because when I was in prison, some of the people who stood for us and who fought for us, defended us stoutly in court, were Francophone lawyers. I have friends who are Anglophones who did not even come to court. And when they saw me, they did not even apologize. So I think that, but when I look at those lawyers who were close to us, their children, they had children in English-speaking schools, in Anglophone schools. And so it kind of explains why there is that change. And as Barrister Nkomo has said, with the increasing number of Francophones studying English, that attitude is being laid down. But we have to be very careful, because even in their homes, these children also face some form of persecution. I have students who have attested to the fact that their relatives and friends treat them as Ambazonians because they have been brought up in the Anglophone system. And so the pejorative treatment of Anglophones by a largely French-speaking, the largely speaking French community cannot be easily discarded, because it is also a political instrument which they use to drum up support when it's convenient for them, and which they use to pretend that we are all one when it is convenient for them. Otherwise, you will not be able to tell anybody why, after 60 years, this, which was supposed to have been catered for, avoided, showed up in such a good manner.
Thank you, Dr. Fontaine. I think we need to stop you because your minute is, your time was over. Okay, Dr. Ako, what you have, has it been already said, or you want to say it, but it would have to be in under a minute?
Yes, I'd like to say it, and I'd like to say that there's a difference between how institutions behave, and sometimes there will be a certain degree of anomalies. Some people who would deviate from the norm. So is it kind of unknown that during the anti-apartheid struggle, there were Black South Africans who supported the apartheid government. That's a given. During slavery, there were Black people who collaborated with the slave masters. During our own war of independence from the Germans, there were people on our side who supported the Germans and did not want for us to be free. So yes, there will be those deviations from, if you look at Francophones as a monolithic group, there certainly will be deviations, some Francophones who are sympathetic to us as individuals. But the system is not set up in such a way that we can ever look to these people and say that we're one people or that they have a sympathy. They at most, a Francophone who sympathizes with us is the same way that you look at some white person who looks at a Black person and say, oh, here goes a nice Negro. Maybe I should be nicer to this one because he's different. Here's what I can tell you. Here's what I can tell you about this. Who is killing the people in Ambazonia right now? Who declared war on Ambazonia? Who are the soldiers who are out there pulling bullets into the faces of my own brothers and sisters across the Mongo? Who are the people who are basically writing the check to finance the war in Ambazonia? So you cannot tell me that the younger generation of Francophones are better than their predecessors. They are not, because the army, the people in the B are made up of these guys. When you travel along the streets of Southern Cameroon, what do you notice? Do they speak to you in English? When anyone has the uniform, do they speak to you in English? Okala Bilai, or whatever his name is, the colonial governor of the Southern Zone, when he was speaking to the parents who lost their children in Kumba, look at the arrogance with which that man spoke to the people. When I watched it, I said, this is not the way you speak to someone who is grieving when the state has failed them. And which country declares war on its own and turns its own army against the taxpayers? Which country does that?
Okay, Dr. Ako, thank you so much. We see that on this on the first topic of our theme of our conversation today, we had some little bit of consensus on the fundamental root cause of the conflict, but the additional portion that I added there, whether there is a tendency of a growing perception from the Anglophone, from the English speaking, from the Southern Cameroonian standpoint, the perception that their brothers of the other side are not treating them fairly, whether that perception is growing. I think the data suggests that, and I will let the survey that will be shown tonight to tell you more about that. But on this panel, there has not been any consensus on that. We'll take note of that, and we're going to go to the second theme of our conversation today. We're going to talk about the a pathway to a sustainable resolution of the conflict. The international community, notably the EU and the US Senate, in its recent draft resolution 684, in section 4 of it, and I'm going to quote it exactly as it is. It says, is urging on the government of Cameroon to initiate a credible, inclusive, good faith effort to end the armed conflict in the northwest and southwest regions of Cameroon by addressing the root causes of the crisis and grievances and seeking non-violent solutions to resolve the conflict, including possibly involving an independent mediator in negotiations. That is a quote from Senate Resolution 684. And we heard yesterday German parliamentarians articulate the same view. The coalition also believes that lasting peace can only return through a third-party mediated dialogue without preconditions and addressing the root cause of this conflict. So my question to you panelists, ladies and gentlemen, is the following. Do you agree that a sustainable solution to the present conflict must necessarily include third-party mediated dialogue without preconditions and by addressing the root cause of the conflict? You notice my questions are yes or no. So I'm going to go straight to Dr. Munzu. I'm going to give you 2 minutes, but actually this question you can answer it in under 1 minute. If you need me to repeat the question, I had PowerPoint slide, but people want to see your faces. So I'm going to keep my slides away and people want to look at your eyes as you're talking. Dr. Munzu, it's your turn. 2 minutes uninterrupted.
I don't know why you choose to start with me on every question, Mr. Moderator, but that's okay.
we'll leave your camera on, please. Did anything happen with your camera? Okay. Yeah, go on. Everyone will get a chance to start first, so it's not a bias. Go on.
Yeah, anyway, as I said, thank you for making me start first all the time. Well, listen, for negotiation requiring an international mediator, I mean, that is proof that the national parties, which in this case are Cameroonians, admit that they are incapable of sitting down by themselves and negotiating without someone else being there to urge them to do so. So if the objective situation is that this is the fact, Cameroonians are unable to sit down by themselves and negotiate and come to a satisfactory conclusion, then of course there has to be international mediation. On the other hand, if Cameroonians can organize themselves, be tolerant enough to listen to each other and come to a satisfactory solution, international mediation is not a must. It is not a necessity. By the way, you are citing us the resolution of Senate. Let's be clear about this. This resolution, as you are aware, is non-binding, even on the U.S. Senate. And let's not get ourselves into thinking that because some foreign entity somewhere has said something, that necessarily has to hold for Cameroonians. We have to be careful about.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mozo. That's another conversation. Just for the records, before the international allies went to take over a president in North Africa, the Senate of the United States went through a resolution that made that action take place. It wasn't the United Nations. So just so you know, we have it on record that the US Senate has the ability to do things that are over the board and overarching. So this is not a debate right now. I want to go to my other panelists. Dr. Nick Guanyam, I want you to respond to the question. Do you agree that a sustainable solution to the present conflict must necessarily involve third-party mediated dialogue without preconditions and addressing the root cause of the conflict?
You see, to answer that question, one would have to look at what is going on. In fact, if we were a truthful set of people, we would not have had the need for any third party. If we were facing the truth and dealing with issues as they are in love, the major national dialogue would have solved the problems. But we had a whole major national dialogue which failed to solve the problem because of attitude, where the truth and love don't come to the forefront. So if we are going to have a true and inclusive dialogue this time, probably we'll need a third party so that we don't run into those kind of problems again.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I like the way you articulate the answer to the question very, very directly and less than the time that I gave. I'm going to go to Madame Kawala, and I noticed that I owe you a minute. So, but this question is not the one really that needs a lot of time to answer, but feel free to take your minute.
I think, yes, we need a dialogue without preconditions, which allows not only without preconditions, but with the conditions that allow everybody to be at the table without fear of arrest or fear for their lives. So that is number one. Two, do we need a third party? There, I think we are asking the wrong question. The question which is on the table is, how do we get the Biya regime to a negotiating table? It's been 4 years. They have made no attempt to dialogue or to negotiate. What was called the Grand National Dialogue was not a dialogue. If you have two parties or more who are in conflict, and then one party decides on the date of the dialogue, the subject of the dialogue, they facilitate the dialogue themselves, they determine who the participants are, then let's please not call it a dialogue. So I think the real question that we have, and mind you, once again, we have to question ourselves as Anglophones, because we saw many people participating in that dialogue, which was obviously not a dialogue from the get-go. So the question is, how do we get this regime to a point where we can actually have real dialogue, which means that the parties concerned come to the table how they want to come with the participants they want, and that we discuss, we agree together on the subjects to be discussed. So once again, it is more about how do you get a dictatorship to bend to the will of the people. And I'll take just my 30 seconds of my minute to say, referring back to your last question, every Francophone I know who is not a member of the BR regime or not a supporter of the BR regime is advocating for dialogue. So the question is how to get the regime to dialogue. And I may point out another group of people who do not like to dialogue are those who are for restoration, because I will not forget that the Anglophone General Conference, which was to be organized by Cardinal Toomey, the restoration leaders threatened that conference to the point where it fell apart. So
okay,
let's get the people the dialogue table.
Well, I have to stop you there because you're also approaching areas where we don't have empirical evidence, per Dr. Munzu. Okay, so I want to go to—
We don't have empirical evidence of what? I happen to be part of the people. I happen to be part of the people organizing that conference, and I believe there's empirical evidence.
Okay, that's fine.
And more than that,
Fair enough. Oh, I am in control. I'm the moderator. Please, I'm going to focus the conversation. I've given you a chance to speak, Dr. Monzo. I think let's be civil. When I give you time, you can make your point. So I want to go forward to to Barrister Agbonkongo. Barrister, what's your opinion? I know that your center has already made strong statements on that, and even in the video that you published this morning, had already stated that point. Do you think it's something you want to add? I feel like in this conversation, you have been the one who has been most marginalized. Dr. Barrister Agbonkongo.
Well, you know, we've had a history of marginalization for 60 years, so that's fine. Yes, we need a third party in these negotiations. It's very important because I think both parties lost faith with each other. You know, both parties don't trust each other. So there is a need for like a negotiator, a third party, an arbiter. I happen to have met most of the people, foreign diplomats, the guys of Swiss, and I think that everybody thinks that we need to have a more holistic negotiation team. But also, Mr. Moderator, we would not succeed as Anglophones and Southern Cameroonians if we don't put our house in order. We would not succeed if we don't have an intra-Anglophone discussion or dialogue so that we zero in on common positions. We would not succeed even if we have a negotiator, if we keep on inciting hate and violence against others. If we or a group of persons believe that they are more Southern Cameroonians than others, if a group of persons believe that because they stand for a particular position, they are either enablers or blacklegs or don't have a right to say, we wouldn't move forward, you know? So it's good. This is not something that has to be populist and pandering, okay? If we have to find a solution, if we have to get out of this logjam, like Southern Cameroonians, opinion leaders, activists, and politicians, we have to be honest also to look ourselves in the mirror and say, yes, we need a third party to get involved. But also, as a people, we need to be truthful to ourselves. We need to sit down and iron out our differences. There is a lot going on that we're blaming on others. But if we are honest to ourselves, we would realize that some of the problems are caused by our division, by our ego, by our selfishness, by our belief that some people have a divine right to Southern Cameroonians while others don't have. If we don't solve that problem, a third party will not help us. If we don't solve that problem, we would be in the same position in the next couple of years. So I would rather think that we should start be forward looking. What do we do as Anglophones or Southern Cameroonians to try to come together? I mean, all shades of opinion, those who want restoration, the federalists, those who believe in the unitary state. How do we zero in? And as I said in my video, all of us are Southern Cameroonians. No matter what position you take, each and everyone has a vested interest in Southern Cameroon. And I repeat, there is no one who is more Southern Cameroonian than the other. If we don't remove that from our head, if we still think that somebody somewhere is in the high horse to call people enablers or blackleg because he or she stands with a particular position, we are going nowhere. At the end of the day, all of us will be called enablers. I've seen people who have sacrificed their lives, and because they disagree with someone, they start insulting them. So please, Mr. Moderator, we need a third party.
Thank you.
But also,
Thank you.
as Anglophones, as Southern Cameroonians, we
Thank
need
you.
to talk to each other.
Thank you, Barrister Agbonkongo. I want to apologize to Madam Kawala that I did not cut her off because I disagreed with what she was saying. I cut her because it was going out of the scope of my discussion for today. And she knows I've shared with many of them what I have to do this morning, in this panel. So there's a lot on our plate. We can't possibly dissect every other important issue, but I hope you have a minute, some time to state that point that you were about to make. I want now to go to the two restorationists on our panel, one of them only to speak on this issue. I know where they stand, okay, for having frequented them for too long, but for the purpose of stating it for our audience, where do you guys stand? Any one of you should take the 10, please. Where do you stand with regard to the question? If you want me to repeat the question, that is a sustainable solution to the conflict must necessarily include a third party mediation without any preconditions and addressing the root cause of the conflict. Is this a stated thing that you agree with? Yes or no?
Well, I feel slighted because you can't come to us and then ask for just one person to speak. I think it will be fair to let Dr. Fontaine speak and then I speak, or I speak and then Dr. Fontaine speaks.
Okay, 1.5 minutes each. Is that fair?
Yes.
If it will be enough, I think we all agree that the third party is necessary because nobody trusts the government of Cameroon anymore. We were in talks with them and they arrested us the next day. And they have this habit of arresting anybody who says what they don't want to hear. Madam Kawala is here. She knows that the only reason why they don't catch her on the table is because they will say that they have caught a woman. But when she goes on the street to protest, they go after her. So it is a system that is tailored to destroy anything that does not agree with them. So a third party is necessary, and it should be a third party who can help to enforce or implement whatever decisions we would have agreed on, so that La République du Cameroon does not go back to its old games. The ASC was not listened to, ASC 1 was not listened to, ASC 2 was not listened to, and every time that our people have tried to express themselves on any issue, they make them look useless, they make them look stupid, and it ended up in arrests and exiles. This time, we need a third party to enable us to sit down and agree.
Okay, excellent. Dr. Ako Asana, you take your 1.5 minutes and probably say the obvious.
Well, I don't know if it's the obvious, but I'm going to say that, I think this is one area where we all agree. We all agree. And I also like to reaffirm what my Soban brother, Barrister Bala, just said a few minutes ago, which is that at the end of the day, we're all Southern Cameroonians, irrespective of where we stand on the spectrum. And I think maybe Ms. Wala also reiterated that point of view. Irrespective of where we are all Southern Cameroonians. And are we going to have variances or differences in our opinions? Certainly. But permit me to say this. We are at war. And when you're at war, sometimes even relationships get broken. Even friendships get broken. Some of us come from families in which some people don't even talk to other members of their families because of this issue. It's a matter of life and death. Some of us come from families in which we have people who maybe were born when our parents worked in Yaoundé or in other parts of East Cameroon, and they are maybe they're used to a system, they're benefiting from the system, and they don't want it to change. Having said that, let me go back to the fundamentals of your question. The important thing to note is that freedom is never given. Ambazonians or Southern Cameroonians will never get the equality or the freedom they're trying to get. They have to go for it. They have to get it. We have been asking for dialogue with La République du Cameroun as far back as the 60s. In fact, I do recall as a young man in secondary school when Barrister Munzu and the others were holding the AAC and Maumeri in Boya. I do recall how when it was time for some of us to take the GCE, the challenges that we faced. For every single generation of Southern Cameroonians, we have been begging these people to talk. Well, guess why they don't want to talk? Because you don't talk to someone that you consider to be beneath you. You don't talk to someone that you feel that you are coming to this relationship from a position of strength. There is going to be a time when these people will be forced to come to the dining or to the dialogue table. There's going to be a time if they continue to massacre and slaughter our people, because we're already saying, no one saw this coming, that in 2016 our people were going to rise up. But many of us knew growing up that at some point we will say enough is enough. And this is that time. You cannot kill us and continue to kill us and expect us not to invoke a right of self-defense. So we are fighting back right now, and we'll make them get to that discussion table one day, one time. When we'll make, now they look at us the same way the Israelites look at Palestinians. Or the barrels over there, they can still drink their coffee, their tea, and eat their nice food out there in La République du Cameroun. But one day when that conflict gets over to their section of the territory, then they would say that now it's too close for comfort and they'll get to the dialogue table. For now, they have no incentive.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think the question, we're kind of belaboring a question, a rhetorical question in a sense. It seems from what I've heard from the panelists, that question was more rhetorical because the answer should be obvious. When two parties, belligerents, cannot sit on a table, you need a third party to bring them together. Yes, what I want to proceed. We're still on the second major theme, and our time is racing very fast. Assuming you heard the first panel that just concluded, let's assume that this war is going to continue to intensify, and assume that the humanitarian conditions are going to continue worsening, while the ideological positions are going to continue entrenching further and further. Dr. Ako just told us that even families are divided, are increasingly divided. How are we going to know where we should land ourselves in? How can we, would you recommend a UN organized referendum to settle this question as to whether we want to be a decentralized special status state or an independent Ambazonia or a federated Ambazonia? Would you recommend a UN organized referendum as a credible means of asserting the majority will of the Southern Cameroonian people for self-determination? Actually, this is a yes or no question. My questions are yes or no. And I'm not going to go with Dr. Munzu first. I'm going to go this time with Barrister Nkongo. If you want me to repeat the question, it's 60 seconds to answer. Would you recommend a UN organized referendum as the most credible means of asserting the majority will of the Southern Cameroonian people? Barrister Nkongo. You have to unmute yourself. Kevin, 00.
If it's a way to end the crisis, yes, I would recommend that, because a lot of the people who are talking about the violence, unfortunately, they don't live in Cameroon. And I challenge some of the members of this panel that they should move to this country and let's join the fight. It's easy to sit in your comfort zone and be doing grandstanding. I followed the previous panel. Most of them were doing grandstanding because they don't live in country. Let them come back, let them join us, let us protest, let us fight against the regime. But for people to sit over there and keep on educating us, telling us what to do, trying to teach us what we are supposed to do, I find that a little bit dishonest. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Barrister. I like the way you have articulated this in just under a minute. And I saw Madame Kawala seeming to go in your direction. So I want to just go straight to her. What's your feel on that? It seems like you are in agreement with Barrister Agbonkongwa. Am I correct?
It is a fundamental disregard for democracy for people who do not live in a space to be making decisions about that space to the point of deciding on war and financing war. It is a fundamental disregard for who we are as Cameroonians. You talk about slaves. You talk about slaves. Who is treating us as slaves? We live in Cameroon. Nobody in Cameroon has ever voted for a government. I saw in the last panel so many governments. I don't know who voted for those governments. Nobody in Cameroon has ever sat down and voted for war. We found ourselves in the middle of a war, and today we are burying children because people thousands of miles away, who, by the way, made a choice, because those of us who live in Cameroon, we choose to live in Cameroon, and we do so at the risk and peril of our lives. And for people thousands of miles away to make decisions on our heads, to me, I don't know what the nation is that they are building, but you cannot call that nation a democracy. They cannot be building democracy. So it is absolutely necessary that at this stage, we go to the ground. As I said, I was in Kumba yesterday, and I spent my time asking the people on the ground, how do we get out of the crisis? And the answer throughout was dialogue. And they said, we want to have military on the table. We want to have separatist fighters on the table. We want to sit as people who have been victims of both of those parties. And we want to be able to tell them what it is that we want. So I think that it is the people who are living in the Northwest and Southwest regions who have the right. And it is also because when we talk about Anglophones, Anglophones are not just living in Northwest and Southwest regions. We are also living in the 8 other regions of Cameroon. And it is those of us who are here on the ground who have to be priority number one.
Okay, Madam Ka Edith, thank you so much for expanding elaborately on that for us to know where the majority view is, we probably would need an independent census that call it a referendum or whatever, by an independent body, we can trust the results of that. Let me go to Dr. Fontaine. Dr. Fontaine, what's your view on this particular question? That the way we would understand where the majority view lies would be an independent referendum conducted on the question. What do you think?
Yes, I think let me start with the simpler answer. Yes, we need a referendum because I believe that it will settle the differences amongst our people. But I also want to caution us on this panel that we must realize that there is a limit to what, as Southern Cameroonians living in Cameroon, you can do. There's a limit to what you can do. The war that we are currently in was not declared by us. This war was declared on us. And if some mistakes have been made, it is because we did not prepare for this war. And so as time goes on, what we should be doing instead is to get the political leaders who are involved in these processes to refine what they are doing and to come up with better ways of handling the conflict. I think that even La République du Cameroun has the mind to do some of these things and to pin them on our people. We know that La République is on the ground using we have people on the ground, we have people in the government, we have people who talk to us, they tell us what the government is doing. The government has proxy forces who parade as restoration forces. In the day, they are restoration forces. In the night, they put on their military uniforms. And so let us be very, very careful in the way we approach this issue. We know that those of you on the ground are fighting with your hands tied. And let us agree that there is a need to refine the process, but don't disparage the effort completely.
All right.
I never found myself, I never knew that one day I would be in the middle of a war. So let us rather see how we can improve on our ability to defend ourselves so that our people, we can minimize the casualties. Thank you.
Okay. Let me go to Dr. Nick. You've been silent for a long time. What is your take as to whether we would ultimately need a UN organized referendum on this question to settle it forever?
The problem is not the need for or not. The issue is that, if you're trying to state your case to someone and he doesn't seem to understand, then you are pushed to the wall. And if the government could listen and do what we've been expecting, there will be no need for a referendum, there will be no need for anything. So there might be a need for a referendum if someone fails to listen to you and if you have an opportunity of getting that referendum in the first place. So if you were to have, if there were an opportunity to get that referendum, then the people would express themselves. But if you can't get it, then it's just speculation. And then you cannot, you have to deal with reality. What is real? Be concrete, not if wishes were horses, like they say, beggars will ride. So while we say that, probably we should be dealing with what is real, what we can do. And then, you can say a few things about wishes, but to continue to wish for something that might not be, will just continue to cause more deaths.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Dr. Ako, what's your take on that question?
So I think there's
I want to rephrase it to you so that you are answering to me specifically. Would you recommend a UN organized referendum as the most credible means of asserting the majority will of Southern Cameroonians for self-determination?
Yes, I will. And I also caution that if we were to go that route, that we do the same exercise that was done in southern and northern British Cameroons prior to the vote that was taken in 1961. We have to be able to ascertain who is a Southern Cameroonian, because based on the policies of that government, we know what they will try to do and how they will try to be able to make some people who are not eligible to participate in that vote. So we have to be able to, first of all, ascertain who is a Southern Cameroonian before we take that vote. But I also want to make a quick comment, I think, to something that was mentioned, that those in the diaspora ought to come back to Southern Cameroons in order for us to all do this together. Well, there's never going to be a time when all Southern Cameroonians will live in Southern Cameroons. Every portion has its role to play. The diaspora raises the revenue. The diaspora has publicized and brought attention to this conflict. For a long time, Southern Cameroonians have been fighting for equality, but it took the period of the 90s when a significant number of Southern Cameroonians left the country and left the continent for it to get the kind of attention that it's currently getting. And I'll submit that even when Dr. Munzu and Anyangwe and Ekontang Ella did what they were doing, if they had a diaspora community of Southern Cameroonians like we currently have, it would have made a bigger difference. So every party has a role to play. Now, is it possible that we can all face the burden the same? No.
I think you are going beyond the answer, the scope of the question.
Thank you.
Let's stay within the scope of the question, especially as I still have a panelist, Dr. Monzo. Now, you were worried about being the first person. How about being last this time? You have 1 minute. Unmute him, Kevin 00.
Yeah, it can be good to last as well. But listen, Dr. Agbo, you are the one who contacted me to take part in this panel, and in fact, in this conference. And I agreed to do so because generally I go everywhere where there's an opportunity for Southern Cameroonians to sit and discuss. That's why I accepted to come, even though before I came, many people had said that this conference was being organized from the perspective of the separatists, and that I was letting myself into a trap by accepting to come. I came. Now, I want it to be very clear. The separatists are not the ones who speak for all Southern Cameroonians. We have to accept that all of us with these divergent views are Southern Cameroonians. And that if I have a different view and state my reason for that view, there is no reason for another Southern Cameroonian to tell me that you are call me an enabler, an infiltrator, and all the rest of it. In the panel of this morning, this is what Dr. Ayamba said.
Dr. Muzu, I will not go to that part of the conversation.
Excuse me. If the purpose of this meeting, as you touted it, is to hear the voices of Southern Cameroonians, then please allow us to talk. The first panel went over its limit by about 30 minutes. You know that. People that were given enough time to talk. Okay. So don't keep cutting us off. Otherwise, this makes no sense. Because these are very serious issues, and we have to discuss them seriously. Not a yes or no answer. No. For example, on the issue of referendum, can you tell me anywhere in the world where a referendum has been organized in a country which is recognized to be sovereign, whether separatists like it or not? For the international community which you want to organize a referendum in Cameroon today, there is one Cameroon, and it's a sovereign country. So don't expect that the UN is going to come into Cameroon and organize a referendum in Cameroon without the consent of the government of Cameroon. It doesn't happen that way, whether you like to hear it or not. And therefore, we should be.
But Dr. Muzu, it's not like he said that it's not like he discounted the fact that the government of Cameroon may have an input in that. He didn't say that.
No, but I'm telling you, let me answer.
Okay. Nobody responds to another people. I'll give you the 10 before you speak. So thank you, Dr. Let Monzo speak.
I don't know why you're butting in, but the point I'm making is that for a referendum to be organized in Cameroon, the government of Cameroon will have to accept. The UN does not impose a referendum on any sovereign country. That's a fact, whether you like it or not. And therefore, if you are canvassing a particular approach, you should bear this in mind. And do you think that, as of today, the regime in Yaoundé will accept that the UN imposes a referendum on them for this to be a viable solution that you are touting? Finally, let me, Mr. Moderator, let me say this, because I am fed up. I'm fed up with separatists picking on me. Yesterday, in the panel, Cho Ayaba's statement at the opening yesterday, you all heard it. You heard me mention me specifically by name as having betrayed the cause. I got a job from the United Nations through Mr. Biya and all that crap. Let me put it on record for the first time, now that the entire world is listening, that the regime in Yaoundé has never done me a favor. When I resigned from the University of Yaoundé and went abroad, the regime in Yaoundé, I was going as a fugitive. And I'm fed up with the likes of Cho Ayaba in forums where they know that I am not there to respond, making all these stupid allegations. Now, our country has problems, and we have to accept that. We all come together and discuss. That is why I promoted the effort, the Cardinal Toomey initiative, which you separatists blew off the table. Okay, and now you are coming here and saying we want to organize a meeting and so on and so forth. By all means, if we are serious, let us have the humility to accept that we need to speak first as brothers and sisters, honestly. Okay?
All right, Dr. Muzu,
when you threaten,
I will follow up with. I've not opened up for floor speeches because what we have now is a floor speech. I've taken note of your important question, and I want somebody who was itching to cut you to respond to a comment you just made. Is that Dr. Ako?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I think I take exception to.
Mr. Moderator, it cannot be like that.
if everybody wants to interject, then you give some people more time than others, okay?
Okay, yeah, I'm going to come to you,
just go
Bala.
around,
If you want to
let
speak,
the others make the same comment.
yeah, if you want to speak, I will let you speak, obviously. We have been doing very well, okay? We are doing very well, and I'm sure we're going to finish up very well. So I'm asking the conference organizers we are running out of time, whether they want to permit me, because if I'm cutting you, it's because there's another panel that is going to come, that's already scheduled. Actually, if the first panel received more time, is because they ate into the break time that was there. So I don't know how much flexibility they are going to give me to give you more time to speak. So anyway,
Judith,
enough of excuses. Yeah, Judith, what do you have to say?
And I'm just going to say we have to make sure that the next panel gets ready for 3:30 because we have visitors and guests on that panel, and it starts at 3:30.
Okay. All right. So
and we need to give them time to check in and all of that.
Right. So this is fair. This is fair. Yes, what we're going to do. I'm not actually even going to let people respond to the comment by Dr. Monzo, because the people he addressed those comments to are not here. So if I were to give a right of response, it should have been to the people who made the comment. So I want to beg your indulgence to proceed in this conversation. We can't finish everything today. The question was simple, whether we needed a referendum on the question. The referendum was not, we have seen referendums happen in South Sudan. We have seen them happen in, that led to independence of countries that were part of another country before. So this is not news. It's not something that has never happened before. There are precedents. So, but let's move forward. I have another question for you guys. Actually, we are going to the third part of our conversation because we need to round up. I want to pick up your thoughts on a few aspirations of the majority of Southern Cameroonians, because I've heard you people are here, you are talking, you are decentralization, you are, nobody is a decentralization, federalists, confederalists, restorationists. What the heck? For the woman in Fiango Market and Quen Market listening to us, they don't get a clue what you are trying to say. These are all so big constructs. I want us to narrow them down. Are there some key aspirations of the average Southern Cameroonian as to where they want to live, what they aspire to, that you all could agree on? For instance, let's talk about Southern Cameroonians who are protesters who were arrested since 2016, some 2017, 18, several of them charged for acts of terrorism and have been sentenced to prison terms that range to up to life imprisonment. And I'm speaking to my American audience and international audience. Imagine the Black Lives Matter protesters in New York or the Gilets Jaunes in France protesting and being charged for terrorism and given life sentences. This is extraordinary, extraordinary. I have a question to you. Do you believe that it is the aspiration of the majority of Southern Cameroonians that these Southern Cameroonian prisoners of war be released, even if on certain conditions? This is also a question that is likely a yes or no. And I want to go with Dr. Bala, Dr. Agbo Kongo first. Do you believe that the average human in Fiango cares about the prisoners and would want them released, even if on certain conditions? You have to unmute yourself, Barrister. Kevin,
Personally, I would say yes, yes, yes. All our political prisoners, all those who were arrested and convicted in connection with the conflict should be released. All those who are abroad and who cannot come back to Cameroon because of their activism, they should be granted clemency. I think it's important for this crisis to come to an end. If I live in the US, I cannot get a visa to come to Cameroon when my father or my mother dies. I would fight till the last drop of my blood. So it's not only about those in prison, about our brothers and sisters who are living out of the country. They should have a right to come in the country. But there are also other aspirations from Anglophones, for example. We want justice.
We want fairness. We want respect. We want a fair society. We want the military to stop killing our children. But equally also, we want our leaders, those who have the guns, to also stop killing innocent civilians. Each and every Anglophone, life matters. They should protect them. Killing them, whether they are enablers or blackleg, cannot be helpful to us. We need our leaders and those on the ground to encourage our kids to go to school, because we shall only strive as a people if we have an educated population. So these are the things that we need as a people. And all of us might differ on the end game, but there are some fundamentals: humanitarian support to the people, refugees, for example, human rights violations. All of us, whether they are separatists, you are federalists, you are unionists, all of us agree that those are fundamental problems that we have to solve. And Mr. Moderator, that's why I think that there is a need for us as Anglophones or Southern Cameroonians or West Cameroonians to come together and talk about these common issues. We might disagree without necessarily being disagreeable, but let us talk about these bread and butter issues, as I was saying, because the end goal, whether it's separation or it's federation or confederation, is far, far from us. But there are things that we live on a daily basis. And if I may just learn, when I said that the people in the diaspora should come, I was not derogatory to those in the diaspora. My point is that the people in the diaspora should listen to those on the ground also. Where the ground, you've destroyed everybody on the ground. A revolution where all the leaders who have been in Cameroon their image have been brought into disrepute. A revolution where you have people, I saw people on the previous panel passing off for leaders that I don't know the following they have. And because they are abroad, they speak with authority. And when those in Cameroon want to talk, you tell them that they don't have any reason. To me, that's the kind of things that I was saying that we should try to zero in on and then work as brothers and sisters. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. It sounds like a closing speech from Barrister Congo. Yeah, he went over and covered many grounds that I was going to go into. Thank you so very much. The coalition believes in dialogue. It believes in a society that is multicultural, diversities of opinion, where people can live and not be afraid of their opinion, and everyone can air their opinion. And for the records, we invited those who are strongly for decentralization to be part of this panel, but they were the ones that shut down the conversation. So I want it to be on the records. I want to also hear from, especially those who are on the ground. So I'm going to give preference now for the next few minutes to Madame Kawala and to Dr. Nick following to tell us. I ask a question, then you add what you want to add on it. My question is, do you believe that the average Southern Cameroonian, many of them have people who have either died or are incarcerated somewhere they don't even know? Do you believe that it is their aspiration to see that these Southern Cameroonian prisoners are released immediately, even if on some conditions? Madame Kawal.
Absolutely. The release of prisoners is a question you hear again and again on the ground. The accounting for people, there are so many people in the Northwest and the Southwest regions who are unaccounted for. This past week, I was helping a young girl who has not seen her father since 2018 and does not know where he is, if he's being held, what part of the country is being held. So our demands to the BR regime are, one, to account for everybody that they have arrested, and two, to release all prisoners. I think in addition to that, you said, what does the woman in Fiango want? The woman in Fiango, I can tell you because I was talking to women in Fiango 24 hours ago, they want ceasefire. They want the guns to stop. And anybody who believes that these bullets are very clearly labeled and that we know which ones are coming from the military, which ones are coming from the separatist fighter, are kidding themselves. They are really, really kidding themselves, because the mess that is on the ground today is such that you don't know what is happening. You do not know. When I hear somebody, I think it was Dr. Fontaine, who said there are proxy fighters who are being used, and I think locally they are called fake amber. But my question is, who is holding the database? Who has the database of real amber, so that we can distinguish who is fake amber and who is real amber? At what time were these people recruited in an organized manner, such that you know that these ones are fighting for this and these ones are not fighting for this? And the other point is, be they real amber, fake amber, these children, because they are babies, they are 18, 19, these separatist fighters, some of them are 15, 16 years old. And the government has followed suit. I'm just coming from Southwest on that road. The boys that I saw with guns, with military uniforms, I was looking at them and wondering whether they are 18, whether they have actually reached the age of 18. And for as far as the separatist fighters are concerned, it is our children, whether they are fake or they are real, they are Anglophones. Okay. Other Anglophones. We're destroying our communities in this process, and what the people on the ground want is for that destruction to stop, for the killing to stop, for the economies to stop being completely destroyed, so that they have to move to other part of the country, they have to run away from their homes to be able to survive. This is what the people on the ground want, and then they want dialogue and justice. People want justice. They don't want to let things die out. They don't want things to be blown over as if nothing has happened. They want that justice. Those are the things they want in the immediate term. I totally agree with Barrister Bala about the longer term.
Okay. I hope I'm not cutting you, because I've done that with serious consequences before. Did you finish, Madam Kawala? I hope
yes,
I didn't cut you.
Yes,
I don't want to be in trouble. Okay. All right. Let's hear from Dr. Nick. You know, I'm giving preference to people on the ground right now. So Dr. Nick, tell us, what's your take? Are you all for all what you have heard from Madam Kawala and from Barrister Gobala? How is there any different viewpoint from your end? Kevin 00. Okay,
thank you. You see, when I listen to all of us talking, I realize there's a problem. But what I have to say is that, you know, we need to stop this war at all costs. And this bickering and blaming this, blaming that, arguing about this, that is not going to take us anywhere. We should just go for this ceasefire. Make sure that the people who are behind bars are released, because those people will be part of the dialogue. There's a dialogue coming, and those people must be part of that dialogue. It's very, very important. You know, we keep going up and down. We can continue with these arguments for the next 100 years. That will not be the solution. Probably we should just get on and say, look, we stop these arguments. Let's see what can be done. Get that ceasefire going. Then release the people from prison, because they must participate in the dialogue. And see how the resolutions of the dialogue are brought to bear, or they are implemented, and then create this Truth and Reconciliation Commission or whatever, and see how we get on, because this one is fake, this one is like, it's never going to take us anywhere.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nick. Very well articulated in a very short amount of time. Let me go to, let me give Dr. Ako the opportunity to, how do you respond to my claim that the overwhelming majority of people on the ground want to see those prisoners released, they want to see ceasefire, they want to see these things that I've heard from the previous three speakers. What is your addition to that, or what do you disagree with it?
Well, thank you, Mr. Moderator. Before I get to that question, let me just say what I wanted to respond to Dr. Munzu. I wanted to take exception to his use of the expression that Cameroon is one country. For some of us, Cameroon is not one country. So that's a fundamental disagreement that we have. And it was two countries. Their attempts to make it one through colonization has never worked. The attempt has failed, and we want to restore what we had before. And then the other thing I'd like to say in response to Agbobala and I think Munzu again is the idea that people get labeled all the time as black legs and all of that. Well, yesterday when I was moderating the panel, or actually the opening ceremony of this event, I want you all to know that I received messages from people who said, Dr. Ako, you're claiming that you are unapologetic when it comes to the independence or the restoration of Southern Cameroon, but you're actually a sellout because you invited people like Frunzi and you called him chairman. He's not a chairman. And you have people like, and they went ahead and listed a whole bunch of names. So it is on both sides. And I do agree that we have to be able to disagree without necessarily labeling people or putting people in those boxes. But the difference here is that we are at war. And for some of us, this is actually a matter of life and death. At the end of the day, it is important to note that when Southern Cameroon, because it's not a matter of if, when Southern Cameroon does become an independent country, there are some of us on this call who may not want to be a party of that country. Some people will relinquish their Southern Cameroonianness and decide to stay with La République du Cameroun. That has always happened. There were Americans during the American Civil War who decided that they did not want this country to be independent and they moved to Canada. There were those who left and went to Brazil. There were people in, as we know, our own brothers and sisters in British Southern Cameroon who refused after the plebiscite results came out that we wanted to join with French Cameroon. They refused that union and they remained in Nigeria. In fact, we have a significant community right now in parts of Lagos who have been there ever since and who never returned. So it is very likely, without a doubt, that when Southern Cameroon becomes independent, some people will not want to move to Southern Cameroon because they're in love with La République, and that to us is okay. Now, to your question, yes, we want our brothers and sisters who are locked up all over, and we know the names of the people who are famous, the Naira 10 and the many others, but there are countless number of people spread all over in the jails of La République du Cameroun who are the only offense they've committed, the only crime against them is because they're Southern Cameroonians. That is the only thing they've ever done wrong. So yes, we want them to be free.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go to Dr. Monzu, then Dr. Fontaine will speak last. Let's go to Dr. Monzu. Dr. Monzu, I know that you are concerned more about governance issues. So this is speaking directly to governance issues. Do you think, what are the aspirations, the key aspirations of Southern Cameroonians, regardless of what shape or political box you want to put them in? What do you see as the key aspirations of Southern Cameroonians? And would you advocate for the release of all Southern Cameroonian prisoners who are currently prisoners of war in the Republic of Cameroon? Dr. Simon Monzu, you have 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Well, asking me that question is clear evidence that in this intolerant environment, we don't listen to each other and therefore don't even remember what each person says. So that, because on this specific question, I think I am very clear. I've been very clear right from the beginning. From the contributions made by the Anglophone Cameroon Dialogue Forum that I promoted, we called for the release of prisoners and for amnesty. In the concept paper that was put out by Cardinal Toomey and others for the Anglophone General Conference, which I took part in putting together, we called for the release of prisoners and for amnesty. Even yesterday, in my contribution at the opening of yesterday of this conference, I made it very clear that the release of prisoners and the grant of amnesty were key points. So there is absolutely no doubt about that. But let's remember that these things happen as a package. You cannot call for release of prisoners alone, call for amnesty alone, which is addressed to one side, without expecting that that side would ask for something else in return. So what do we want? There has to be a ceasefire. There are other things have to be, so it's a package. Let's, on the simple question, it's very clear. Yes, there has to be, prisoners have to be released, and amnesty has to be granted so that those who are outside, who feel like coming in to participate in things can come and not feel the risk of being arrested and all of that. That is very clear. But please, let's remember that it has to be part of a package, and that package includes a ceasefire.
Okay, thank you so much. I want just to remind everyone that the coalition is an independent structure. That's why we have all of you with different viewpoints, and we would have had even a CPDM person on this panel if they did not refuse to come. So, Dr. Fontemiba, what's your take? Having been a prisoner before, I don't think this is a hard question for you to answer, but you might want to touch some other key aspirations that the other speakers have not yet done. Do you want to do that? Kevin 00, okay, good.
Yeah, it's a given. I think our people want those in prison to be released, and it is also important to find. Let us identify all missing persons, because there are families who don't know where their children are, and the earlier this is done, the better, because even as we are speaking now, the military is going around in Kumba and kidnapping people in plain clothes. We have received the military is taking people out of their houses quietly, and nobody knows where they are taking them to. So it is just a continuation and an escalation of the conflict. We don't know, there are people who their families don't know whether they're in Fumban or they're in New Bell in Douala or in Kondengi, or they've been taken to the north or to Cholere or wherever. So it's important that these issues be settled. And I don't think that our people can, that this particular element can be settled without the involvement of some of our friends, other international stakeholders and partners. So our people want justice, and they want freedom for all. And the justice that we all seek we cannot get within this present condition. So there must be a ceasefire and so that things can be done in the right way. Our people want us to sit on the table so that we can settle this loud quarrel. And I think we have all agreed that there is a need for somebody to serve as an arbiter during that sitting at the table, a third party. Now, I just want to say something that the fact that we are able to hold diverse views and sit together in a panel like this and talk is already a good beginning, because what we have noticed for the most part is that particularly the rhetoric has been very divisive. And I have noted particularly some people who went from Europe, who traveled from Europe to the national dialogue. When they came out, it was not easy. They did as if they had gotten a new job with the government, and and that the claims of Southern Cameroonians were unjustified. But I think that if what is happening today started in the first place, it was for the collective good of our people. And it is the government who pushed it to this point of escalation. Okay. Now, the point has been raised. Let me just wrap up. The point has been raised that we need to work together to clean up whatever mistakes have been made. And this conference is just the beginning of that process. We will make it together and let the referendum hold and let our people decide for themselves. Thank you.
All right, great. So I'm just keeping, we're rounding up now. Each person will have the last 60, the last minute to sum up their arguments. But I have a question that will point you to what I want you to talk about. This is a closing point, and this is a message the international community and the world listening to us right now. This is Southern Cameroons. These are the first, this is the first nation on the African continent to actually demonstrate post-independence, to demonstrate democratic rule by having successive prime ministers. I think 3 prime ministers elected into office. We are descendants of these people. We are proud people. We are diverse. We disagree, but like every other people who disagree, will know how to find common grounds. I have a final question. I know that all of you don't believe in this, but that's why I'm using should the state of Ambazonia become internationally recognized? And this question is directly to the restorationists. Should the state of Ambazonia become internationally recognized, would you consider granting amnesty not only to your defecting ambassadors, but also to those whom you are currently referring to as enablers, unionists, and federalists? 60 seconds, Dr. Ako. Did you want me to repeat the question?
No, I'm good. Thank you. Thank you. Well, thanks to the coalition for organizing this. This has been a wonderful opportunity. Now, when we do become independent, because it's just a matter of time, when we do become independent as an independent republic, Federal Republic of Amazonia, we plan to build a nation. And we have seen where many African countries fell short of that. When we have a cult of personality, when we fail to have institutions, when we fail to have a framework of governance, and when we fail to have transparency and accountability. So as Amazonians, we have learned the lesson really hard. And as one of the last colonized people on the African continent, I think we've taken the lesson very well. So yes, to your immediate question, we will have the opportunity, better than what happened in South Africa with the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. We'll have the opportunity for all of us to come together and figure out a way how we can make amends. Yes, there will be people who will get the opportunity to be forgiven. There are others who will have to be held accountable. And the reason why you do that is so that you provide a disincentive for anyone to want to do things like that again. But yes, in the future Amazonia, we will be able to create a nation, one in which there's justice, there's equality, and there's respect and integrity for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for that closing argument. Dr. Fontaine, you belong to the same school as Dr. Ako. Is your response similar to his, or what is the addition?
Yes, I think he has said the bulk of what I had to say with respect to that. But I just want to add that I think continual education, even as the war persists, should be able to help us to reduce, to find common ground, to rearrange some of the things that on both sides of the aisle, Southern Cameroonians might have done, mistakes that Southern Cameroonians might have done. It is important that increasingly we realize that this is our destiny, this is our fight. Whether when we have our independence, we are not going to nationality. It is just somebody's perspective that they want something else. And the way they articulate what they want should not be obtrusive to what others want, because that has been the tendency. And I have noticed that some people seem to be fighting against others instead of fighting the person from whom they want to take what they want to take. And that has been the case with some of the federalists, not necessarily these ones on this panel anyway, but most of the federalists that I know tend to want to dig rather into the restorationists instead of asking the government to give them what they want. So, and at some point, it has created so many flashpoints. So let us see how, moving forward, we can help to create a middle ground where people will know their sphere of influence, and then people will also moderate the way they do their things, but we must maintain discipline.
Thank you. We are rushing out of time. Thank you, Dr. Fontaine. Actually, that point is actually a major theme called Truth and Reconciliation that fixes the injustice in the process and render justice for everyone. So I'm flipping the question over to my friends who are federalists on this panel. I'm flipping the question to you, and this is your closing point. We are going into another panel in under 3 minutes, please. So you're going to keep your arguments to 1 minute. Flip the question around. Pretend as though you were a restorationist. I know it's difficult for some of you to actually put that in your mind, but pretend that you are a restorationist. Would you consider amnesty for those being called enablers, unionists, and federalists? If yes, why would you do that? My question would go to Dr. Nick Ngwanyan. Is he still here? Dr. Nick? Okay, Dr. Barrister Agbonkongo. I hope the question is clear. So flip your position and pretend for a minute that you are a restorationist. Would you also consider amnesty to those who are being termed today enablers, unionists, federalists? If yes, why would you do that? Oh, okay, Kevin, 00, please, 00. Sorry, he's been muted again. 00, Kevin. Okay.
That's the same question you asked the restorationist. So I don't understand, but I mean, by my nature,
I said you pretend as if you were a restorationist. What would you do?
That's what I'm saying. That by my nature, I'm a very forgiving person. I would like to build and not destroy. I am very all-inclusive. That is why when the separatists invite me, I make sure that I participate, you know. So I think that, like Churchill said at Yalta, the past, its crime, its follies, and its tragedies flashes away. So I believe in that we have to move forward. But I would come back to something also, like Fontem said, yes, not all the federalists, there are some in the middle who will not. But I think that the biggest problem in terms of tagging and labeling people is done by the separatists. They are the ones who have threatened to kill us. My father's house was attempted to burn. That, I mean, some of the leaders have openly said they should kill me, you know, and you get people who have not contributed anything in the struggle. The only thing they have is free internet that they can sit and incite violence against others, you know. I believe that be they separatists, be they federalists, be they unionists, all of us as Southern Cameroonians, let us work together. Let us build. Let us agree on the things. The one you said, the human rights, the ceasefire, the release of prisoners, all the humanitarian, and then we can talk about the end result after. If we are only fixed on separation, federation, the decentralization, it doesn't help any of us as a people. So thank you guys for this wonderful initiative. Thanks for having me. Thank you to all the panelists. We might disagree with the others, but I think that we can keep on building and working and strategizing so that we can help our people from the current crisis.
So much.
So thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm not going to ask that question again. It looks like it's a difficult question. Let me let Kawala respond to just 1 minute concluding statement. 1 minute, and I give Dr. Munzu also 1 minute to conclude their statement. And Dr. Nick, is he still here? Go on, Madam Kawala, unmute yourself. Kevin, 00. Yeah, 1 minute, please. Closing argument.
Great. So I will speak a little bit to your question, which is that, yes, I believe that in a post-conflict situation, you have to create the conditions for transitional justice, meaning that you must have people, if crimes have been committed, you must have victims able to speak out and say that I have had this happen against me. You must have perpetrators able to confess and go through some form of justice which enables justice to be reestablished in the society. And that, of course, includes amnesty for many. So yes, I think that would be a key point.
Thank you. You all can notice that you can notice that another panel is taking over already right now.
So I do want to say thank you to Dr. Fontem and Dr. Ako Asana. This panel was wonderful in that it's the first time, personally, that I've been able to have a really good conversation with restorationists. So I'm very
Thanks
thankful
to the
for that,
coalition.
and really thankful to the coalition for organizing it.
All right, thank you so much. Dr. Muzu, quickly, do you have a last minute, 1 minute, no more, just final word that sorts the heart, like the one I just heard from Madam Kaidi? Do you have that for us? Kevin 00, Kevin 00.
Yes,
Dr. Muzu.
everyone, well, of course, everyone who knows me knows that I am open-minded. And as a matter of fact, the history of my involvement in this Southern Cameroon struggle, which dates about 30 years, shows very clearly that I have no grudge against any group of Southern Cameroonians. And so the fact that separatists have consistently taken me as their whipping boy for reasons that I don't understand, it doesn't mean that I would take a similar attitude vis-a-vis them. I remain open-minded, and I would only wish that they could hold back some of their rhetoric. There's no point threatening people with death and looting and burning and all of that. That's no way for us to go.
Thank you, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. It was a great panel. Thank you to the Coalition for Dialogue and Negotiations for putting this together. It's the first time in the history of modern Southern Cameroons to have this kind of conversation, and this is just the beginning. Thank you so much, our viewers, and welcome to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Doctor, and thanks to the wonderful and amazing panel. I know given more time, you would have carried on. It's amazing to see the different viewpoints and to see everybody having the chance to speak. And I hope this is just the beginning, and we will do more of this going forward so we can find a lasting solution for everybody and bring peace back home. So thank you once more. We are now going to have a break, and we'll play some music for Kevin and the background team to be able to change panelists and bring the new panelists on board. And I will also be saying goodbye. I was coordinating for the first half of the day. I'll be handing over to Are Obenson. Are Obenson resides in the US. He's founder of the I Am Cameroon advocacy group. And he's been a real champion for grassroots civic engagement to inspire, educate, and engage Cameroonians in the improvement of their country. He's also the founder of Transformity, which is a company that connects organizations to opportunities that increase their impact. So he will be coordinating the rest of the day till the end of today. The things I just want to highlight before I go, people who need to join their working group sessions, for those who still have work to do, because you need to finish the release of your papers today. So if you need to join your working group, please do so and make sure that you are wrapping up your sessions for presentations tomorrow. Please keep in mind, this evening, the survey results will be published and presented. You don't want to miss that. There's an interesting panel coming up, and I'll hand over to Are Obenson after the short music interlude. We'll have just the short music interlude to make sure that we set the panels up for the next session. So thank you once more. Keep engaged. We could not answer questions, but we have them. We saw a lot of questions being typed. We are picking them up, and the panelists will get them, so they will have the chance to answer. So thank you so much once more, and keep the engagement coming.
What have we done? What have we done?
Hi, team. Just give me a few more minutes. We're still rounding up some panelists. So when we get that done, we'll get back to you. Thank you.
Everywhere you go, stay solid. No, nothing less. Everyone around me solid. We're building a fortress. Up at 5 in the morning. No, we ain't falling. I've been balling. Never getting foreigns. Siempre con lo mismo. Yo como con lo mío. La mitad la vimos. Ya mira cómo se dio. Es que no cuesta nada ser sólido. Aquí están llenos de odio. Yo reado por fe. Y eso me da el poder. Solid as a rock. I've been walking already to the rocks. They know I've been popping shit a lot. My dog baby when I bust I don't give up. My guy in the penitentiary. He been doing this since like the 12th grade. Even if it's for eternity. It's really more than down here. Never gonna change. No me importa la fama, nunca cambiaré. El dinero me dio la hambre. No se atreva porque aquí hay arme. Pau pau y piden rescate. Quieren ser parte pero quieren soñar. Pero somos el gremio de magos. Somos anormal. Bendecidos papá. No, nothing less. Everyone around me solid. We're building a fortress. Up at 5 in the morning. No, we ain't falling. I'll be balling in old age. Never getting foreigns. Everywhere you go, stay solid. No, nothing less. Everyone around me solid. We're building a fortress. Up at 5 in the morning. No, we ain't falling. I'll be balling in old age. Never getting foreigns. Oh, yeah. Southern Cameroon tour. Let's do it. We still vibing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. Bringing the fusion to y'all. Fast. We got that rice and Rice is still coming to you November 18th. This Rice at Home tour going on right now. Yeah, we got episodes.
Good to
Yeah.
go, good to go. Cool.
Freaky Friday out now.
Yeah. Hello, sorry about that, guys. We are good to go now. I'll hand over to Ari.
Thank you very much, Judith, for the work you've done to putting this together and for holding brief all morning. My name is Ari Obenson, and I'm stepping up to coordinate the rest of the day here. I have the easy job. The challenging job is going to be left for the panelists or the next panel that's coming up. In the next 1 hour, 30 minutes, we're going to be having a panel session on mediation and negotiations in armed conflict. We'll be looking at the normative perspective and best practices. That panel is going to be led by the moderator of that panel is going to be Dr. Chris Roberts, who is a professor of political science at the University of Calgary, Canada. Calgary, beautiful place. And then alongside, we're also going to get comments at the end of the panel discussion from Mrs. Rebecca Enoncheng-Becky. Nice to have you here. So I'm going to turn in this to the moderator who would introduce the various panelists. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming Dr. Chris Roberts.
I'd like to say thank you to all the organizers of the CDN. I've been watching, I haven't been able to watch every moment of the last couple of days due to teaching responsibilities, but the level of debate has been fantastic. The broad, for me as an outsider, seeing the broad perspectives actually being presented in one place has been very helpful. To see the debates between people who have strongly different views on these issues being debated in a constructive manner is what I think external, and again, I'm not a diplomat, but what external observers need to see, because what we haven't seen, as an external observer, is that kind of level of debate amongst the different legitimate ideas. And so we need to have those, we need to be able to see that in the external community to be able to play some kind of constructive role. And as people who have maybe followed me on Twitter knows that I'm a harsh critic of the international community in terms of the role they've been playing in the current crisis, particularly my government, Canada, but also other governments. So this is a very good effort, again, from an outsider's perspective. But I'm not here to talk, I'm here to moderate, and I don't know if I can follow the kinds of fantastic moderating jobs that I've seen other moderators on what I think were even more difficult panels to moderate do such an excellent job. So I'm humbled by the job that they did. So thank you to them for setting the standard of fantastic moderation. We have, at the moment, we have, I think in terms of who's here, we have 3 of our panelists here, which is good. We're missing one. I'm not sure, maybe they will be located and come in. So I won't introduce them now in case they don't end up here. But I'm going to start with a brief introduction to Dr. Magi Kilo, who holds a master's in sociology of education from London University Institute of Education and a PhD in international development education from Stanford University School of Education. She served her country as an educator and researcher for many years before joining the international development community. In 1998, she joined the services of the African Development Bank, where she has held several positions in both country operations and policy review. I've been to the African Development Bank once when it was actually in Tunis back in 2005, and it's since moved back to its regular headquarters in Abidjan. So I don't know, maybe I was there while she was there. Between 2006, 2008, she served as the bank's resident representative in Sierra Leone and was later appointed to head the newly established Fragile States Unit, which we've heard about in other forums, the Fragile States Unit at the African Development Bank. In August 2011, she was transferred from Tunis to Monrovia, Liberia as resident representative of the African Development Bank there, and a position she held until her retirement in 2017. Her Excellency President Ellen Sirleaf, the first elected chief executive or president in Africa, awarded her Liberia's highest non-national civilian medal, the Dame Commander in the most venerable order of knighthood of the pioneers of the Republic of Liberia. So I'm very happy to welcome Dr. Kilo to our panel. I'd also like to introduce Dr. Suzanne Gase. Suzanne, please correct the pronunciation of your last name.
That was right, thanks.
Good, thank you. She's a principal at Gase Mediation and Facilitation, provides mediation, facilitation, training, and other conflict resolution services in several areas, including peacemaking, organizational issues, and environmental controversies. Her doctoral research focused on inclusivity and peace processes, obviously relevant to our panel. She teaches 2 courses at the school, I think that's the School of International Studies. Is that true, at American University?
School of International Service, yep.
School of International Service, that was close, okay. And she's also practiced as a consultant in mediation, workplace issues, all this very relevant background. Her clients have included government agencies, universities, nonprofits, professional service firms, dozens. She trains about mediation. So here is somebody in conflict resolution skills, absolutely relevant for our discussion. And she's also the author of Extreme Facilitation, Guiding Groups Through Controversy and Complexity, a book published in 2005, as well as numerous articles and other contributions. And then finally, in terms of our participants, before we introduce our moderator who needs no introduction, or I mean our commentator who needs no introduction, is Dr. Emeka Okereke from Nigeria. He's Senior Research Fellow, Head of the Political Violence Studies Cell at the Center for Strategic Research and Studies at the National Defense College in Abuja. Before joining the Defense College, he was also a lecturer in the Department of Political Science and I haven't been to this, I've spent a lot of time in Nigeria and at Nigerian university campuses, but not this campus, Bidion University, Okada. And Dr. Okereke actually hosted or moderated a panel yesterday, so you'll be familiar with him. And then our commentator, the person who's supposed to make sense and take the biggest takeaways from our event today, is, of course, I don't think anybody needs an introduction to her, as our I like to call her a friend, even though this is the first time we've ever met face-to-face, Zoom being face-to-face, as the founder and chief executive officer of AppsTech, a leading global provider of enterprise application solutions. Her involvement in terms of the technology business, but also in terms of sponsoring, mentoring, angel investing with technology across the continent, as well as in the United States and other places. She's been a driving force. She's also a board chair of AfriLabs, the Pan-African network of over 200 innovation centers, supporting over 1 million entrepreneurs in Africa. My whole career, I hate to keep bringing me into it, but my whole career has been about promoting private sector development in Africa, but in a mutually beneficial way in terms of Canada-Africa relations. She's on so many boards. I don't even know if I could mention them all, but I should. She's a co-founder of the Cameroon Angels Network and co-founder and vice president of African Business Angels Network. Last year, she was appointed to the Sub-Saharan Advisory Committee of the giant US XM Bank. And again, you'll have the tough job of trying to make sense and summarizing all the key points and perhaps intervening with your own points about this debate. So what we've decided is that everybody will get they'll get to make their first few comments. Because we only now have 3, just making sure nobody else, because we have 3 major principles, I would let them do their opening comments, not just at 5 minutes, but 7 or 8, perhaps up to 10 minutes, because then we'll still have considerable time for discussion. So we'll go in the order of as I introduced everybody. Our focus of this panel, our focus of this panel is the notion of mediation. How is that actually going to, what is it going to look like? How are we going to get there? What is the best forum? What are the different approaches? we all know, everybody who's spoken today, if they don't agree on anything else, they know that the only way eventually for the violence to end and for there be a path to justice is through negotiations. And so part of, I think, bringing some external voices to this is to provide, that sort of external, the third window on terms of how we might get there, maybe critique current approaches. I might, because we have one fewer, I might interject a little bit more than a moderator might, but I think this is a useful opportunity to think through what this might look like, what needs to happen for productive negotiation to happen. So Dr. Kilo, I will let you have up to 10 minutes. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and I'm so happy to be among a very distinguished panel. So there's two of us now making comments, and Rebecca. Thank you so much. Well, let me take the situation of Cameroon and look at the country itself and the Southern Cameroons and their relationship in a different light from the perspective of a state fragility expert. So don't look at me as a Cameroonian. I'm making a very honest, professional assessment of Cameroon and the relationship between Cameroon and Southern Cameroon without carrying the emotions of a Cameroonian. So this is, if somebody were to come from my former Fragile States unit and make this assessment, just think about this, because I've not heard this kind of assessment made before. And we all know that Southern Cameroon was coming from a very democratic state with very strong institutions into a relationship with a state that had the heavy hand of France over it, that had a civil war between the government of Ahidjo and the Bamilikes and the Bassas going on with the UPC movement. So there was already fragility on the Cameroon side when Southern Cameroon actually chose as a strong, smaller state to join a very large but fragile state. So people have not really thought about this, but this is the professional view from a state fragility expert. And unfortunately for the Republic of Cameroon, it's been in decline since Ahidjo passed over the country to Biya. Why has it been in decline? First of all, yes, this country was very prestigious, but people forget the fear that they were living in under Ahidjo. Imprisonment, the heavy hand of the state was there, and the SEDOC or DEDOC or whatever, people were very scared of being open. Whereas you look at the Southern Cameroon state, this was a state where there was very strong accountability and state people were criticized. So you look at the two states and you see that since Biya took over, there's been that consistent decline and absence or even failure of government. And it is Biya actually who has reigned over this systematic failure of government. And the Anglophones are right to feel the deepening marginalization because of excessive tribalism and nepotism from the Beti tribes that are, around Biya. The Beti ethnic group who are, administrators, they hold all the positions, etc. Then you also look at endemic state corruption and mismanagement, which is one of the terms of state fragility. There are three ways that you examine state fragility. You either look at, a weather event or a natural disaster event like happened in the case of Haiti. You look at corruption and mismanagement as in the case of Cameroon, but you also look at post-conflict, the states coming out of war as fragile states. And right now, if you were to look at the situation in Cameroon, you have two descriptions of state fragility affecting the country. So they have conflict either in the north with the Boko Haram business, or conflict in the southern Cameroons, which is escalating and taking over the state in consuming the resources. But the state corruption aspect, and it's seeped into every aspect of national life, every sector. You have the elections that are considered, not real elections, not free and fair, because as they say in Cameroon, the CPDM already knows the results of the elections before they are out. You see the situation in sports, where they were supposed to host the CAN and then they couldn't host it because they couldn't complete all the infrastructure. You see all the parastatals going under Sonara, Camerco, etc. These are examples. But also the failing infrastructure. Pictures from Cameroon show you the roads are impassable, the railways have accidents all the time, potable water is non-existent, electricity doesn't work. So in all of these aspects, the state is really failing. And then of course, there's the excessive use of the military, as we saw with the Anglophone crises, and the military now is everywhere in the Anglophone region. This is costing the country a lot. And of course, the excessive use of prisons. You go, the prisons just have people who've never been tried, who are sitting in jail languishing. Some of them are even dying in jail, chained, as you can see. And then the use of the military tribunal against ordinary civilians. So then you have other tricks that are in the bags of a failing state or a failed state. And the national dialogue was one, faking to the international community that it's actually doing something about its crisis when it's actually just burying its head in the sand. So for instance, special status has been declared. You can consider that Anglophones are living under the state of special status, but what is it? The army is still killing civilians. What country kills its own citizens? So you would say that the situation of fragility of the countries into which the Southern Cameroonians actually entered into in 1961 has just really continued. And right now, the Republique du Cameroon, or the Francophone part of the entire country, if they want to really claim the territory that is Southern Cameroon, you can consider it to be a totally failed state, and see that if Cameroon was going to enter into negotiations with Southern Cameroons right now, it would be entering from a state of fear, because it is such a broken system and such a broken state. And if the moderator thinks that I've absorbed, my time, I'll yield back. Oh, I still have time? Okay, I can go on. Talk about what this fear entails. You see, when you look at Cameroon and you ask yourself, has this country ever really resolved any problem that it has? And you say, okay, no, it has not. The problems keep deepening. First, you heard, oh, there is no Anglophone crisis. Then you hear, oh, it's a problem that we're going to resolve in a few months. It would not take time. And then you hear, oh, well, there is a crisis, but we don't have anybody to negotiate with. So you see that, the what I call the fear of the French Cameroon is really, it really is very, very visible, because what it really does is hoodwinking the international community into thinking that it's taking care of problems, whereas, it really is not actually addressing any of the problems. And, there are myriads and myriads of problems that are in the country right now. So I think that if it were to go into negotiations today, it would really be going from a weak position rather than a position of strength because of the fear factor.
Great, thank you very much for the starting point in terms of understanding even the backdrop to negotiations, a very historical backdrop to the a perspective on the backdrop of negotiations in terms of the parties, in terms of their ability to solve problems in the past, calls into question their ability to solve problems through talk and discussion in the future. That's great. I'd like to then call on, because he's back, and so I was hoping there wasn't a technical issue, but Emeka, could you perhaps go next, if that's okay with the other, everybody else on the panel? I'd like you to, we have up to 8 to 10 minutes of how many people we have here, but please go ahead. We can hear you, we just can't see you. Emeka, are you there? Well, if he can't hear me, Emeka, if you're, I'm not sure if it sounds like you did. Let's move on to Suzanne, if that's okay, and we'll maybe get Kevin to try and work out, or Ari try to work out getting Emeka back in touch with us. Okay, so Susan, please go ahead.
All right, thank you so much, Chris.
Where is the audio now?
Was that Dr. Okereke? I heard someone's voice. All right, well, I think I'll proceed then.
Yeah, I think that you should proceed, Kevin, or the organizers could. Oh, there. Could some? Yeah, just mute him for now, and we'll try and get him back.
All right.
Go ahead, Suzanne.
Thank you. Well, greetings, friends. I thank everyone at the Coalition for Dialogue and Negotiation for this conference. I know that it's really challenging, both technically to manage such a large Zoom meeting and also politically to maintain this space that's open to such a wide range of opinions and perspectives. So I commend you all for it, and I'm very honored to be included in it. As you may know, my professional practice, as Chris described, has been in conflict resolution. I was recruited by Professor Ajume Wingo almost 2 years ago to start looking at this conflict, and alongside Professor Porrick O'Malley as well, to try to encourage and prepare parties for dialogue and negotiation on this conflict. So I just want to reiterate, I've said this elsewhere, but I stand ready to assist anyone seeking a peaceful resolution to the conflict. And so in terms of where we are in a possible or prospective peace process, it's a sort of awkward moment right now. From what I understand, it appears that some Southern Cameroonians are working with the Swiss mediation team, whilst others have declined. And meanwhile, the government of Cameroon, as Chris kind of alluded to, has been not so eager to jump into mediation. It's been trying to say that it's managing the conflict fine on its own. And depending on whom you ask, that government may or may not have ever given its consent at the beginning to engage with the Swiss mediation team. But at the very least, they're dragging their feet. So I offer here a few thoughts on the ways forward. So first of all, it is normal for the stronger party in any conflict to resist third-party mediation. And here with Maggie's points very much in mind, that Cameroon is a weak or failed state. I would argue that still, given it's a domestic, well, they would regard it as a domestic conflict, I think probably, militarily, they would arguably be the more strong party. So it's normal, again, for the stronger party to resist third-party intervention of any kind. Because why would anyone willingly subject themselves to pressure from a third party to make concessions. So this is pretty normal. And so typically the way out of this is, first of all, international pressure will be very critical in getting the government to the table. And additionally, I think the more that your movement can speak with one voice, or at least in harmony with each other, it doesn't all have to be just one umbrella, one organization, but if you can all be kind of speaking together, I think the more so, the less the government can say, well, we don't know who to talk to. So that's my first point. The second point is that it's critical that in any peace negotiations, that all major stakeholders be included. So for example, if the interim government of Samuel Sacco is at the table in a negotiation mediation, but the interim government of Sisiko Ayuktabe is not, or vice versa, there will not be peace. And I can't emphasize this enough. This is my most important point that I can offer here. There have been many peace processes in civil wars where the mediators and the government figured that they could just negotiate with whoever was willing to come to the table, and then the rest will bring on board later. Because it's normal in a civil war for there to be multiple armed groups opposing the government. That is typical in today's world. So yeah, so many governments think, okay, well, we'll talk to this one group and then we'll deal with this other one later. And it just doesn't work very well, because a peace agreement is something that the various sides create together. So if a group is left out, it won't have had a chance to help craft that peace agreement. And therefore they won't really be bought into it. You can't expect them to just say, okay, yeah, we'll jump on board, when they didn't have a hand in creating that peace. So it's far easier to spend the time up front to get those parties on board before months or years have been spent negotiating. And in terms of inclusivity, I also really feel strongly that it's important to incorporate civil society in some way through different kinds of forums or input processes, advisory council. I mean, there are a lot of ways to do it, but this ensures that the interests of the broader public are represented and not only those with the guns, essentially. So my third and final point is that in order to get to the negotiating table, and in order to help get the government of Cameroon to the table, I think the most important next step is for the two interim governments, IG Sacco and IG Sisiko, to talk to each other and agree either to work with the Swiss, give them a try, it is a bird in the hand, you know, or agree together not to work with the Swiss, in which case call the Swiss mediation defunct and open the door to finding another mediator. Because right now you're stuck. No other would-be mediator wants to step on the toes of the Swiss. And it's officially, it hasn't been declared over. It hasn't officially ended. So to summarize my main points, first of all, it will take international pressure and at least a somewhat united or harmonized movement, independence movement, to get the government to the table. Secondly, a peace process must include all the major actors, including both interim governments and civil society. And finally, to overcome this current impasse, I would urge the two interim governments to agree on either engaging with the Swiss or both agree not to, and call it finished. And if both, I think that if both interim governments jointly identify a willing mediator that they're willing to work with, the government will then come under serious pressure to engage. So I thank you for the time and extend my heartfelt wishes for peace and security and justice in your homeland.
Great, thank you very much, Suzanne. Emeka, are you, we can see you. Hopefully, if you unmute, we can hear you too. So I give you up to 10 minutes to make your opening remarks. But I'm not sure if you can hear us yet. Yeah. Okay, Emeka, can you hear us? I can. So sorry, Kevin. I can see him. I can see he's talking, and he's not muted, and I'm not still not hearing him.
Are you hearing me? Hello, hello, moderator.
Yes, we can hear you now. I'll be quiet. You have up to 10 minutes.
Hello. Clearly, I'm hearing you clearly.
Excellent.
Are you there?
We're here. Please go ahead.
Right, great.
You have up to 10 minutes.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay, let me start by expressing my appreciation for this opportunity to also share my ideas on the Southern Cameroon conflict with emphasis on the question of mediation and negotiation. I've observed at the at the beginning, January 2017, and possibly, and I think March, May, January, March, and June time last year. So I followed this conflict from onset in my capacity as a researcher in African affairs with interest in Nigeria, Cameroon matters. From my observation,
Sorry, Emeka. Yeah, Emeka, your connection from if you're in Abuja, I think you're in Abuja. It's not fantastic. So we're hearing parts of it, and then it's cutting out. But
I tend to be convincing in 20th century, and that has led to continued escalation to the armed conflict about what are the ways. I think the international community. Wow. Are you there? Is it better now? Okay.
Yeah.
But, hello? Hello?
Yeah, so there's a bit of a lag. There's a bit.
I can hear you very clearly.
Emeka, there's a bit of a lag. I don't want to try and talk over you, but we can hear you most of the time. It sometimes seems to be cutting out. But I'll just leave it open and just go ahead, and if it really doesn't work, we'll have to try something else. But I'm going to let you go because we can hear you and see you, but it's sometimes cutting out.
All right.
Yeah. It might be an idea to cut your video, and that way the audio has more bandwidth. Okay, perfect. Okay, yeah, let's try that.
Okay, let's see as it goes. Now, as I was saying, appears the government's adopting. All right. Hello? It's okay now?
Try, yeah.
As I was saying, it appears that the government is adopting, and that has led to continued escalation of the crisis. Now, from every indication, the time for the international community to come in and engage effectively at finding lasting solutions to this problem is now. As somebody who has keen interest in Nigeria-Cameroon relations, I've also followed the orientation or the approach of Nigerian government towards this. Bearing in mind specifically that these are two countries that for the past 10 years seem to, since the resolution, the ICC judgments and resolution of the and the government have not to jeopardize or support any move that could threaten or be subversive activities towards a neighboring state or a fellow independent state. Having said this, it is interesting to know that a country like Nigeria has been involved in peace operations in Africa engagement in conflict resolution in Africa seem to be a little bit withdrawn on this particular one. Why? While engaging in interface with the humanitarian intervention for the refugees to eventual intervention, if you go by the African Union Peace and Security Architecture, the Economic Commission of Central African States ought to have taken the lead in trying to solve this problem for the African Union as being the regional economic community.
Sorry, Emeka. I sort of interrupt. It's just that we can hear about a sentence and then it fades away and then it comes back. If you look on the chat window, if you have access to the chat window, perhaps there's a way that you could call in and use voice only, because it's just really having a hard time. I'm picking up only bits of your points, unfortunately. The connection just isn't great. So if you could let me know what you want to do.
Maybe I type out my views.
I don't know. Does that matter if we cut out our video? Does that help with the connection to Zoom? Is that I'm willing to. That's fine with me.
I think what he said is he would type out his views.
Yeah, but if we reduce our video, I'm not sure if that helps with the bandwidth for him via Zoom. I'm not sure if that makes any difference. I think it's a connection. I think it's an Abuja.
Yeah, I'll type and send it to you.
Yeah, it does. It does make a difference. If we all cut our video while he's trying to speak, because it's his bandwidth that has a problem, and the video is using his bandwidth.
Okay.
Hello. Hello.
So Emeka, go ahead. Go ahead. We're all off video, and hopefully you won't be cutting out.
Okay. Hello.
Go ahead.
I say this behind a man that Nigeria is a very critical actor which has played crucial roles.
Can you speak slower though, so that when it cuts out
in conflict resolution across the continent? Now,
yeah, I think we've completely lost him now. If you can, check your chat, Emeka, and just try and find one of those numbers that you could perhaps call in directly.
And they are partners. They are partners in.
Yeah. So
Basin Commission engagement to address now.
So Emeka
on its own has its own problem with the challenge of groups trying to engage.
Yeah. Sorry, Emeka, we're really happy. We're not being able to solve this. We're not being able to solve the audio connection.
To bring up issues of simplism.
Can you
now is it okay now?
No, it's we've tried and it just keeps cutting out. So there's nothing.
Or should I type up my views only?
Is there a chance?
Hello, Chris.
Yeah. Is there a chance that you can look in the chat window and see or
I think so. Maybe I'll do that. Okay.
Okay, just try that, and we will. I can continue with a little bit of.
I'll do that, yeah.
While you get that sorted out, we could try and have a bit of a discussion. And as soon as we get a signal, yeah, I'm going to move to the next topic. Sorry, is there not a, there's no way you can use WhatsApp to call into a Zoom call, right? Unfortunately. Yeah. Yeah, I know it'd be super expensive. I guess it's super. I know when I spend time in Nigeria, I find calling from Nigeria back to Canada 10 times cheaper than calling from Canada to Nigeria. The pricing is pretty different from here to there versus there to here. But yeah, so let's move. While we sort out that, because let's continue. Yes, let's continue. Let's get everybody back. Everybody can go back to video for now, I think. One of the things that I want to leverage that people have said so far is stuff that has come up over the course of the last day and a half, and it's come up in discussions of various panels, and it was mentioned by Suzanne, and is this issue of the Swiss-led process, this process that is being led by this, basically an NGO, HD, but seems to have some kind of affiliation, loose affiliation with the Swiss government. But not only the Swiss government in terms of who's actually funding the process, because I know just through, it's not private knowledge. The Canadian government has actually provided money to the Swiss-led process. As I said in an earlier, or said yesterday, the international community, like the Southern Cameroon's community, is not monolithic. And even governments themselves are not monolithic. So, and I've said this, and other people, many people, I've been on some other forums where I've mentioned this back many months ago, saying that when there is a process, even if it's not perfect, even if one of the parties, for instance, the Cameroon government, has not signed on officially to the process, because we effectively know they haven't, right? I think what was going on, this is from my perspective as an completely external observer. No, the Canadian government does not like me. I'm not working with the Canadian government. I'm one of their biggest critics. But I think what they were trying to do in terms of the Swiss and Canadians and others in the international community was to try and find an informal process to get something going because of the deadlock in the United Nations, the deadlock in the African Union, the deadlock in CIMAC or ACAS or whatever you wanted to call it, that there was no other major international forum where some kind of international process was going to start. It would have to start informally because of the veto players in the international system, and even the veto player, which is Etude, Yaoundé, right? The Cameroon government. And so I think it was an effort, not with any kind of malintent or to divide and rule. I think it was an effort to try and do something informally to get the ball rolling. And yes, there's been all sorts of mistakes made, but that is my impression from just being an outsider and knowing people that have been in the process, not with the IGs, et cetera, but being in the process. And that was kind of their perspective as well. But the Canadian government, again, I don't know how much money it is, but the idea was to try and find an informal process, which may or may not lead to a formal process. But the informal process was to try and get the international community aware that there is this growing sentiment amongst a large proportion of, from the outside world, the Cameroon population, that have a serious disagreement with the current government. Because the international community does not understand the crisis. There's a handful of people in the world that understand what's going on outside of the Southern Cameroon's community, and it's a tiny population. So it is unfortunately, this long-term effort to educate the international community. So I'm just going to put that out there as terms of, if we can't get a formal sort of state-led or international organization-led process for negotiation today, is there an alternative informal process to the Swiss-led process that might be that kind of effort? And so I maybe open that up to Dr. Kilo, then Dr. Gase, and then maybe if we get a Mecca back. you can have some statements, but could we do that? Is there an informal process that should replace the Swiss-led process because many groups have repudiated it? Or is there just no process worth undertaking at all, given this current stalemate?
Okay, thank you, Chris, for raising this up, the Swiss process in this way. I'll talk to Susan's points about the Swiss process. But first, let me say this. There is a culture in African mediation where the issue of trust, you don't leave anything to chance. From the very get-go, you have to be agreed on several aspects of the mediation. And I think that the mistakes of the Swiss process needs to be, looked at in several ways. The first one I'll put out there is the culture of mediation and negotiations on the African continent. Usually you find that the mediators are selected among what we call eminent persons. They're usually, former heads of state, people who are really respected on the continent. You don't just send anybody to go into a very traditional society like, African society and impose yourself as the mediator. That would not work. And a lot of Cameroonians would see this Swiss process as Fumban too. In other words, is the kind of discussion that one party has all the information and the other party does not. And then you go into a hostile environment and you find that, oh, you were not prepared. The mediators, the location, the whatever were not agreed upon from the get-go. And so there is so much of that kind of unprofessionally assessed situations with regard to the Swiss. But let me just, from a Cameroonian perspective, actually put on the table what the very mention of the word Swiss would mean to a Cameroonian. Now, whenever Paul Biya leaves Cameroon, he has a private plane, he takes it to Switzerland, he parks at the airport, and any taxi driver, if you arrive in Geneva, will point you. That's when Mr. Biya's plane usually parks. And that parking fee is about $10,000 a day. For how long? He spends more time in Switzerland than in his own country. And so just the cost of the Intercontinental in a year that Biya sends there would provide adequate schools and adequate health facilities to every Cameroonian. So the exorbitant cost of his stays in Switzerland deprives the country of resources that it would used to build, schools and health and maintain the roads, in fact. So this is the country that is actually taking the people's money through their king, Biya, and depriving ordinary Cameroonians of the livelihoods that they would have. And then you have the reputation, just the Swiss reputation for its banking. When Paul Biya leaves the country, how much money does he take with him? This man doesn't have a salary like a normal president. He has a whole budget. He has the whole country's treasury to his, beck and call. So isn't the Swiss really just ripping off the Cameroonians? So why should the Cameroonians trust the Swiss to be neutral in any kind of mediation with the Biya government? So Swiss HD also, like I said, doesn't have the clout of the kind of mediator, eminent person, or even at a diplomatic level. The Swiss HD is an NGO, cannot tell Biya, come to the table, cannot even speak to Biya. They have to find emissaries to send to him because they are not diplomatically at his level. And you look at the same role. Are they capacity builders or are they mediators? Are they whatever? Who knows what they really are? Their role is loosely defined. And then, of course, you and I, we know that Paul Biya's government is very split. You talk about Southern Cameroonians being split. That government is very split on the way to go about resolving the Anglophone crisis, or the, you know. First, you have on the side the people who say they can defeat the warring factions. They can go in there and within a short time, military option is good. They want to use that. And then you have the others who say, okay, we need to mediate and we need to negotiate. So just within the government itself, you know, there is not an agreement as to how to go about resolving the crisis. So it's very difficult to then say, okay, this is where the Biya government stands. They are ready with a team to come to the mediation table. No, they are very, very split. And I don't really see the heavy hand part of the government going to any kind of mediation right now. They need a UN Security Council mandated mediation process, because the UN Security Council has sanction power. With sanction power, they can say, you know, we will sanction these people if they don't. HD does not have that kind of political clout. They cannot do anything to Biya, you know. So, I mean, just given the situation, I don't think mentioning the Swiss in any kind of mediation with the Cameroonians would be something that is agreeable. But, you know, let's hear, you know, what others think. This sort of is in my view anyway.
Yeah, great, thank you. Yeah, I've heard a lot of those exact comments about the Swiss from many people in the Southern Cameroon's community. Suzanne, did you want to add at all to?
Yeah, I'll respond to that as well as to one or two of the comments in the chat. So I won't argue against any of what Dr. Kilo said. I mean, I do know the HD Center to have put out a lot of great publications. I mean, this is how I know them as an actor in the field of peace and conflict resolution, and they have been involved in mediating other conflicts, especially the Aceh conflict in Indonesia. But your points are well taken, Maggie, about their lack of clout. So I guess a few points are floating in my head. So in no particular order. First of all, the problem isn't that I'm sitting here to try to persuade you to go with the Swiss. The problem is that some of your comrades have done so. As to the best of my understanding, I don't know if that's still the case, but I think it is. And so the Swiss are carrying on with this other, you know, group, thinking that they're mediating this conflict, while all of you, like I think the vast majority of you in this conference, are saying no, we're not. So that's the problem. Somebody in the comments said the Ambazonians having different groups is strategic. This has made it difficult for Cameroon to bribe and kill the struggle as they did from 1966 to 2011. We're united in purpose, the total and unconditional restoration of the sovereignty of Ambazonia. I mean, this is what I have seen as well, that the two interim governments and those affiliated or those who support them are very united in purpose. So I don't see it necessarily a problem that there are these two groups, but just that, again, to the best of my knowledge, one is working with the Swiss and one isn't. I think there are lots of would-be mediators out there, lots of them, eminent persons, you know, and if your choice were to say, you know, African solutions for African problems, let's get an African eminent person, a former head of state, a foreign minister, something like that. I would support that 1000%. The problem is that right now, ostensibly, the Swiss process is still ongoing. So the world, one good thing the international community has learned is don't have multiple competing mediators, right? That doesn't work. We've learned that. And so as long as the Swiss are still saying, yeah, this process is on, we're working with, they claim a majority of the stakeholders. I don't know how they're counting. Or maybe they're saying it represents a majority of the armed groups on the ground or something like that. This is in HD's published things. You can find them online, okay? I could share my screen and show you if you like. So, so as long as that process is ongoing and someone's working with them, someone among the Southern Cameroonians, no other mediator is going to step up. I do want to disagree slightly with you, Maggie, on one thing, and with tremendous respect for your perspective, because I've learned so much from you, truly. I don't think anyone, even the Security Council, can really force anyone to mediate. You know, it is by definition mediation is by definition a consensual process. So the idea is to persuade them and to let all sides have some hand in creating the process, so that we don't have what you were referring to, yeah, Maggie, about, you know, one turning up in a process and finding everybody's already designed it without you, something like that. We can't have that. So everyone who's involved in the negotiation needs to have a hand in crafting the process, selecting the mediator, but also the locations and the security and the safety for participating, and the agenda and the timing and all of those, the decision-making procedures, all of those things. Now, what the Security Council could do potentially is sanction the Cameroonian government otherwise, just for its ongoing treatment of this uprising. Killing of civilians, razing of villages, things like that. And that indeed might help get them to the table. As you know, it's pretty hard to get decisions out of the Security Council these days, but it might be worth pushing for. So, I mean, that is certainly one avenue here in terms of your advocacy, is working on the Security Council.
So if I could just interject, just because Emeka's not back, and we have time. The United Nations, let's be clear, the United Nations Security Council is not going to act. There's nothing in the short run, even when the seats change in January. It actually slightly improves the number, the new members slightly improves the context for perhaps discussing the crisis in a more complete manner. But the veto players will not allow this crisis to become an actual agenda item. That is not going to change in January, even with India, Norway, and Ireland on the committee, or on the Security Council. Russia, and particularly China, who has couched this, China being a veto player, has said this is an internal conflict of Cameroon, because this is how they see the world. Think about how they don't want anybody talking about Taiwan, let alone the Uyghurs. They don't want anybody in the international community making what they see as internal crises fodder for the UN Security Council. So I know many people in the Southern Cameroon's community focus on France, and of course they do have veto power too. But it's really China right now that will play that card without even blinking to make sure that it doesn't become an agenda item. So it is not going to happen in the short run. Something drastic has to change in terms of the UN Security Council taking this up. So my point was, and Suzanne's saying this sort of in another way, until there's an informal process which seems to be inclusive, and inclusive, not inclusive in terms of the BIA government, because they're not, as everybody's pointed out, they're not going to come to the negotiating table until there is actually pressure. But the pressure, part of those pressure points are this, not a united group, but a united front, as people have said, that have a common, single, simple message, and that are seen by the international community to be working together to come towards 1 or 2 or 3, not 12 or 20, 1, 2 or 3 main demands, and that's it. And at that point, you change the dynamic within the international community to say, there is something significant going on here, a significant either majority of Southern Cameroonians or a significant minority of Cameroonians are feeling the same way about this government. And that is when the international community starts to make an informal process more formal. And how does it become more formal? Doesn't matter from my perspective, it doesn't matter the forum. It matters when the government is at the table. And that's when it becomes formal. So we can't start with, we need to have the perfect formal process to get going. We need to, as part of a process, to convince the international community that there needs to be a formal process. And that means that you have to put pressure on the Biya government to sit at the table. And again, I've only been watching this conflict really for about 2.5 years really closely. And that has been my major frustration, that we've let the international community off the hook by not creating enough international pressure points for them to finally say, yes, okay, now we need to make this informal discussions about this into some kind of formal process, whether that's in the United Nations or not is another thing. So that's just my little rant for the day. Okay, so I still don't see Emeka here.
So maybe I could come back in and sort of clarify why the position that I'm taking about the UN Security Council. When you compare the kind of clout that the HD as an NGO can wield over the government of Cameroon, I actually was looking to the UN Security Council because it does have that veto power. It does have the ability to call states to boot or to action. And basically, it has greater clout than than Swiss HD in terms of how it can relate to and what kind of convincing effectiveness it could have over the government of Paul Biya. And then there was something else talking about just the very way that Cameroonians would view the Swiss. We don't lose sight of the fact that the Amazonian or Southern Cameroons or Anglophone community are really in a position where the Biya government is trying to label them as terrorists. If you listen to the government speak, it is doing everything in its effort, every effort to make sure that it can label the Southern Cameroonian separatist movement as terrorists, whereas these were people who didn't have any arms from the very beginning, and the government just, brought its military to them. And these are people who had to defend themselves. And we know that they only started, they only really started getting arms when they picked the AK-47s from the dead bodies of the military, who were actually killed with den guns. These are ceremonial guns. These are traditional funeral weapons. They were using catapults. They were using all kinds of things. So, so you have the way that the Southern Cameroonians actually perceive the Swiss, and there is not a lot of trust there, because the actions of the Swiss in supporting the government of Cameroon in the 50s and the 60s against the UPC movement. You remember, the head of the UPC, Felix Moumier, was poisoned in Switzerland. So that is another area where Southern Cameroonians are not gonna, boogie with the Swiss. So, and you can see very, very clearly a tactic of the Cameroonian government, how they come into whether it's a community, whether it's a particular family, or whether it's in an administrative region. And they usually will not resolve a problem, but they will come and look for the weakest link, the neediest person, the whatever, raise that person to the point where they just bring confusion to the whole group. And I think that the people who are supposed to be representing the Southern Cameroonians in Switzerland right now are those that are least equipped to do the work. And many people who have accompanied them to Switzerland on previous meetings, number one, they come back very tight-lipped, either because they find some agreement never to reveal whatever it is that they discussed. Number two, whether, you know, when you ask them about the outcome of the process, they can't tell you anything. They just cannot tell you anything that's going on, which means is something really going on, you know? So you say, what is happening with the Swiss process? You only hear the Swiss process is the only process that is there, and people should sign on to the Swiss process. Okay, so what have you achieved so far with this Swiss process? And nobody can tell you what they've achieved. So they're so tight-lipped about it that everybody who's suspicious, and people who've gone to Switzerland come back, they said, no, I drew back because it was very suspicious to me that nothing is happening. You know, in Cameroon and in Nigeria, we have a habit of calling something that is not very clear 419. So they tell you, those Swedes, they are scammers, they are 419ers, don't trust them, you know, they're not serious, you know. So it leaves the entire Swiss process, and I understand that due to COVID or whatever, they've not had meetings in a long time, but they could have been having negotiations on Zoom. We are having meetings now. So we should, after almost 2 years of negotiation, be able to come out with, oh, this is where it's heading, or it's not happening, or something. There is nothing. So why should our people who are suffering and dying and looking for negotiations then trust a system, a process that is not getting anywhere? It's not getting anywhere, and everybody is saying that.
Thank you. I'm very good points. Rebecca would like to make a few points as well, if that's okay with everybody. She's our commentator, but she's also would like to make a couple of interjections, and that's fine with me as moderator. So Rebecca, please go video and make your comments.
Thank you. I don't know if my video is, yeah, thank you for, my head is cut off. Thank you very much for letting me interject, because I'm not an expert on mediation. I'm not a doctor, I'm a tech person, but I just wanted to bring a little bit of a different perspective to the conversation, because I was born in Yaoundé. My father, and a prominent Anglophone or Southern Cameroonian, to be politically correct during this conversation, and was the founding president of Cameroon Anglophone Movement, which later became SCNC. And so I lived through the early conversations. I grew up in this and the early conversations on what has become a war. And so I think I can see it from a little bit of a different place, because I was born on the French-speaking side, but grew up with staunch Anglophones and was surrounded by them. I saw both sides. So I went to a French school, and we never learned the history from the other side. And so when we're talking about conflict resolution, I think one of the challenges that we have is that both sides aren't speaking on the same base. They don't have the same, our Southern Cameroonians will never imagine that it's not bad faith on behalf of the Francophones. They automatically think that, you know, they're horrible people, that they don't understand, that they, you know, whereas they don't have the history. They were never taught the history. And so I think that if we want to resolve this at the people level, because one of the difficulties is that the mediators are talking to people and neither of the parties is talking to the population. It's an unbelievable situation where the population is silenced, completely silenced. And I think if young people, if the youth went online and started this End Anglophone Crisis hashtag recently after the End SARS. I think it's because they're screaming out there that nobody's listening to them, and they have a voice. And they're not being heard. And so in all of this Swiss mediation and all of this conversation about the Sako government and the Sisiku government and the Cameroon government, nobody's talking about what the population wants. Nobody is talking about what they will end up with and whether or not it resolves what their real problems are. There are so many issues, I think, in communication. And you know, one of the conflict resolution tools that I use as a business person is empathy, right? So, you know, those are some of the tools. It seems to be all on we're right, you're wrong, and that's, you know.
Rebecca, sorry, Rebecca, we're losing.
And so I think that, you know, and when going on the theme of empathy and communication, one of the things I've seen from the Southern Cameroon's community are being attacked and demonized because they are talking to, yes. I'm sorry?
Rebecca, you were just cutting out a little bit there near the end. I'm not sure if it was your connection or what, but I think we heard most of it. Were you done? I wasn't sure.
Are you losing me?
Yeah, it's been cutting in and out.
So I don't know if you can hear me or not. I'm gonna stop the video.
Okay, so.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Rebecca, a little bit. Can you hear us? Okay, she's gone. So hopefully she can get a better connection. But there is a, so hi, Rebecca, can you hear me now? Hi, Rebecca, I see you're back. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, just to let you know.
I don't know if you can hear me, yes.
Yeah, so I can hear you now, but the latter third of your input was starting to cut in and out. So I wasn't sure exactly if you were done. I think you were done, but then we were starting to lose you.
Okay, it's fine. I mean, I'll just type it in the chat. I think it's safer.
Well, I think we got most of it. It's just, it was starting to just get a little bit, just cutting in and out just a little bit, but thank you. Thank you.
Rebecca is doing better without her video. So maybe we could just bear and listen to her because she just got much clearer just now.
Yeah, that's true. You maybe want to, if you can you review maybe the last one or two key points that you made? Because it was very clear at the beginning, but it progressively, the connection got a little bit rougher.
Yeah, I'm on Cameroon internet. So, so I was saying that on, you know, one of the communications tools or one of the conflict resolution tools should be empathy, and that I'm not seeing the empathy on either side. There's a lot of demonizing on both sides of anybody that isn't 100% with them. And that includes the international community. And so it's not helpful. And I'm telling this, I'm really being honest. It's not helpful to attack and demonize allies while you're asking for their assistance. So here we are on an international community panel where we're asking the international community to intervene, but we're not working to try to build relationships with those potential allies. Chris, you said about the Chinese, and I don't know if any effort is being made to try to have any conversations with the Chinese or the French, who are given, who are probably the potentially strongest ally we could have to get to the negotiation table. But if we keep demonizing everybody that's not 100% aligned with our ideology, then we will lose an opportunity, I think, to really get the Cameroon government and all parties to the negotiation table.
Great. I mean, I agree with you 100% on that issue. The point is the objective, and keeping in mind empathy. And I know that has come up indirectly in some of the earlier panels of this whole event. People that are stressing that we can disagree. I mean, not me, but different communities can disagree, but we have to be able to work together towards an overall objective. That was what people were saying, that you can have disagreements, but you shouldn't demonize. And yet some people over the course of the last couple of days, there is a pushback against demonizing, but there's still been some demonizing popping up. And to get the international community elements, again, as I said, the disjointed international community, to get elements of them on board to work towards peace and justice needs a lot of different kinds of actors in the international community, as well as the majority of actors and people in the Southern Cameroons and in the rest of the country. So I really appreciate that. I just wanted to check with the moderators, because we're now sort of where we should be wrapping up, but I'm just not sure in terms of scheduling if we're allowed to go a little tiny bit longer, because we did start a little late, or if you really need us to try and wrap up in the next minute or two. And I'm trying to get that. Judith, let me know. You're the boss.
Yes. Thank you. No, we'll let you carry on for a few more. We owe you that one. Yeah. So
yes,
could
we have 10 minutes? 10 minutes?
Yeah, max 15 minutes. Yeah.
15 minutes. I'm taking you at 15. Yeah. Okay.
All right. That's good. Thank you.
So what I would like to do, I would like to give Dr. Kilo, Dr. Gase, and Emeka, if he's had some fantastic write-ups in the chat window, which you can go back and see. I'm not sure if we can get him back for audio, but if you wanted to do start your 2-minute chat response, that would be fantastic. And then at that point, I would like Rebecca, at that point, if you can come back and maybe close up with some lingering remarks of the things we identified out of the discussion, then we're wrapped up. So Dr. Kilo, could you go first with a closing remarks?
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much, Chris. And this is a great panel. I've really enjoyed the discussions. I just want to make 3 very quick points as concluding remarks. Southern Cameroon actually is a very border limited country, meaning it sits with Nigeria to the west and the Republic of Cameroon to the east. It doesn't have any other countries. So that limited number of countries that border this very tiny country requires that it be friendly with both neighbors. There is no way it's going to have hostile relations with the Republic of Cameroon or with Nigeria, which is a delicate balance to walk. So at the point where we're getting to negotiations, those negotiations have to be very, very satisfactory to both countries and to Nigeria, that is the big brother on the other side, because of the issues that are very sensitive to both countries. Second, when we look at the countries that could possibly be sponsors of a negotiation mediated settlement, you look at the issue of China that came up or whatever. These, you will not find uninterested parties. You will not find parties that don't have one foot here and they're really interested in their own interests. So already we know that Cameroon and Paul Biya's government are very highly indebted to China. China would want to have its money back. Basically, it's not given anything for free. It would want to have its money back and an arm and a leg and a head if possible. So when we're picking out those countries that are friendly countries, we have to look at their interests, the interests of these countries, to see exactly what it's going to be costing us in terms of the expectations of these interested parties. And then finally, Rebecca's really very right. And given any opportunity to talk to people of my own homeland, I say to them, the British have a culture of telling you, speak to me nicely, be nice about it. So in going on social media and insulting people and using foul language and not really practicing the be nice, we need to, when we go out to lobby on behalf of our cause, we have to be nice. We need to come together and learn how to say thank you, please, excuse me, I'm sorry, where did I get it wrong? Those niceties that we learned at the dinner table with our parents when we were younger, we have to put it all into practice at this time. So without having with my old head forgotten a lot of the things that I wanted to talk about today, first of all, I've spoken as a professional, so some of the things that I accuse the government of, I know the government of Cameroon is in a weak state. As a professional, I can tell you it would be easily considered a failed state, given the fact that there is not governing going on in Cameroon. There is not active development even. If you compare Cameroon with its peers, and I can say Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya, these countries are developing at a very fast rate, and Cameroon has failed just in the heavy-handedness of the government, silencing every criticism that they can find. A good government would listen to criticism and fix its house, but Cameroon cannot fix its own house. That's unfortunate. So it will give all the pretense of taking action, fake this one here, fake that one here, lie here and lie there. And in the end, the Cameroonians, whether you're Francophone, you're Anglophone, it doesn't make any difference. You're all suffering. You don't have electricity, you don't have roads, you don't have schools. I mean, some of the schools that I see, even in Yaoundé or Douala, it's really, and then you pay a president who goes to spend all your money in Switzerland, doesn't do any development. It is such a tragedy for the country. I could go on, but I want to thank the panel for being very patient with me. And I end here and yield back to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Suzanne, please.
Just a couple of thoughts to add into the mix here. One is I really don't want any of you, I saw a comment in the chat, if the UN can't do it, who's going to get the Cameroon government to the negotiating table? Don't give up hope. I really do think it's not at all hopeless. International pressure can take many forms. And one of the things that I've been trying to promote is the idea of a contact group. So having a bunch of countries that have some interest in Cameroon to coordinate their foreign policies, to pressure the Biya government to actually engage in real negotiations. And then another thing, just kind of in reference to, Chris, your point about the formal versus the informal, there are a lot of informal methods for, beginning dialogue before it's a formal negotiation. And as I was saying before about how stronger parties are often reluctant to come to the table for negotiation, but sometimes they're less reluctant to come for some kind of what we call it track 2 diplomacy, or some sort of informal discussions that are clearly said not to be decision making. They're not negotiation, but just initial dialogue, exploring different potential solutions, building understanding of each other's perspectives. And that could indeed be a helpful method to ultimately lead towards negotiation. So chins up, this is not a hopeless situation. Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Can you paste, Dr.? Oh, yeah, so can somebody in the chat go back and maybe repost in the chat menu Dr. Emeka, Dr. Okereri's comments, because some people who maybe joined later or have been off and on, they can't see them. That would be ideal. Okay, so Rebecca, I'm going to leave it with you. You know, if you have 3 or 4 minutes now to maybe participate, and hopefully the contact remains. I'll go off video, and hopefully your connection will last for 3 or 4 minutes. Just major points that you maybe got out of this, keeping in mind what you just said about you're not an expert in mediation, but you have a stake in the process. And so I'm just really curious what you heard. Sorry, and you're still on mute.
Oh, I wanted to use video, but unfortunately, I think that my connection may not be good enough for the video. Let me try, and you'll let me know if my video breaks off, or my sound breaks off. But really, what we've heard today is that the international community is not taking this issue very seriously at this point. That there's so far there is the Swiss mediator, and that mediator won't be replaced with another one until at least it's officially that they're not the mediator anymore. And there are many reasons why they might not be the best mediator. One is that only one of the 2 main separatist groups or restorationist groups are in conversations with that mediator. That's the first thing. The second being that Switzerland is not a reliable or credible mediator because of the perception of their relationship with Paul Biya and his travels there. Also the fact that Félix Mounier, one of the UPC leaders, was killed in Switzerland. And so they're not perceived as being neutral. And also that in African mediation or in what we really look for is perhaps a foreign leader that's more credible and has more stature than the Swiss mediators do. We also heard that the United Nations it would be great if we could get a United Nations resolution that would impose a mediation that would put pressure on the Cameroon government and or put sanctions on the Cameroon government if they don't engage in the mediation. However, that is very unlikely to happen, and primarily because of the Chinese, that would be a no-go, and the French that would probably also veto any such resolution. We also heard that the international community does need to come in, but there should be a more united voice, so that even if it's to find not everything that they agree on, but that at least even if they're different groups, and we do know that in armed conflicts there are often several different groups, and so that's that part of it isn't unusual, but at least have a common message and have a common goal for the outcome, the desired outcome of the mediation. We also, have the importance of maintaining good relationships with both the neighbors, which would be the Republic of Cameroon and of Nigeria, and the sometimes belligerent nature of the communications campaign online, where we're not representing the best of our side of the story. I think those were the main points that that I picked up from this really interesting conversation. Also, let me not forget that there are both informal and formal processes that could, the formal ones might, some of the players might be more reluctant to enter and engage, but the informal ones, might be an easier way to start. And I think that that summarizes most of what the conversation was. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get much of Dr. Emeka's conversation simply because he was cut off, and I think that his notes are in the chat. But yeah, so I think that's the summary from our side. And a final word from me is that I really, it's so important to listen to the voices of the people that are on the ground. I mean, I've been repeating it all day. I've been repeating it for weeks and months, that there are young people that are on the ground, that are victims, that are suffering on a daily basis, and they're not in any conversation. So I really urge whoever is involved in the mediation to make sure that their voices are included. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Again, I'd like to give a warm welcome or a warm thank you to all of our panelists who took time out of their busy Saturday to participate in this. This has been for people that have been involved with the conference since the first minutes yesterday. It's been a long 2 days for you. It's been a long 2 days for the organizers, managing an incredibly complex process to get everybody involved, both in terms of the substance, but also in terms of the technology. So I know there's always glitches, but overall, it's been fantastically put together. And lastly, I just want to say from an outsider's perspective, thank you for including me in this process. I've learned a lot over the last couple of days, and I continue to learn more. I don't have any answers, but again, I will unilaterally interject my ideas once in a while, and I hope that people in the community take that for what it is. You don't have to accept it, it's just some ideas. And I think that goes for Suzanne as well. I mean, we're outsiders, but we're just trying to find ways towards peace and justice. And I think as part of, let's say, international community outsiders, we need to get our governments and other governments and NGOs and other people understanding the nature of this crisis, which is still not well known, and it's really quite frustrating. So again, last thing I'll say is one of the things we might all want to push for in the very short run is the idea of an international fact-finding mission, which doesn't necessarily have to have any particular vision other than trying to actually get the facts out, because the facts of this